Good morning, everybody. I hope you had a very good night yesterday, and that you have enjoyed the reception and the UN clash, and that you are really full of energy to start this journey today of the second day of the Intersessional. Now again, I want to ask for your indulgence and your comprehension for the manage of the time. We have all of you. We have made big efforts to be here to participate. We know that. So, but please try that your interventions are concise, in a short way possible, in the shortest way possible, and I will help you to manage the time if it's necessary. Yesterday we were listening the intervention of state parties that have submitted working plans, indexation requests. So the next in my list is Thailand. Thailand, and after Thailand, Thailand following by Ukraine. And after that, we will give the floor to other states parties with Article 5 obligations that we like to share their views, observations, and main points. So let's start. Please, Thailand, you have the floor.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Article 5 Implementation Committee, and distinguished participants. The Thailand Mine Action Center, TMAC, is honored to be here today to present the latest update on our demining situation under the 3 years work plan during the third extension period, 2024 to 2026. The slide highlights the strong commitment of Thailand Chief of Defense Forces, General Songwit Nunpakdi, to humanitarian demining operations reflected by his very first field visit of the year on 24th October 2023 to observe the TMAC humanitarian operations. Becoming state party to the Convention on the Prohibition of the Use, Stockpiling, Production, and Transfer of Anti-Personnel Mines and on their destructions, play a significant role in Thailand demining efforts. Thailand signed the treaty on the 3rd December 1997, ratified it on November 27, 1998, and the treaty took effect on May 1st, 1999. This marked the beginning of Thailand dedicated humanitarian demining work. As the third extension granted at 20th meeting of the state parties, November 2022, there are 96 mined areas of approximately 21.8 square kilometers in 6 provinces that still require clearance. These areas are along Thailand-Cambodia border, where greater cooperations and coordination efforts with Cambodia are required for humanitarian demining operations. The table, as shown on the monitor, provides a breakdown of remaining mines contaminated area by province. TMAC plan, the third extension period, is to progressively clear this area, approximately 7.3 square kilometers in the year 2024, followed by 7.4 square kilometer in 2025, and the remaining 7.1 square kilometer by 2026. We wish to inform that TMAC humanitarian demining operations has cleared nearly 29% of target area of phase 1. Since November 2023 until October 2024 of 7.3 square kilometer by March 2024. With this progress and its exponential acceleration from now on, we are hopeful to be on track to achieve the full target by first phase end. This success won't be possible without invaluable support from our partner, particularly TIDA, Golden West, and NPA. We take this opportunity to extend our sincere appreciation for their dedications and collaboration in the humanitarian mission. Moving forward, overall TMAC will collaborate with local communities to ensure local awareness and safety and explore technology advancement to further improve demining efficiency. TMAC has been actively promote gender equity and meaningful participants of women in our demining workforce. In this fiscal year 2024, we have ensured equal opportunities for female staff in working place through different trainings and programs at home and abroad. Them to attend international programs and for the first time in Thailand history, training 3 women in regular TMAC and My Warfare course. These women will indeed be our value asset to the demining teams. Thailand has been continuously promoting closer cooperation on various fronts, both with fellow ASEAN members and international organizations. The recent fruitful discussion at the General Border Committee, the GBC, meeting between Thailand and Cambodia is a prime example of a testimony to our commitment in my current efforts. The outcome of the meeting paved the way of joint action plan to be further discussed by the 2 parties to address humanitarian demining operations effort along Thailand and Cambodia border areas. As another example of our cooperation, Thailand and Geneva International Center for Humanitarian Demining, JCHD, are working together to ensure a smooth transition from demining to residual contamination management, the RCM. As Thailand is progressing toward the fulfillment of its demining obligations, the said cooperation is focusing on developing best practice of RCM for Thailand and facilitating the safe return of land to the local communities. By implementing this practice, we are confident that we will achieve our RCM goal. In closing, Thailand would like to extend our gratitude for the committee, the ISU, and the other stakeholders for their long-standing support. We wish to emphasize our strong commitment to the convention and toward the common goal of my free world. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Tailandia, por su presentación concisa y muy interesante. Ahora tiene la palabra la delegación de Ucrania, seguida de Angola. Ucrania tiene la palabra.
Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would request to pay attention to our presentation on Article 5 updated work plan in Ukraine in accordance with decision which we received and which we are grateful for our 3rd extension period for 2023-2033, which was generously provided to our country, to our government by Interpersonal Mind-Band Convention Committee. So next slide, please. Could I ask you to return to second slide, Mr. Fairuz? Yeah, just the second slide I highlighted already yesterday with regard to impacts which our civilians have, due to Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine, February 24, 2022, and just to remind about our victims which we have from this Russian aggression. You can see this slide on the website of IPMBC ISU. Next slide, please. So I would like today to talk not about only the unprecedented contamination which our country has due to Russian invasion on February 24, 2022, but also about our achievements which we managed to perform from the time when 21st MSP was conducted in November 2023. So nevertheless, there are intensive combat actions in Ukraine which are still ongoing for more than 2 years now. The forces of defense and security of Ukraine, along with international and national certified mine action operators, very often in dangerous for their own lives conditions, are continuing their work on clearance of Ukrainian lands contaminated by landmines, including anti-personnel landmines. Very important role which we are managing to perform in the area of mine action activities is related to an non-technical survey, initial non-technical survey. Because of these activities, we managed to reduce the areas of potentially contaminated areas, as well as we managed to conduct EOD spot tasks on the lands which were not suspected as a dangerous areas earlier. And this helps us to include these areas into the priority areas according to our national plan of mine action and demining activities. We are managing to include these areas as a priority areas for clearance and demining activities. On this slide, you can see the progress of the activities related to demining from the moment when Ukraine received extension for next 10 years for its implementing of Article 5 of APMBC activities. The important role in this efficiency of activities, of demining activities, are also related to the capacity enhancement of the security and defense forces of Ukraine related to demining efforts. You see here that we managed to achieve a positive dynamics of the clearance of contaminated areas because we started to use very widely the demining machines. If we compare the situation in November 2023, our demining teams had only 19 demining machines. And now, because of the efforts of our country, of our national producers, and with the help of our allies and donors, we managed to reach the quantity of demining machines in 70 items, 70 pieces. And that is why we have such a positive dynamics in clearance in Ukraine. As well as we have the increase of the certified mine action operators. If we compare, we had only 21 operators as of November 2023, and now we have 42 certified mine action operators as of June 2024. The increase of the teams, we managed to reach the figure as 671. And we also jumped from the figure of just 2,296 personnel of deminers and managed to reach 315 personnel of deminers. All these events helped us to reach the result when we have 23.6 square kilometers cleared. These were the areas which were defined as a confirmed hazard areas. We managed to clear 23.6 square kilometers of CHAs from in comparison to just 191 square kilometers in 2023. Next slide, please. In overall, our National Mine Action Authority, which has the key role in coordinating of mine action activities as well as in implementing the updated work plan on humanitarian demining in Ukraine, managed to...
Excuse me, as a distinguished delegate of Ukraine, in order to have the opportunity to listen more delegations,
Yeah.
I would like to invite you to conclude your presentation, maybe focusing in the main message you want to transmit. Thank you.
Yeah, so just main points that our National Mine Action Authority is responsible for overall implementing and updating and drafting the changes into the work plan on humanitarian demining. Also, next slide, please. You have also the presentation of few slides on how the stages of demining are done in Ukraine in accordance with the updated work plan. This is just the operational plan as an SOP, general SOP for all of national demining teams. Next slide, please. And that is its next stage of demining. Also, I would like to emphasize that following the request of ISU EPMBC, we managed to include the EORI operational plan for our government on the next 10 years. You can also get acknowledged with this EORI plan on the website of EPMBC ISU. Next slide, please. This slide, I would like to emphasize, these are the challenges which we face due to Russia continuing to spread and disseminate its anti-personnel mines across the objects of civil infrastructure of Ukraine. On the video, you see the Russian drone, which is spreading PFM-1 as deadly APM mines on the urban areas, on the areas of agricultural fields, which are used by Ukrainian farmers and Ukrainian civilians. And in the left, in the left corner, you see the acknowledgement of one of Russian channels confirming that they really use PFM against Ukrainian civilian objects. Next slide, please. Just to emphasize that main sources for our capacity enhancement of demining teams of national demining teams of Ukraine, as well as mine action certified operators, are our international donors and partners, NATO CAP program, as well as a newly created demining coalition cooperation for Ukraine under Lithuania-led efforts. We thank all of our partners, and we call upon all of another international donors to help Ukraine more due to its unprecedented contamination. And if you would like to see the needs, the critical needs which our teams have, you can visit website of EPMBC ISU, where the whole presentation is highlighted. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, I'm ready to answer.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate of Ukraine. Again, my excuses for interrupt you. But I would like to suggest something for the delegations that already have that will use a presentation on the screen. Like when you are showing images and numbers, maybe you can focus in the main numbers. You can have the attention, and not all of them. Try to focus on the main points of your presentations in order that all delegations have the opportunity to share the main points with the plenary. So next in my list is Angola, and it will be following by Bosnia and Herzegovina. Angola, you have the floor.
Muito obrigado, senhor presidente. Vamos fazer uma breve apresentação sobre o progresso de desminagem em Angola. Implementação do artigo 5º da Convenção de Ottawa. Progresso qualitativo no cumprimento do artigo 5. Plano de implementação do artigo 5 atualizado, em linha com a Estratégia Nacional e à luz do Plano de Ação de Oslo. Reuniões de coordenação com as operadoras realizadas. Normas nacionais de ação contra minas estabelecidas. Bancos de dados nacional continuamente atualizado e reconciliado com a base de dados dos operadores. Em curso, atualização do ISMA-NG para o ISMA-Core e respectiva atualização dos formulários da recolha de dados. Procedimentos aprimorados de gestão de qualidade, com foco na garantia da qualidade. Estratégia Nacional de Gestão de Contaminação Residual em fase de finalização. Progresso na redução da contaminação 2007 a 2023. Nós queremos esclarecer neste encontro que houve progresso na desminagem em Angola. Desde 2017 a 2023, houve grande redução. Em 2017, nós tínhamos um total de área de 229.409.679 mil quadrados. Em 2023, temos em metros quadrados 67.432.189 metros quadrados. Contaminação remanescente. Em províncias, temos um total de áreas perigosas de 1.016 áreas e uma contaminação em metros quadrados de 67.432.189 metros quadrados. Plano de intervenção. Continuar a aplicação de todo esforço razoável, manter ativas as ONGs nas províncias onde atualmente decorrem operações de libertação de terras até a sua conclusão. Concluir as províncias com menor contaminação. Mover gradualmente os operadores para reforçar a capacidade operacional nas províncias com maior contaminação. Distribuição dos operadores por província em 2023. Número de áreas perigosas remanescentes. Contaminação em metros quadrados. Distribuição dos operadores. Nós temos na província de Bengo, temos o APN, Ajuda Popular de Noruega, Benguela, Elotrust, BIE, Elotrust, Quanto-Cubango, Elotrust, Kwanza Norte, APN, temos a Kwanza Sul, APOP, Lunda Sul, MAG, Malange, Mochico, MAG, Namib, Elotrust e UIG, APN. Temos também os workshops realizados, workshops de sensibilização sobre contaminação residual e cumprimento do artigo 5º. Temos a conclusão projetada, contaminada e a fase de gestão residual. Temos o número de áreas perigosas a contaminação residual e a previsão da conclusão destas províncias ou desminar estas províncias. Temos áreas contaminadas, contaminação por metros quadrados. Em 2024, temos um total de 11.348.450 metros quadrados. Em 2025, temos uma redução de 10.072.798 metros quadrados. prevemos reduzir em 2025. A área remanescente em metros quadrados são 46.010 e 941 metros quadrados. Isso são projeções de libertação de terra. Projeção de custos. Nós temos para as áreas minadas, temos áreas perigosas de 1016, a contaminação de 66.432,189 metros quadrados, com um valor que precisa-se para essa projeção de desminagem de 209 milhões, 39.785 mil dólares. Para terminar, queremos agradecer mais uma vez. Muito obrigada.
Muchas gracias a Angola por su presentación. Ahora tiene la palabra Bosnia y Herzegovina, seguido de Irak. Bosnia y Herzegovina tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Despite the strong efforts of the past decade and more, our country is still one of the most contamination countries in the world and most several affected in the region. The current size of the suspected hazardous area, it's 832 square kilometers, which is the approximately 1.65% of the total size of the country. Based on the more precise understanding of the remaining challenge, and in accordance with the Article 5, Bosnia and Herzegovina has been granted the extension, the deadline of the March 1st, 2027. Through the Mine Risk Education project, the AORE implemented by accreditation organization in 2024, around 419,000 people has been warned of the mine dangers. In 2024, started project implementation through the IPA instrument for the EU assessment in the total amount of the 10 million euros, as well as the project of the clearance of the right bank of the Sava River in cooperation with the BH Ministry of the Transport and Civil and Communication and World Bank. In February 2023, the project of the new IMSMA started, which represented the graduate transit of the information system for the mine action in the Bosnia and Herzegovina and the new modern IMSMA technology. This will ensure the more accurate, transparent, reliability data for mine action. The project is behind the shadows due to the complexity of the procedures and adopting to the current data and the new system. In 2024, Bosnia and Herzegovina, in cooperation with the Ministry of the Civil Affairs and the Mining Commission, start revision of the National Mine Action Strategy for the period 2018 to 2025. In the revised document, activities was drawn up to the 5 strategic goals. For each of the strategic goals, several optional of the goals, starting points, indicators, and target states were set as indicators of the achievement of the operation goals for 2025 and 2026. In terms of the survey and clearance, based on the available capacity, more realistic plan has been drawn up. So non-technical survey activities will carry it on an annual base of 67 square kilometers through the treatment of 32 mine suspected areas. Will an area of the 75 square kilometer will return to population for the safe annual basis, which for the 2 years, 2025 and 2026, is approximately 150 square kilometers. In April 2024, the BHMAC Mine Centers revised and developed the standard for the mine action in Bosnia and Herzegovina, land release, non-technical survey, technical survey and clearance, and the new Chapter 4 quality management and Chapter 5 explosive ordnance removal assets. In 2024, there were no mine accidents in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but regardless of that, Bosnia and Herzegovina continues with the warning activities in full capacity through the independent project, but also through the integration and the existing mine action operation. The main goal is to ensure the coordination for the full inclusive of the mine victims in socioeconomic activities through the development of program that will improve psychosocial, medical, and other professional service for mine victims. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Bosnia y Herzegovina, por su intervención. Ahora le doy la palabra a la delegación de Irak, seguido de la República Democrática de Congo. Irak tiene la palabra.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس لإتاحة الفرصة لنا، ونظرا لضيق الوقت سوف أختصر الكلمة قدر المستطاع. سيدي الرئيس، إن بلادي تؤكد التزامها الكامل بتنفيذ بنود الاتفاقية وتعمل على تنفيذ الإجراءات حسب خطة عمل أوسلو، وكذلك كافة الإجراءات ذات الصلة من بنود الاتفاقية وحسب الإمكانيات والقدرات المتوفرة. وبالرغم من كل التحديات إلا أن برنامج شؤون الألغام العراقي ماضي في إحراز التقدم المنشود، وأدناه ما تم تحقيقه خلال عام 2023. أولاً، بلغت مساحة الأراضي المطلقة نتيجة أعمال المسح الغير التقني والتقني وأعمال الإزالة التي تحتوي على ألغام مضادة للأفراد 23,935,751 متر مربع. بلغت مساحة الأراضي المطلقة نتيجة أعمال المسح غير التقني والمسح التقني وأعمال الإزالة للأراضي التي تحتوي على ألغام ذات طبيعة مرتجلة تفعل بالضحية ما يقارب 121,834,456 متر مربع. تم اكتشاف أراضي ملغومة جديدة من خلال أعمال المسح غير التقني والمسح التقني لم تسجل سابقا في قاعدة البيانات، حيث بلغت مساحتها 20,639,964 متر مربع. تم اكتشاف أراضي تحتوي على ألغام ذات طبيعة مرتجلة جديدة من خلال أعمال المسح غير التقني والمسح التقني لم تسجل سابقا في قاعدة البيانات، حيث بلغت مساحتها 127,204,749 متر مربع. تم تدمير أكثر من 7,914 لغم مضاد للأفراد، وتدمير أيضا 26,069 لغم ذات طبيعة مرتجلة. تم إطلاق الاستراتيجية الوطنية لشؤون الألغام 2023 إلى 2028 بدعم من مركز جنيف الدولي للأغراض الإنسانية لكي تتماشى مع فترة تمديد التزامات العراق تجاه الاتفاقية. ثامناً، تعمل على تطوير القابليات وزيادة الكفاءة من خلال التشجيع على إقامة الشراكات مع المنظمات الدولية والمنظمات المحلية لأجل بناء قدرات وطنية قادرة على مواجهة التحدي المتبقي من التلوث بالألغام، وكذلك من أجل بناء قدرات وطنية مستدامة. تم إجراء أكثر من 7,108 حملة توعوية، وكان عدد المستفيدين ما يقارب 586,096 شخص مصنفين حسب العمر والجنس. سيد الرئيس، ختاما، إن جمهورية العراق تتقدم ببالغ الشكر لكم وللمجتمع الدولي كافة ولوحدة دعم التنفيذ ولكافة الدول المانحة التي قدمت الدعم للعراق لاهتمامكم وثقتكم ودعمكم نحو بناء عراق آمن مستقر ومزدهر خال من الألغام، وشكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much, Iraq. Now I will give the floor to the Republic Democratic of Congo, following by Ethiopia. Republic Democratic of Congo, you have the floor.
Bonjour à tous. Je n'ai pas grand-chose à dire. Je voulais juste vous informer que depuis 2014, que mon pays et une masse avait organisé une enquête non technique, c'est-à-dire la réenquête pour avoir une nouvelle cartographie. Et jusqu'à ce jour, nous n'avons pas encore eu une enquête, dans le sens que ensemble avec UNMAS, nous venons d'initier une réenquête à l'est du pays et dans les provinces lourdement contaminées pour que nous ayons une nouvelle cartographie. C'est après le retour de mes agents sur le terrain, qui seraient de retour les 5 juillet, que j'aurai à faire une demande de prolongation de l'article 5. Voilà ce que j'avais à vous dire. Donc, l'équipe que j'ai envoyée sur le terrain, ensemble avec UNMAS, serait de retour à Kinshasa le 5 juillet. C'est après cette date que nous allions procéder à la demande de prolongation pour l'article 5. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Now, I have in my list Ethiopia, following by Nigeria. Ethiopia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is great pleasure and honor to address this august body on an overview of Ethiopian effort and the challenge regarding the implementation of the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention. Ethiopia ratified the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban according to Ottawa Convention in 2004 and entered to force in 2005 with the goal of clearing contamination caused by landmines and explosive remnant of war by 2025. Of Ethiopia, 11 regions, 7 regions are believed to be affected by explosive ordnance, including landmines. Those regions contains 152 contaminated areas covering 726 square kilometers. Of those areas, confirmed hazardous area make up 19%, while suspected hazard area account for 81%. Given the remaining contamination, achieving an anti-personnel landmine-free status by 2025 is not feasible. 94% of non-contaminated areas are located in the Somali region. In Tigray region, there are 35 waradas, and in Afar region, there are 15 waradas are identified as contaminated areas. In Somali region, the majority of contamination from Legas mine is situated in the border area of East Goshamo, with other area required land release in the cancellation. The remaining region of Benishangul Gumuz, Gambella, Oromia, and the Amara also require resurveying and the land release. In Tigray, approximately 6,091,989 square meters are contaminated by landmine from the Ethiopian War during in 1998 up to 2000. Data does not include a key area where high level of contamination are known, such as the Eritrea border and the recent explosive remnant of war contamination. In addition to the 3,006,349 square meter Legas mine find in Afar, there are 3 reported suspected hazardous area in the northern region that require surveying. Minefield exists across 3 international borders, and unexploded ordnance from recent conflict further complicates the situation. Landmines have caused numerous casualties and injuries, significantly affecting the local community, especially women and the children. Also, landmines disrupt agriculture, infrastructure, and the development, leading to the displacement of community and the restriction on mobility. The government of Ethiopia has commenced developing a national mine action strategy. The government of Ethiopia continues to assess applications from 5 international mine action organizations, those GCA, DRC, HI, Allotrust, and the BBC Media Action for accreditation. Ethiopia is also developing national mine action technical standards, with 1 standard for accreditation completed last year, and the 9 more expected to be developed in collaboration with partners in 2024, in collaboration with United Nations Mine Action Service. Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in delivering explosive ordnance risk education, partners reached 2080 866 beneficiary in Afar, Amara, Tigray, and the Somali. Also, 1,485 humanitarian workers received URE awareness education. Similarly, training of community focal point, data and information management, and explosive ordnance assessment continued in the northern part of the region. The Ethiopian Mine Action Office responded to emergency humanitarian and development blockages. In collaboration with UNAMIS, Ethiopian Mine Action Office undertook a side event at 2024 National Directors Meeting in Geneva on mine action progress in Ethiopia. Ethiopia continues to integrate convention implementation activity into national plans and the response between the mine action community and the relevant humanitarian development and the human rights community. Mine action efforts are included in the country humanitarian response plan and other development initiatives. Ethiopia uses all mechanisms within the convention to disseminate information on challenge and the requirement for assistance, including the Article 7 transparency report for 2023 and the previous years. Ethiopia faces logistical and financial challenges in the mining effort, especially in accessing remotely located border minefield. Ethiopia plans to increase surveying and the clearance in unsurveyed areas, complete accreditation, and sign MOU with interested operators. The focus will be on clearing immediate blockage, improving understanding of contamination through accurate surveys, prioritize human resource development, strengthening technical expertise, addressing funding challenges, developing clear verification mechanisms in the quality management system, and investing in information management with updates, equipment, and the skills. Ethiopia seeks further international support in the area of financial, technical, and material assistance, as well as training in the capacity building for local demining teams. In an effort to integrate the convention implementation activity into national plans and the responses between the mine action community and the relevant humanitarian development and the human rights community in Ethiopia. Mine action is included in the humanitarian response plan and other crucial document also regarding to establishing national platform for regard stakeholders dialogue. The mine action area of responsibility is active and the financial and the functional. Commemoration of International Mine Awareness and assistance to mine action was colorful celebrated also. On 1st of February 2024, donors meeting was held to discuss and share on the progress made in the challenge faced. Mr. Chair, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, Ethiopia called on international community to redouble its effort to support developing countries, particular mine affected countries in their effort to mine clearance. In this regard, Ethiopia reaffirmed its commitment to the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention and the calls for continued and sustained financial and technical support for mine clearance efforts. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks, distinguished delegate of Ethiopia. Now I have in my list Nigeria, following by Somalia. Nigeria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the newly established National Mine Action Center Nigeria, I would like to appreciate the ISU's role in creating an enabling environment, enabling platform for capacity building and support in mine-related activities throughout the world. As you may be aware, Nigeria acceded to Ottawa Convention on 27 September 2001 and ratified same on the 1st March 2002. Since then, Nigeria has worked diligently to meet its obligation to the convention through Ministry of Defense and Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In 2019, the government of Nigeria constituted Interministerial Committee on Anti-Personnel Ban Convention to develop national mine action strategy and work plan for survey clearance in the northeastern state of Nigeria affected by the activities of Boko Haram insurgency. Since inception, The committee has succeeded in working with the other partners in the mine action sector and secured 4-year extension through Article 5 extension request from 31st December 2021 to 31st December 2025. At the end of 19 meeting of state parties held virtually in November 2021, where the following obligations were expected. 1, establish National Mine Action Center. 2, come up with the National Mine Action Strategy and Work Plan. 3, strengthening the effort of deliver of mine risk education. And number 5 is to prepare the ground for non-technical survey, technical survey, and clearance where the access of those contaminated areas have improved. In 2022, the committee submitted an interim report to the federal government of Nigeria through the Minister of Defense, where the need for establishment of National Mine Action Center to coordinate all mine action activities in Nigeria was adequately discussed. And consequently, the federal government of Nigeria established the National Mine Action Center to be located in Maiduguri, Borno State. However, considering the bureaucratic process before the full operationalization of the center, the center has been reaching out to stakeholders for capacity building and other support. Furthermore, it is worthy to mention that on the 21st May 2024, Nigeria appointed Khalifa Mohammed Lawan as the first National Director and Coordinator of National Mine Action Center Nigeria to oversee and coordinate all mine action activities in the country. With this development, Nigeria is looking forward to building an enabling environment for mine action partners to work with us to achieving the convention obligation and free contamination for safe communities. Accordingly, National Mine Action Center Nigeria is mindful of the convention protocol and reports and will do everything possible to respond to those protocols and report as soon as possible. Also, taking into consideration the 5 pillars of national mine actions, Nigerian Mine Action Center is welcoming partners to work with us in continue building the capacity of the center for better output and response. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, National Mine Action Center Nigeria is once again call for all stakeholders and organizational support in the following areas. 1, capacity building for technical and mine action operations such as surveys and clearance. 2, development of protocol and documentation of mine action pillars. 3, capacity building in resource attraction and partnership in all 5 mine action pillars. And number 4, support with mine action tools and equipment for mine clearance. And number 5, share valuable information that will empower the regional approach to achieving mine action free communities in Africa and the world at large. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished delegates of Nigeria, and I now give the floor to distinguished delegates of Somalia.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Somalia has embarked on the implementation of its Article 5 work plan endorsed by the state parties. The work plan involving clearance, including NTS, risk education, and capacity development activities in Somalia. I am pleased to inform you that survey and clearance activities have been progressing well, and hundreds of Somali nationals and international are deployed in the field to carry out mine and ERW clearance and survey in affected communities in accessible regions in Somalia. Explosive ordnance risk education effort is continued, and the mine action partners are adopting innovative approaches to continue activities and expand the coverage targeting the most vulnerable groups from the affected population. The mine action program in Somalia, along with the operators in the country, has established a national technical working group working on revising the national standard, standardizing the EORE materials, and formulating work plans to reach affected communities. The EORE sector also made progress to develop the first ever EORE package specific to IEDs in Somalia, and before the end of the year, we expected to roll out the disseminations of IED risk education messages into mainly urban settings and affected rural areas to raise awareness of risk education associated with IEDs and address the devastating consequences of IED incidents of the civilian population. The government of Somalia, in partnership with the international stakeholders, has made significantly the government of Somalia, in partnership with the international stakeholders, has made significant progress towards strengthening the capacity, the capability of National Mine Action Authority, SEMA, to serve better for those in need of mine action response. The capacity of SEMA in planning, information management, coordination, and prioritizing of mine action has improved. SEMA is at a final stage to use MIS-MACOA system to manage the national database effectively. In addition to that, SEMA operations personnel continue providing on-the-job training that help to provide oversight to the ongoing humanitarian mine action projects in the regional states. The mine action bill for SEMA has been waited for a long time, but I'm pleased to report that the Office of the Prime Minister submitted SEMA bill this month on 1st June 2024, along with 14 others to the Federal Parliament for approval. The Minister of Internal Security of the Federal Government of Somalia was committed to tabling the bill to the Parliament. This bill is expected to allow SEMA to receive national funding to sustainably support the oversight of the humanitarian mine action sector in Somalia. Distinguished delegates, Madam Chair, despite making progress, from next month, we will have limited clearance teams to be deployed in the states, which will affect the progress in meeting Article 5 obligations. Insufficient funding is forcing some international mine action operators to reduce their operational capacity starting this month of June. The current armed conflict in some parts of the country and the increase in the use of IEDs are some of the major challenges worsening the need for emergency mine action response. The presence of the explosive ordnance, among other factors, continues to impact the safety of the population, hindering to humanitarian assistance and undermining the protection of civilians. Your Excellencies, in line with our national implementation work plan for the Article 5 obligation, our focus will remain to define the accurate threat picture of the contaminated areas and provide explosive ordnance risk education and subsequent clearances to improve the safety of the population and their livelihoods and be able to access land resources without concern of explosive ordnances. Allow me to conclude my remarks by thanking the people and the governments of donor countries who contributed to the mine action program in Somalia. We look forward to your continued partnership on our way forward to a mine-free Somalia. I thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, distinguido delegado de Somalia. Quiero llamar su atención sobre el hecho de que tenemos 34 minutos para terminar este punto de la agenda y tengo en mi lista aproximadamente 12 delegaciones. Yo creo que vamos a cerrar la lista ahí. Entonces, les ruego que por favor destaquen los puntos en los cuales quieren hacer mayor énfasis de sus presentaciones y que hagamos economía del tiempo. Ahora tengo en mi lista a Sri Lanka, seguido de Omán y luego Tayikistán. Les ruego por favor a todos nuevamente tratar de ser breves en sus intervenciones para que tengamos la oportunidad de escucharnos todos. Sri Lanka tiene la palabra.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies, member of ISU, ladies and gentlemen. The government of Sri Lanka recognized the importance of achieving the status of mine-free Sri Lanka, and it is planning to clear the Sri Lankan soil from all explosive ordnance in non-hazardous area by the end of 2027 with all reasonable effort. Furthermore, Sri Lanka's completion timeline will be depend on the discovery of previous unknown contaminated areas identified through the completion survey process and the availability of funding. Next slide. Sri Lanka National Mine Action Completion Survey Strategy was developed by National Mine Action Center with the support of GICSD in collaboration with other stockholders in March 2023. The government of Sri Lanka endorsed the strategy, demonstrating the government strategic commitment to completion with the 4 main objectives as shown on the screen. Next slide, please. National ownership and coordination are the most vital part of this program to conduct the completion survey, clearance, and to meet the other 3 objectives. Therefore, the government of Sri Lanka conduct awareness program among the national authorities, including the Department of Forest and Wildlife. Management of residual contamination is essential for the further monitoring, spot tasks, and clearance if any contamination is found after the termination of the program. To address this, National Mine Action Center has initiated developing capacity of the Sri Lankan Army Humanitarian Demining Unit by providing standard training and workshops with the support of GICSD and ISU of APMBC. Additionally, the government of Sri Lanka has provided funds to enhance the equipment capacity of Humanitarian Demand Unit of Sri Lanka Army, which will be the successor of National Mine Action Center. The staff transition is being conducted by National Mine Action Center with the support of all organizations currently working in Sri Lanka Mine Action Program, including the Hello Trust, MAG International, SHARP, and DASH. The government of Sri Lanka is also providing vocational training and other suitable training to deminers and their family members to ensure their financial stability. The completion survey is ongoing in 425 Gramnildari division, which are the smallest government administrative divisions of the country. Up to now, 313 Gramnildari divisions have been validated. 224 Gramnildari divisions are recommended to be declared as a mine-free, and 236 Gramnildari divisions are required follow-up visit. Completion survey is conducted by all mine action organizations and closely monitored by the National Mine Action Center's representative. According to the result of completion survey, 96 new hazardous area in war-affected provinces, in other words, 4.29 square kilometers were identified. Next slide. The progress of as of 31st December 2023 is shown on the screen. During the 2023 cleared and released area as safe zones were approximately 6.1 square kilometer, including mine clearance, battle area clearance, technical survey, and cancellation after the survey. The areas to be cleared are shown on the screen, approximately. Next slide. Approximately 24.1 square kilometers remaining to be clear before 2028. This target is quite challenging to Sri Lanka to achieve by 2028.
Escúcheme, distinguido delegado, quisiera invitarlo a concluir prontamente su intervención para dar oportunidad a otras delegaciones, si fuera posible. Gracias.
However, this will not be an easy target without continued support from respective donors and clearing organizations. as well from the GICSD and the ISU of APMBC. The government of Sri Lanka expects continuous funding and support from all the partners, including donor countries and GICSD, for the respective clearance organization and the national capacity building. For those who are interested in supporting Sri Lankan Mine Action Program, detailed project proposals can be provided. We sincerely expect your attention for the funding requirement based on new funding projections and resource mobilization strategy, which is under development. Furthermore, we also focused on providing comprehensive support to those affected by landmine and other remnants of war, aligned with Oslo Action 35. For the success of victim integration process, technical support and donor commitments are vital for the Sri Lankan Mine Action Program, even after the 2028. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias por su intervención. Acepte mis disculpas nuevamente por tratar de acelerar el tiempo. Es procurando que principalmente los estados afectados que tienen presentaciones por hacer tengan la oportunidad de hacerlo efectivamente. En mi lista tengo una serie de estados afectados y otros estados parte que no tienen esta condición. Trataré de darle prioridad en el tiempo a los estados que tienen afectación por minas antipersonal y que tienen temas relacionados con el artículo 5º en la presentación. El próximo en mi lista es Omán, seguido de Tayikistán. Omán tiene la palabra.
صباح الخير سيد الرئيس. العرض الموجود ليس لسلطنة عمان. سوف أقدم العرض بدون أي شرائح. سيد الرئيس، أصحاب السعادة والمندوبين، تحية طيبة. أعرب عن شكر وتقدير بلادي سلطنة عمان لجهود هيئة تنفيذ اتفاقية نزل الألغام المضادة للأفراد ولكل المساعي الحميدة الرامية لتحقيق العدالة لضحايا الألغام وتحقيق السلم والأمن في عالمنا الذي أنهكته الحروب والنزاعات، وسبيل خلاصه الوحيد هو لغة الحوار، تغليب لغة الحوار والتعاون. سيد الرئيس، يسرني أن أشير إلى التقدم الذي حققته سلطنة عمان في تطهير المناطق المشتبه بها من الألغام، حيث تم وضع خطة زمنية اعتبارا من شهر فبراير 2015، أي من لحظة انضمام السلطنة إلى الاتفاقية التي تنتهي في فبراير 2025، ولمدة تغطي 10 سنوات. تم تقسيم المناطق المشتبه بها إلى 11 موقعا مختلف المساحات. تم الانتهاء من تطهير 9 مناطق والعمل جاري بالموقع العاشر بنسبة تزيد عن 79.1%. الموقع ال11 سوف يتم تنفيذ العمل به خلال هذه السنة حسب الخطة الموضوعة مسبقا. لم تحدث أي إصابات على القائمين بالعمل فيما يخص بحوادث الألغام، وكذلك على الجانب المدني منذ التوقيع على الاتفاقية. سيد الرئيس، تلتزم سلطنة عمان بتنفيذ بنود الاتفاقية دون الحاجة إلى طلب فترة تمديد لاحقة، وكما ترحب سلطنة عمان بزيارة اللجنة التي ستشكل من وحدة دعم تنفيذ اتفاقية حظر الألغام المضادة للأفراد في أي وقت يرونه مناسبا، وسيتم اطلاعهم على كل التفاصيل الخاصة بالخطة التي يتم تنفيذها. سيد الرئيس، ستواصل بلادي سلطنة عمان تعاونها مع مؤسسات الأمم المتحدة وهيئاتها، ماضية على نهجها القويم الساعي لإرساء الاستقرار والتعايش السلمي وتغليب الصالح العام والمبادئ السامية لميثاق الأمم المتحدة. وشكرا.
Muchas gracias, distinguido delegado de Omán. Ahora tiene la palabra Tayikistán, seguido de Turquía. Tayikistán, tiene usted la palabra.
Okay. Dear ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like using this opportunity to thank Committee of Convention and ISU for organizing the international meeting. And on this slide, you can see the process of manual demining training in the Tajikistan National Mine Action Center. Tajikistan is working to submit the next extension request for 2026-2030. And we received the official information from the ISU to submit the new extension request by 23 March 2025. Next slide, please. Since the beginning of the national humanitarian demining operation in the country, the humanitarian demining company of the Ministry of Defense, FSD and NPA, and the Union Support of Tajikistan joined the land release activities in the country. Next slide, please. This diagram illustrated the process made since the start of program in 2004 up to the mid-June 2024. In that, more than 33.9 million square meters of contaminated land is released through survey and mine clearance. And the result, more than 85,000 anti-personnel mines and anti-tank mines as well, more than 36,000 and explosive ordnance found and destroyed. In total, 414 hazard areas were released. Next slide, please. Here, I would like to bring for attention the updates of the progress made by Tajikistan during the 2019-2023 in accordance with the extension request. In 2019, on the date of submission of our second extension request, the remaining challenge was nearby 9 million square meters. In accordance with the extension request, the planned target for the period 2019-2023 was 6.5 million square meters, and the result of land release for the period 2019 and 2023 was 6.5 million square meters under the current extension request. And here, as you can see, about 2.3 million square meters are left for clearance in the framework of the current extension request, that is by the end of 2025. Next slide, please. However, the reality shows a different situation. Despite the significant progress made by the country, there is still much to be done ahead, and no minefield which had to be minefield because in other information were found during the survey operation within the extension period. In total number of the found unknown minefields in 52, with the total area more than 9 million square meters. Here you can see the red areas where these minefields were found. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see the survey activities carried out demanding the period of 2019-2023. Brown color demonstrated the size of confirmed areas with minefield records, and the red color, the confirmed new hazard areas which have to be minefield records divided by years. Next slide, please. Now I would like to give some information about the work plan for the period of 2021-2025. As was recommended by ISU, all remaining hazard areas are divided among the demining actors in Tajikistan. The remaining challenges by the end of May 2024, 154 hazard areas measuring nearby 12 million square meters. From this amount, 145 confirmed hazard areas measuring more than 11 million square meters and 9 suspected hazard area measuring around nearby 1 million square meters. Here you can see the table demonstrating more detailed projection of the size of contaminated areas. Next slide, please. Dear colleagues, the majority of Tajikistan is mountains, and the higher number of contaminated areas are located in remote, hard-to-reach, high hill area. Most of the hazard areas are located in remote territory with no access or limited access. On this slide, you can see the terrain where hazard areas are located in our country. Next slide, please. According to the Tajikistan National Mine Action Statistics and Post-Clearance Impact Assessment, government and local population are using the cleared land for agriculture, road construction, disaster mitigation, etc. Next slide, please. And then On behalf of Republic of Tajikistan, I would like to thank our current donors, U.S. Department of State, OSCE, Norway, and our partners, FSD, NPA, JSHD, ISU, RCRC, for their valuable contribution to Tajikistan Mine Action Program. And I would like to urge the international donors community to grant its support to Tajikistan Mine Action Program to make our country mine-free, and by doing this, improve the lives of our people and help economy of Tajikistan grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate of Tajikistan. Now I give the floor to the distinguished delegate of Turkey. Turkey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to thank the members of the Committee on Article 5 Implementation and ISU for their efforts. Mr. Chair, as part of the Eastern Border Mine Clearance Project, ABMCP, Phase 3 non-technical survey activities have been completed by commercial contractors by the end of 2023. As a result of NTS project, Turkey has a total of 225 square kilometers area to be addressed in the context of Article 5 obligations. During the field visits carried out within the scope of NTS project, especially on Iraq border, areas not used by residents due to the suspicion of mine contamination were identified. These new hazardous areas were added to the Turmak database following confirmation of new information and documents obtained, on-site evidence accessed, and consultations had with the residents during field visits conducted within the NTS project. Through Phase 3 of the project, a total area of 3.6 square kilometers has been addressed, and 49,300 mines have been destroyed in Ağrı, Ardahan, Iğdır, and Kars provinces. As a result of the project, mine clearance of Ardahan and Kars provinces has been completed. Military demining teams of Turkey addressed more than 600,000 square meters of land and 20,500 mines found destroyed in 2023. Currently, a total of 50 military demining teams, 8 MEMAT mechanical demining machines, and 10 mine detection dogs are operational. Mr. Chair, Turmak provided trainers training to 64 personnel from demining units of Turkish Land Forces Command in 2023. Again, in 2023, General Command of Gendarmerie EORE teams provided EORE sessions to more than 2,000 residents. Training sessions are planned for 9 more provinces in 2024. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Turkey. Now I give the floor to the distinguished delegation of Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, you have the floor.
Thank you. The chair of the Committee on Article 5 Implementation, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates and colleagues, I take this opportunity to give a brief update on Zimbabwe's Article 5 implementation. Next. Zimbabwe's demining program is progressing well, albeit behind schedule, as the country strives to fulfill its obligation of mine-free, although 2025 deadline seems unattainable. Work remains on 5 of the country's provinces, as shown on the map and the statistics below. Next. The state of minefields. Next. That's the, and next. The initial contamination was 310,650,000, and the area cleared is 295,218,350. The remaining contamination as of 31 May as 15,431,642, covering the provinces as shown on the screen. From the above statistics, it is now certain that the 2025 deadline is no longer achievable. As such, Zimbabwe will request an additional extension period. The target for 2024 is to release 5,545,000 square meters. If this target is met, we can safely say by the end of 2026 or early 2027, the country will meet its Article 5 obligation, provided the current capacity remains or is increased. Hence, we plead with our donors for continuous support and also solicit for others to come on board. Next. See, in a bid to continue soliciting for continued donor funding, support, and advocacy, Zimbabwe belatedly commemorated the International Day for Mine Awareness and Victim Assistance on the 11th of April. The occasion was in a bid to show government commitment on the program. The occasion was graced by the Honorable Minister of Defense. Among the attendees were the current and potential donors, mine victim assistance practitioners, government officials, internationally and national media. Next. Challenges that affected the Zimbabwe program. Zimbabwe, like any other state party, was affected by natural disasters. Furthermore, there was a drastic cut in funding to our demining partners towards the end of 2022 into 2023, leading to capacity reduction. All the four international demining organizations accredited to Zimbabwe had to lay off a sizable number of deminers. There were also challenges in re-equipping the NMCU. This resulted in failing to meet the 2023 target, which was a turning point for meeting the 2025. On this aspect, by the end of 2023, operators received a boost in funding and the NMCU was partially equipped. This brought bright expectations going into 2024. Look forward. Next, please. ZIMAX looks forward to continue funding and re-equipping the NMCU up to the end and beyond to deal with any residual risk contamination. The government has placed demining as of high importance and high priority to ensure the country makes strides to fulfill its obligations. Next, conclusion. In conclusion, Zimbabwe government remains fully committed to meet its obligations under the APMBC. However, the challenge is beyond the government's resources, and as such, international assistance is highly sought. I also want to express our gratitude. Next slide. Our gratitude to our, next slide, please. Our gratitude to our current donors and I want to express our gratitude to our demining partners, namely Apopo, Hello Trust, MAG, and NPA, who are for their professional work in the country. Not forgetting the donor countries and also the support we always receive from GIC, SD, and ISU. I thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate of Zimbabwe. Now I have in my list almost 6 solicitudes, but the following two are Norway and the European Union. I will invite them to have a short intervention, hopefully around 4 minutes, no more than 5 minutes. And I beg for your indulgence in this. And we have these limited resources of time. Yeah, but we are almost ready to finish this third point of the agenda. So please, Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I hear you on time management. There can be no doubt that this convention has saved countless lives, but we cannot take success for granted, and keeping up the speed of mine action globally is absolutely necessary to reach our goal of preventing humanitarian harm. We see a deeply concerning trend of new use in several states, and every year affected states see the need to request extensions to their clearance deadlines. So this tells us that we must work harder to ensure that mine action receives the political attention it deserves so that we keep up the speed that we need on the road to declaring even more states mine-free. Recent years have also seen a drop in funding to mine action. So we must we must secure more funding and we must use it wisely. That means ensuring that funds are not squandered on expensive clearance in cases where technical or non-technical survey could lead to the land release. Last year, Norway, with several of our partners, presented a mapping of funding for mine-affected states. The study looked at how affected states parties close to completing their Article 5 obligations can reach the finishing line, and how we can support them in doing so. From this stems the idea to set up a dedicated fund to helping states parties complete the job. We believe this is something that merits more exploration towards the review conference. Finally, Norway will continue to be a major donor to mine action. We will keep pushing for more efficiency, targeted risk education, stronger gender mainstreaming, innovation, and greener response. I thank you.
Thank you very much for your comprehensive and short intervention. Now the European Union has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and the candidate countries, North Macedonia, Montenegro, Albania, Ukraine, Republic of Moldova aligned themselves with this statement. The EU would like to thank the committee for its work with regard to the implementation of Article 5 and related mine clearance actions of the Oslo Action Plan. We strongly condemn Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine, as well as the use of anti-personnel mines and improvised anti-personnel mines that makes Ukraine the most mine-contaminated country in the world. We call on Russia to immediately stop its war of aggression against Ukraine and demand the immediate, complete, and unconditional withdrawal from the entire territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. The EU has continued and will continue through policy and funding to support mine clearance activities to help mine-affected state parties meet their Article 5 obligations. The EU and its member states have continued to be major donors for mine action assistance worldwide. Since the last review conference, the EU has remained a major donor to mine action in the world, with 93.42 million euros allocated since 2022 under the crisis response instruments and another 8.5 million euros in 2022 and 16 million euros in 2023 under humanitarian aid. The EU has also provided continuous financial support to the ISU under Council decision, in support of the Oslo Action Plan. Mr. Chair, anti-personnel mine contamination continues to cause harm, instill fear, deny access, impede socioeconomic development, and stop refugees and internally displaced people from returning home. The burden placed by anti-personnel mines and explosive remnants of war on individuals, families, communities, regions, and states remains high and unacceptable. We are very concerned about new contaminations in countries such as Iraq, Libya, Syria, Yemen, Myanmar, as well as in the Sahel. The EU condemns in the strongest possible terms the use of anti-personnel landmines anywhere, anytime, and by any actor. Additionally, the EU encourages state parties that are reported to be contaminated by mines of an improvised nature to continue building awareness of the need to address this contamination within the framework of the Convention. Mr. Chair, the EU would like to express its strong support towards the state parties that are making efforts to complete mine clearance operations to the fullest extent possible by 2025, to bring us closer to the fulfillment of our shared goal of a world free of anti-personnel mines. Significant progress has been made in the implementation of the Oslo Action Plan in that regard, and we must redouble our efforts to meet the challenges that remain. Over the course of the Convention's history, we have witnessed an increase in repeated extensions, missed deadlines, delayed implementation, and non-implementation of commitments. The EU reminds all states that Article 5 deadline extension requests should be considered an exceptional measure and to make every effort to complete their obligation under the treaty in full and on time. The EU acknowledges and values the effort and commitment in that regard by many states. We call on state parties to submit detailed work plans for the extensions periods requested, including cost analysis and context-specific initiatives for mine risk reduction and reduction in affected communities as set out in the Oslo Action Plan. Providing such details gives state parties confidence that the extension request is realistic and implementable. The failure to implement clearance obligations under the Convention and to regularly communicate progress has significant humanitarian and socioeconomic impact. The EU regrets that 14 states parties have to meet their mine clearance obligations by 2025 and that only a few remain likely to meet this deadline. Therefore, we strongly encourage efforts from all concerned state parties given the multiple extension requests expected this year. We also call on state parties to submit detailed work plans for the extensions period requested, including cost analysis and context-specific initiatives for mine risk education and reduction in affected communities. We also encourage state parties to keep national mine action standards up to date in accordance with the latest international mine action standards. The EU welcomes this decision by state parties at 21 MSP to continue exploring how to strengthen the Article 5 process, including how to best implement these recommendations, and encourages reinforcing the synergies between the Committee on Article 5 implementation and the Committee on the Enhancement of Cooperation and Assistance, as well as enhancing the dialogue with expert organizations. Finally, the EU supports the establishment of an informal support group for the Article 5 Committee and continue exploring how to strengthen the Article 5 process, including input from relevant stakeholders. The full version of our statement will be accessible on the website. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias, distinguida delegada de la Unión Europea. El tiempo se acabó, pero ya han anunciado que podemos extendernos 9 minutos más. En mi lista tengo aún 6 solicitudes, pero creo que podemos abordar 2, Australia y México. Les pido el favor, intervenciones de 4 minutos para cerrar a las 10:40. Australia tiene la palabra.
Thank you for giving me the floor, Chair. We thank you, together with Sweden, Thailand and the UK, for your detailed work on these matters. Australia is committed to supporting the implementation of the Mine Ban Convention and other international action towards a world free of landmines and other explosive remnants of war. We commend the progress highlighted today by states parties implementing Article 5 commitments and in yesterday's reports as well. We acknowledge also that making progress in clearing landmine contaminated areas remains a persistent challenge for many states parties. As we've heard, lack of financial resources, security concerns, border challenges, and difficulties in terms of access to contaminated areas have been cited as key challenges in fulfilling Article 5. It is evident that funding is not always sufficient to support countries with outstanding obligations, as is indicated in countries' presentations and in the findings of your own committee. Australia confirms that we will continue our long-standing support of the effective operation of this convention in a range of different ways, including our contributions to affected countries for mine clearance, along with victim assistance, together with our annual voluntary contributions to the Implementation Support Unit, as well as our sponsorship coordination and contributions. I thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, distinguido delegado de Australia. Ahora le doy la palabra a la distinguida delegación de México.
Gracias, señor coordinador. En primer lugar, queremos agradecerles a los coordinadores del Comité del Artículo 5 por su trabajo y esfuerzo durante este ciclo, así como su compromiso demostrado para implementar el plan de acción de Oslo en sus funciones. Nos es grato saber que el comité está en buenas manos. Coincidimos en lo expresado por el comité en la importancia de incluir a los operadores y actores activos en el terreno durante nuestros esfuerzos, y en particular en el análisis de los procesos de extensión. Como sabemos, en 2012, durante la 12ª reunión de Estados parte, hace más de 10 años ya, se presentaron serias reflexiones sobre el proceso de prórroga en virtud del artículo 5. Asimismo, la reunión de Estados parte en La Haya invitó al Comité de Aplicación del artículo 5 a seguir reforzando el proceso de solicitud de prórroga de este artículo y la adhesión de acciones pertinentes en el Plan de Acción de Oslo. Es una tarea que se tendrá que ver colmada en la conferencia de examen de este año y reflejada en el nuevo plan de acciones a elaborar. En este sentido, nos podemos compartir brevemente algunas reflexiones que tenemos sobre el proceso. Referente al contenido de las solicitudes de extensión, consideramos que contar con un plan de trabajo plurianual para el periodo de prórroga, elaborado mediante un proceso inclusivo, es fundamental para la presentación de dichas extensiones. Asimismo, para México y en consonancia con la acción 24 del Plan de Acción de Oslo, consideramos fundamental que las solicitudes de extensión cuenten con un plan de educación de riesgo. Consideramos que este aspecto de especial relevancia, particularmente teniendo en cuenta los retos derivados de una continuación duradera en el territorio de numerosos estados parte. Lamentamos que la mayoría de los estados afectados siga considerando el tema de educación de riesgo una idea secundaria, tanto en sus informes como en las reuniones, a pesar de su potencial para salvar vidas y en ocasiones a pesar de los amplios esfuerzos desplazados en sus territorios. De igual manera, es fundamental fortalecer las sinergias. En este sentido, consideramos valioso los enfoques transversales a fin de apoyar a la aplicación de los mecanismos de la Convención. Por ejemplo, una estrecha colaboración entre el Comité sobre la aplicación del artículo 5 y el Comité sobre cooperación y asistencia. Como se ha hecho en el pasado, son enfoques que se han considerado bastante fructíferos y que apoyen a otorgar un enfoque individualizado a cada estado. Además de la intensificación de colaboración con estados donantes que ayuda a garantizar un nivel adecuado de financiación en relación con su plan de trabajo y a la solicitud de prórroga. Sabemos que son varios los obstáculos que impiden a los estados a veces de otorgar sus extensiones en tiempo debido a la falta de acceso, capacidades, recursos, reestructuración de presupuestos debido a COVID-19 y en algunos casos debido a una falta de voluntad política. Otra opción podría ser, señor coordinador, muy pertinente, como menciona Bélgica en su documento de trabajo en sesiones pasadas, la creación de un subgrupo ad hoc informal de solicitudes de prórroga. Este subgrupo informal, bajo la responsabilidad del propio comité, le ayudaría al mismo a realizar cualquier aportación pertinente, tomando nota de la voluntad de otros estados parte y partes interesadas en apoyar el trabajo del comité, y sin poder comprometerse plenamente al trabajo de este, el subgrupo informal ad hoc podría ser beneficioso para aumentar el diálogo y apoyar el mandato en el desarrollo de análisis de alta calidad ante las numerosas solicitudes de prórroga. Austria, Irlanda y Países Bajos son delegaciones que también apoyan esta propuesta. Señor coordinador, México estima que este apoyo en conjunto podrá ayudar a revertir el lento avance que se ha logrado en los últimos años. Esta tendencia en el cumplimiento de los pasos de desminado, que va retrasada, que va lenta, es solo una cuestión no solo es una cuestión jurídica, sino que implica un aumento en el número de víctimas de minas antipersonal y socava la credibilidad de la Convención. En este sentido, expresamos nuestro apoyo al documento de trabajo presentado por Bélgica ya en sesiones pasadas, el cual ofrece reflexiones y puntos de mejora sobre el cumplimiento de las obligaciones de Estados parte referente al proceso de prórroga al artículo 5º. Entendemos que el trabajo del comité se ve saturado y dichas reflexiones buscan apoyar el trabajo del comité, al cual reiteramos nuestro profundo agradecimiento. Finalmente, para concluir, reiteramos, como lo ha expresado el CICR, que en tiempos de intención internacional, los valores humanitarios compartidos deben ser la base para que los estados avancen. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, distinguida delegada de México. Me veo en la penosa necesidad de cerrar aquí la lista de oradores debido a que debemos continuar con el programa inicialmente establecido. Le presento excusas a quienes no tuvieron oportunidad de hablar en las sesiones de ayer y hoy sobre este punto 3 de la agenda. Los invito a que por favor remitan sus presentaciones a la unidad de apoyo a la implementación con la seguridad de que los haremos distribuir a todos los estados parte. Veremos la posibilidad con la unidad de apoyo a la implementación de tener una sesión adicional, pero eso no es seguro, porque tal vez en los otros puntos de la agenda también habrá la necesidad de extenderse un poco, pero por el momento las circunstancias nos obligan a ello. Tenía en la lista a Austria, España, al ICBL, al Norwegian People Aid, entre otros. Nuevamente, les ruego su comprensión y les quiero agradecer a todos ustedes por su participación. Le quiero agradecer a los demás miembros del comité del artículo 5º también por todo el trabajo en la preparación de este punto 3 de la agenda, por su acompañamiento, apoyo. Ha sido un trabajo en equipo importante. A la unidad de apoyo a la implementación, al servicio de traductores. Y ahora deseo invitar a los panelistas que nos van a presentar el primer panel temático del programa sobre asistencia a víctimas, asegurando sinergias y trabajando hacia adelante. Muchísimas gracias.
Right. Excellencies, dear colleagues, good morning. Good morning. Our thematic discussion is about to start. Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Chilasha Veronica Nkole, and I'm from the Permanent Mission of the Republic of Zambia to the UN. I'm First Secretary there. I am a member of the Committee on Victim Assistance. In my capacity as the member of the Committee on Victim Assistance, I have the honor to moderate this thematic session on victim assistance entitled Ensuring Synergies Work Going Forward. Recognizing the dynamic and evolving nature of victim assistance, it's important to adopt approaches as we move forward. One of the situations to take into account is what happens when respective states parties complete their mine clearance obligations under Article 5. Within Article 5, there has been a lot of discussion on the need to establish a suitable, sustainable national capacity to address any residual challenge. However, victim assistance is different, given that from the beginning, it is critical to embed victim assistance efforts into broader national frameworks. Of the 31 states parties that have declared mine clearance completion, only 8 states parties continue to report on the implementation of victim assistance activities. And as more states parties are advancing towards completion of mine clearance, the need to seek better ways to ensure sustainability beyond mine completion is becoming even more relevant. Dear colleagues, much of this has to do with ensuring that a relevant entity is mandated to do so, and that we are taking advantage of synergies presented by victim assistance. We have many opportunities in this regard, particularly in the areas of disability rights, humanitarian protection, and health. The Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, for example, which is ratified by 36 of the 38 states parties with mine victims, has been increasingly building momentum in guaranteeing the rights of persons with disabilities at both national and global levels. Global events, such as the Global Disability Summit, resolutions by the Security Council and Human Rights Council, and many other global initiatives around disability rights, provide us with more and more opportunities. We need to be mindful of the best way to make these synergies work for the benefit of victim assistance. The expert panel today will discuss in greater detail on how to best ensure long-term thinking in our victim assistance implementation efforts. We are also hopeful that this panel will provide food for thought for the SAMREAP Anchor Action Plan, and in this regard, your active participation, ladies and gentlemen, is necessary. The panel will share best practices and highlight challenges experienced by states parties in establishing national mechanisms or systems to sustain assistance to mine victims. Before I introduce the expert panelists, please note that following their brief interventions, I will open the floor for interventions, questions, or comments, and I wish to remind you to keep your intervention in line with the following questions. Firstly, what tangible progress has been accomplished in relation to Action 34 of the Oslo Action Plan? Second question is, what challenges have been observed as hampering the sustainability of victim assistance at national level over the past 5 years? And lastly, what best practices and innovative strategies could be suggested in improving sustainability in victim assistance? I would now like to welcome the experts. Thanks to all of you for taking part in this important panel. Allow me to introduce them briefly. I'm honored to be joined on this panel by Teddy Akello, the Program Director of the National Mine Action Authority of South Sudan. Teddy is an expert in victim assistance and co-chairs South Sudan's Working Group on Victim Assistance. South Sudan currently implements both victim assistance and mine clearance. Thank you so much for joining us today, Teddy. We are also joined by Mr. Adnan Telfa, Adnan is head of the Victim Assistance and Risk Education at the National Committee of Demining and Rehabilitation of Jordan. Adnan is an expert in victim assistance and has worked in this field for some decades. Thank you so much for joining us, Adnan. We're also joined by Mr. Sarani Diata, coordinator of Solidarity Initiative for Development Actions, Association of Senegalese Mine Survivors. Sarani has been involved in victim assistance for a long time, and his network in Casamance has extensively worked on peer-to-peer support and recently created a rehabilitation center for persons with disabilities and mine survivors in Casamance, Senegal. Congratulations, Sarani. And finally, we are joined by Ms. Sophie Allen. She is a global inclusion specialist of humanity and inclusion. She is a rehabilitation and public health professional with over 20 years of experience in health, disability rights, and humanitarian contexts, including countries with victim assistance obligations under the treaty. As you know, HI provides a wide range of services to mine action victims. So thank you, Sophie, and thank you to all of you for joining us in this panel discussion. So firstly, as we all know, to ensure sustainability of victim assistance, it is critical to ensure a multi-sectoral approach. However, not all contexts are the same. In this regard, I would like to turn to Teddy first to share with us South Sudan's experience in implementing the Oslo Action Plan's commitments in victim assistance, in particular Action 34, to apply multi-sectoral approach and to offer some of the challenges and best practices to consider over the next 5 years. Teddy, you have the floor.
Thank you. Firoz, I would request you to put my PowerPoint. I appreciate ISU and Zambia for allowing me to be part of the panel. And basically, I'm going to share experience from South Sudan context on how we are trying to work with different stakeholders to ensure persons with disability have received interventions in different areas of their lives. I request my PowerPoint to be projected. Okay. I just want to be brief. That's why I wanted my PowerPoint to be projected. What is multi-sectoral efforts? What it entails? If you can see from my picture, this is a boy that had been injured by a landmine. And first of all, he has to be hurried to the hospital for intervention. And after the hospital, he lost his limb. He needed to be amputated and given assistive device. So we see the stakeholders that are engaged. We have first the Ministry of Health, then the Ministry of Gender, Child and Social Welfare, who is responsible for all the rehabilitation services, to issue assistive device. And as a young boy, he needs to go to school. And we have the Ministry of General Education and Instruction that is also considered as one of the key stakeholders in this aspect. And because of challenges, sometimes mobility to go to school, and maybe a parent is not able, he needed to have some support. And we have a key partner, stakeholder, like a Ministry of Finance. So in a brief definition, a multi-sectoral efforts, to my understanding and in our context, is a collaboration of various sector or stakeholders to create conducive environment that meets the needs of all persons with disability through different measures, either policies, laws, or different programming intervention at all levels. So we see in the center of all the stakeholders, we have the child with disability. It can be an organization or person with disability or an individual. So how do they work together to see that this young child is supported and he continues with his life? So first of all, we also acknowledge in this that there is a need for a meaningful participation of a person with disability among the stakeholders to show their visibility. If they are not visible among the stakeholders, then it will not be easy for their needs to be supported. And we see persons with disability generally in different contexts experience different barriers in their life. Because now he has another limb, not his original leg, and his peers may not really as such embrace him in the group. So he already has a barrier physically and in other ways. So why is this approach very important? One, we can see a variety of stakeholders getting involved to support a person or a group of persons. So it attracts diverse resources from different stakeholders to be injected to support this person to recover. And probably competencies, because we need a health person, we need someone from Ministry of Gender, we need someone from the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Finance, all are technical experts in different areas. So it's very important because of that. And then we see it also promotes participation of a person with disability to show the visibility amidst the stakeholders. And then also, we can see it is sort of like support removal of barrier in the life of this child, because now his limb has been put and he can move and he can play like any other child. So somehow it also removed barriers in his life. And then lastly, it also like improve on coordination, because we have the 4 ministries come on board to put hands together so that they can help to support this person with disability continue to live. So those are some of the significance of this approach or an effort that we can put as key stakeholders. What could be the challenges? The challenges are, first of all, we have the Ministry of Health, where we know issues of disability has not been very clear in the past years because Convention on Rights of Persons with Disability was not signed. So probably they don't have enough policy framework on how to support persons with disability in the event of disaster or injuries or any other kind of disease outbreak. Then we also see the Ministry of Gender, who is the lead agency here. It is concerned with the government mandate to support persons with disability. And it had partial legal framework in place because of what was going through in the country. So one of the greatest challenge that we found here, apart from having the partial legal policy framework, the ministry itself did not prioritize funding to support persons with disability. And donors as well did not prioritize funding for persons with disability. In the past years, as you've heard, we are still doing clearance. Much of the efforts have been projected in clearance, not in victim assistance. Then also we see at the department level, under the ministry, the social welfare department did not receive priority of funding within the ministry. So this is about a challenge that is faced in that level. And in that way, services or intervention to persons with disability are limited. Then we see also that there are cultural perspectives that does not recognize disability as a diversity and has respect for human rights. there are many cultures. South Sudan is a diverse country. It has 64 different tribes. And in among the 64, there are others who do not look at children with disability with a good attitude because of their cultural context. So that alone sometimes make them be kept in hiding in the houses without showing exposure because of fear of showing others that maybe their family are having some misfortune. That's why things like disability appears in their home. So that is one of also the major challenge that persons with disability experience. And before we used not to see persons with disability anyhow. But the recent time, because of advocacy, awareness, we started seeing them come on board. So another one, we find that data on persons with disability is not reliable because we have had decades of conflicts, poverty, flood, insecurity of different levels in the country. And all this has been contributing to persons with this persons in one way or another to make them become impaired. So that up to date, we can project and say persons with disability in our country is this number of population. So this has also been a greatest challenge to us as the country. And the prevalence is not known, but what we know, there are many persons with disability in the country. If we are to do like an assessment, then we find also the last that as a government, we have been too much relying on donor funding. We have not created opportunity for our people to be funded within our national budget because of the overriding priorities of the government. So we see here, we rely too much to support persons with disability on donor funding, not from the national budget. And this, to some extent, has also limited services to persons with disability in rural and remote areas because donors sometimes have their own selection of places that they would like to work on, and then others are left. So these are some of the few challenges that we have been experiencing in the country. And I want to share also my recommendation in line of this particular discussion. We have noticed we cannot work alone to support persons with disability. We need to collaborate with different stakeholders. But these stakeholders require capacity development. They need to be build the capacity so that they become technical in one way or another, depending on the sector. And also some needs to be given like a training how to mainstream disability in their program because they don't have idea or knowledge on how to do it. So we have to ensure there is capacity development of even the institutions and then the personnel so that they are able to mainstream disability in their programs at different levels of their sectors. And then we are continuing to engage our government to prioritize funding programs relating to persons with disability at all levels. So this engagement, we are continuing to advocate in all levels to see that in future, the government, because they have already designed as a national social protection policy, that policy is implemented so that some grants are given by the government to support persons with disability irrespective of their location, wherever they are. So we will continue to work with the lead ministry to make this as one of the key areas that we want the government to show responsibility. And then we are also recommending reinforcing on monthly coordination meeting because working with different sectors needs supervision and coordination. So unless we work together, that's when we can know who is working where, who is doing what, in which place. And how about the other location? We can even work together to prioritize the locations according to the number of persons with disability that we have registered. So that is something that we need to work on so that we can improve on how we can support persons with disability. And then another one is involvement of persons with disability at all levels, because of their own passion to receive service of their own interests, we need them to be part of us. So we will continue to promote participation of persons with disability at all levels. The good thing is the government has already established a committee in the parliament that is also being headed by a person with disability that can help to push issues relating to disability at that level in the parliament in any policy framework. So that is to increase participation of persons with disability. Then lastly, we are also recommending continued participation of focal persons in a conference like this, because if you are here, you are able to learn from different countries and also adapt some other lesson learned and take to your country and also implement. Because what I know, there are other action that I came to realize that was not being implemented in our country, but when I could come and I learned from other countries, that's when I could also push up with other partners and the lead ministry so that we can also do something in a specific action. So this would be also something good for us if we can encourage participation of focal persons in meetings. So I beg to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Teddy, for your remarks. We know the challenges that many states are facing in this regard, and despite these challenges, it is impressive to see the work that has been done by South Sudan in pushing the matter forward. Now, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as a state party that finalized its implementation of Article 5 in 2012, Jordan has nonetheless remained engaged in the implementation of victim assistance commitments. I would like to offer the floor now to Adnan to provide us with information on challenges and successes Jordan has experienced in sustaining victim assistance following declaration of mine clearance completion. Jordan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Excellencies, colleagues, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First, I would like to give a small brief about mine action activities in Jordan. Jordan started its demining operation in 1993. That means 6 years even before the AP Mine Convention was born in 1999. And CDR was established in 2007. The Higher Council for the Affairs of People with Disabilities, with Persons with Disabilities, was established in 2007. Jordan signed and ratified the CRPD in 2008, and after that, NCDR, Jordan also ratified and signed the AP Mine Convention in 1999. NCDR has been coordinating victim assistance activities since 2005. In 2008, coordination of victim assistance activities was passed to the Higher Council for the Affairs of People with Disabilities. 2009, NCDR established a steering committee on victim assistance under the umbrella of the HCD with the aim of mainstreaming victim assistance programming within national strategies and in general, and disability strategies in specific. In the year 2012, Jordan celebrated the declaration of Jordan's mine-free country. And this is a good news, and it's a challenging news for other pillars of mine action. And here started the victim assistance story. Some of the main challenges facing Jordan in efforts to provide effective and sustainable assistance to victims are lack of funding, especially after the declaration of meeting Article 5. Actually, we have received only one grant from the Department of State in 2011, and until 2020, we received nothing, neither from the government nor from the donor community. Unregulated relationships and coordinations between Mine Action Authority and different entities that work in victim assistance field. Because after we established the steering committee, in 2015, it was ended because, sometimes maybe some of the stakeholders, they change ministers and they change key persons, so we couldn't manage to proceed with this committee. The non-maintainable efforts of the absence of certain services. So for instance, we established a huge rehabilitation center within the premises of Royal Armed Forces and the health and the Royal Medical Services. And after that, the services provided was only toward the military staff or retired disabled people. We also established a rehabilitation center within the Ministry of Health to lessen the time of waiting for rehabilitation and the limbs. But after the funding was ended, also the program unfortunately was ended too. And here, when we say, when I say that we established as NCDR, it means that we are channeling funding from the donors toward establishing these centers. And the last challenge is that some of the victim activities are not included in the related national framework. Jordan recognizes for victim assistance to be effective and sustainable, it should be integrated into the national policies. Jordan Victim Assistance Program carries out multi-sectoral efforts and new approaches to ensure that needs of rights of mine victims and their independence are effectively addressed through national policies, ensuring that all mine action activities anchored in the country's overall development goals. Actually, after the completion of clearance in 2012, victim assistance continues to ensure efficient and sustainable efforts that reflects compliance within the Oslo Action Plan. Special fund, now I'll talk about the approaches. A special fund has been established at NCDR to support the needs of victim assistance, especially some pressing needs during some seasons in life. Continuous update on victims' data and needs assessment to ensure better planning and cover all aspects required in the future. So we have victim surveillance that's continue with the program. In economic reintegration, the number of beneficiaries of microcredit program that allows survivors to start income generating projects is increased annually because we allocated a fund, an amount of money, about $2,100, and the agricultural fund, which is a governmental entity, and they give loans without interest to survivors to start their own income generating projects, and then they can fly solo. Sustainable agricultural projects. This is a huge project now I'm talking about. It is the national level. Sustainable agricultural projects have been established where survivors and their families will work. And it is in the communities where they reside, so close to them. Coordination is going with the Ministry of Agriculture, the Jordan Valley Authority to expand this approach. And this year we started a new approach, which is a pre-recruitment training approach. I don't know how to explain this, but we take some survivors with skills, and we talk to the employee himself, for instance, some companies. We send the survivor to work with them, and we pay the monthly salary for the survivor for about 6 months. So if the entity see that he deserves to take his place, they will continue working. So this is to encourage also the employees to take our victims and work with them. Here I would like to talk briefly about that Jordan is a state party to the CRPD and will be hosting the 3rd Global Disability Summit along with Germany and International Disability Alliance, IDA. The summit will take place in April 2025 in Berlin, Germany, so next year. Thank you very much, and I will be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Adnan, for your remarks. I think we have a lot to learn from each other, and it would be important that for our work going forward after the review conference to consider these lessons learned and best practices. Thank you so much, Adnan.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dear colleagues, an important part of this effort in the engagement is the engagement of civil society experts. As you have noticed over the years, there can often be several gaps in the provision of support to mine survivors, and at times the resources, both human and technical, are challenging to acquire. In this regard, I am pleased to invite Tharani to offer some remarks on the role of mine survivors in ensuring that synergies work, including in rural and remote areas. In particular, I invite Tharani to share with us some of the lessons learned in Casamance. Tharani, you have the floor. Thank you.
Merci. Merci, madame. Effectivement, comme vous l'avez si bien dit, moi, je m'appelle Sarani Diata. Je viens du Sénégal et je suis là en tant que représentant de l'Association des victimes des mines, une organisation de la société civile. Donc, je ne parle pas au nom du gouvernement du Sénégal. Et vous comprenez effectivement que c'est une organisation qui regroupe l'ensemble des victimes de mines civiles directement impactées par la problématique mine, qui se sont constituées en association avec l'aide de l'autorité nationale, qui a facilité la mise en place de cette association pour que l'on puisse développer des actions propres à l'association, mais également développer plutôt ce que l'on appelle le soutien des pairs. Alors, comme vous l'avez si bien dit et comme on l'a constaté depuis très longtemps, l'assistance aux victimes de mines constitue un pilier important dans l'action anti-mine. Et malheureusement, nous avons vu depuis tous les efforts qui sont en train d'être menés, ce volet qui est important pourtant constitue le parent pauvre de l'action anti-mine. Pourtant, nous sommes en train de déployer, de décrier depuis très longtemps qu'il ne s'agit pas de mettre toutes les forces juste là où il y a le feu, c'est-à-dire de mettre toutes les forces dans le cadre du déminage, de la dépollution et de sous-estimer cette assistance aux victimes de mines qui constitue, en tout cas, qui va de droite ligne dans le cadre de la réparation des effets qu'a engendré les mines. Donc, il faut dire effectivement qu'au Sénégal, comme je l'ai dit, nous avons eu la chance que les victimes de mines se sont constituées en association depuis très longtemps, avant même que le gouvernement du Sénégal mette officiellement le Centre national d'action anti-mine. Les victimes de mines ont créé l'association en 98-99, que cette association a été créée. Elle a été reconnue juridiquement par les autorités sénégalaises pour pouvoir faire ce qu'elle est en train de faire. Donc aujourd'hui, cette association a joué un rôle important et c'est ce que également les autorités sénégalaises ont compris dans un contexte où il était beaucoup plus difficile dans le cadre de la collecte des données, l'identification des survivants dans le monde rural, où parfois la collecte des informations était beaucoup plus compliquée parce que les populations étaient trop réticentes dans le cadre de la transmission des informations sur l'identification des victimes de mines, mais également sur le nombre de la maîtrise parfaite des zones contaminées par les mines. Donc, à ce niveau, les autorités ont compris et ils ont mis l'association sénégalaise au devant de la scène pour pouvoir continuer à la collecte des données qui a remonté aujourd'hui, comme l'a dit hier le directeur, de porter le nombre à 870 victimes. À ce niveau, il faut dire que des efforts ont été menés dans le cadre du soutien des pairs, comme je l'ai dit. Nous avons commencé à former les victimes de mines et à les envoyer dans les hôpitaux pour pouvoir sensibiliser les victimes de mines qui sont sur leur lit d'hôpitaux afin qu'elles ne puissent pas comprendre que ce qui leur est arrivé, ça y est, que leur vie est terminée, mais qu'elles peuvent aussi continuer et reprendre leur vie. Donc, ceci a donné beaucoup plus de fruits. Donc, pour dire que l'assistance aux victimes proprement dites, nous avons commencé par la formation avec des actions de formation des jeunes, notamment dans la formation d'insertion professionnelle, mais également dans l'appui aux élèves et étudiants dans le cadre de la poursuite de leurs études. Et ceci, quand même, les autorités ont beaucoup mis l'accent. Comme je l'ai dit, moi, je suis le soutien parfait de ces autorités. Parce que, ayant subi l'accident dans la cour de mon école, les autorités ont tout fait pour que je ne puisse pas abandonner les études. J'ai pu continuer les études depuis l'élémentaire, avoir mon BFM, le baccalauréat et avoir ma licence en sociologie avant de se spécialiser en gestion de projet où je fais un master en gestion de projet. Donc, ça a été également le cas pour d'autres victimes qui n'ont pas eu la chance de pouvoir bénéficier de ce que moi j'ai bénéficié et de les permettre de bénéficier d'autres formations allant dans le sens de la réinsertion socio-professionnelle. Donc, en termes également d'actions dans le cadre de l'assistance aux victimes, il faut dire que l'association en tant qu'organisation a pu nouer des conventions avec les hôpitaux sur place, avec des hôpitaux les hôpitaux et les pharmacies pour pouvoir faciliter l'accessibilité aux soins d'urgence. Donc, ce qu'on voyait au début, quand il y a une victime de mine, souvent les familles viennent avec précipitation et s'il n'y a pas les moyens, ça constitue vraiment des difficultés pour la victime. Donc, à ce niveau, avec l'aide des autorités et des partenaires, nous avons pu nouer en tant qu'association des conventions avec les hôpitaux pour pouvoir faciliter les soins d'urgence, mais également l'accès dans les pharmacies pour les ordonnances. Au-delà maintenant de cet appui dans le cadre des soins d'urgence, nous avons travaillé également dans le cadre de la réinsertion socio-économique. Cette insertion socio-économique, en tant qu'organisation de société civile, nous avons pu bénéficier avec l'appui des financements de ICBL dans le cadre du projet Survivor Network Project. Et j'en profite pour remercier ICBL dès le début avoir fait confiance aux organisations des survivants de mines pour pouvoir développer des initiatives propres en elles. Donc, à ce niveau, nous avons identifié des projets individuels, tout comme des projets collectifs. Et l'expérience que nous avons eu notée dans ce soutien avec ICBL, c'est que souvent, il y a des victimes de mines qui ont du mal à réussir des projets individuels. Et ceci souvent du fait que quand la victime a été soutenue au début par les parents ou par les amis, et aujourd'hui, si elle bénéficie d'un projet, souvent la famille se repose sur la victime ou d'autres, et ce qui ne la permet pas de réussir. Donc, nous avons orienté certains dans le cadre des projets collectifs qui travaillent en étroite collaboration avec les autres, et d'autres groupes de victimes viennent s'approvisionner du travail, ce que les autres ont déjà travaillé dans le cadre des fermes collectives. Donc, nous développons en tant qu'organisation des projets individuels, mais également des projets collectifs. Dans le cadre de la prise en charge psychologique également, nous avons noué des conventions avec les centres psychiatriques qui permettent aujourd'hui de la prise en charge de la santé mentale. C'est vrai également, ce volet, parmi les 6 composantes de l'assistance aux victimes, constitue vraiment le maillon faible également de l'assistance aux victimes, quand on sait qu'il y a de plus en plus des interventions à ce niveau, alors que aujourd'hui, la situation à laquelle sont confrontées les victimes, notamment la pauvreté, le stress et tout cela, permet en tout cas de les mettre dans des situations de plus en plus difficiles et qui sont de plus en plus affectées psychologiquement à ce niveau. Il faut dire également, dans le cadre de la démarche, toujours de l'assistance aux victimes pour trouver un cadre idéal. Au Sénégal, nous avons mis en place une forme de coopération sud-sud, si on peut l'appeler comme ça. C'est-à-dire qu'à un moment donné, quand on a constaté que les centres régionaux d'appareillage orthopédique n'étaient pas en mesure de pouvoir fournir des prothèses de qualité, on a, en synergie avec le Centre national d'action anti-mine, avec le Comité international de la Croix-Rouge et l'Association des victimes de mines, d'envoyer les victimes de mines en Guinée-Bissau pour leur permettre de bénéficier des prothèses de qualité. Parce que en Guinée-Bissau, le CICR avait mis beaucoup de moyens à ce niveau. Et la première édition en 2015 a été financée entièrement par le Centre national d'action anti-mine avant que le CICR prenne la relève jusqu'en 2023. Et avec le retrait du CICR en Guinée-Bissau, nous avons réfléchi encore avec le Centre national d'action anti-mine, avec également les autres services, comme je l'ai dit, de la direction de l'action sociale, pour essayer de voir comment on pouvait mettre en place un cadre idéal pour assurer la pérennité, pour assurer en tout cas la mobilité des victimes. Et ceci également à travers le programme Investing in Action que nous avons bénéficié avec ICBL, nous avons pu réunir tous les acteurs qui interviennent en Casamance dans le cadre de l'action anti-mine, notamment le CNAMS, la Fondation AJWS, l'organisation suisse Ability, autour d'un projet de mise en place du centre de réadaptation physique qui a été accompagné par l'USAID à travers le CRS, Service Catholic Services Relief. Donc aujourd'hui, nous en sommes très fiers de mettre en place cette initiative qui représente vraiment une référence dans la sous-région. Quand on sait que dans le passé, c'était les victimes de mines de la Casamance qui partaient en Guinée-Bissau pour bénéficier des prothèses, mais aujourd'hui, c'est l'inverse. C'est les Bissau-Guinéens qui vont venir en Casamance, c'est les Gambiens qui vont venir, mais également les autres personnes, le reste du Sénégal qui viendront en Casamance pour pouvoir bénéficier de ces prothèses. Donc, pour dire que nous avons aujourd'hui, Dieu merci, que l'environnement est favorable. Le cadre est là. Donc, ce que nous devons faire, c'est de préserver ces acquis, c'est de faire en sorte que les résultats que nous avons eus puissent les maintenir. Et ceci, pour les avoir, nous avons besoin effectivement de l'appui des donateurs, mais également de l'harmonisation avec le Centre national d'action anti-mine, avec tous les autres opérateurs qui interviennent en Casamance, notamment MAG, AMAP, pour essayer de voir, dans le cadre de la coordination, comment on peut mettre ensemble des synergies pour pouvoir donner des opportunités aux survivants de mines dans le cadre de l'assistance aux victimes. Donc, comme je l'ai dit de façon ramassée, nous avons, en tout cas, le cadre environnemental est favorable, l'environnement juridique est favorable aujourd'hui pour pouvoir mener des opérations à ce niveau, pour pouvoir donner, en tout cas, un service, une assistance de qualité aux victimes de mines en Casamance. Donc, ce que je vous parle comme ça, c'est vraiment quelque chose de vécu. Ce n'est pas quelque chose de façon théorique, mais c'est une situation réelle, une situation vécue que je suis en train de partager avec vous et qui mérite en tout cas d'être accompagnée pour que vraiment nous puissions ensemble relever des défis et maintenir vraiment un cadre idéal. Donc, je vous remercie, chers participants, et merci, madame.
Thank you very much. I would like to congratulate you, Sarani, for all the work that you have done. We wish you success in strengthening access to services for mine survivors in Senegal. Finally, I have the pleasure of welcoming Sophie to explain the holistic approach HI has applied in assisting mine victims in synergy with conventions on the rights of persons with disabilities and other broader national, regional, and international frameworks. Sophie, thank you very much, and you have the floor.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you to the VA committee for raising the sustainability of victim assistance as one of the key issues for us to discuss. So victim assistance isn't just about responding to the individual who experiences a life-changing injury that causes disability. It's responding to the child who loses a parent, the household who loses their income or their home. Victim assistance isn't just about providing one service. It's about changing the systems and the infrastructure that enables people to reach that service. This might be the transportation network, the location of the service, the individual belief that they have the right to access that service, and their family network to support. I like to think of victim assistance as an approach, and at times perhaps it's overwhelming as an approach because it encompasses so much and it's so difficult to measure. But ultimately, the goal is simple. It's about ensuring that those affected by landmines and explosive remnant of war and all other persons with disabilities, without discrimination by cause, have the specific services that they need to feel included within society, that they need to live independently, and that they thrive. Achieving this requires collaboration of expertise and interministerial working. As of October 2023, at least 60 states and other areas were contaminated with anti-personnel mines. 49 countries and 2 other areas recorded victims and casualties in 22. Approximately 1/3 were killed and 2/3 survived with injuries. Explosive ordnance continues to contribute to the growing 16% of the world's population living with disability. That's 1.6 billion people, 1.3 billion people worldwide and growing. Yet we still struggle to create a world that provides the services to enable them to reach their basic human rights. Now more than ever, we're facing a unique opportunity with a growing number of global legislation that's guiding, prompting, and holding us to account to create that change. There are 164 signatories to the CRPD, the Convention on Rights of Persons with Disability. It's one of the most signed conventions in the world. All but 2 signatory states to the MBT have also signed the CRPD. The CRPD brings our terminology and way of thinking in line with a model that promotes human rights. It focuses on capability and not disability. This legislation is forming the basis of many national disability laws in your countries. It carries its own accountability and monitoring mechanism, and it invites civil society to hold governments to account. Provisions in the CRPD are directed to all persons with disability without discrimination by cause, and they directly align with many pillars of victim assistance. For example, Articles 20 and 26 in the CRPD highlight the need for personal mobility and rehabilitation services. They call governments to ensure the availability of assistive technology, to ensure that staff receive the training that they need to provide services, and ensuring access to physical rehabilitation services. When developing policy and action planning, I recommend that you align the indicators for victim assistance with those in the CRPD. Train civil servants on those commitments, create awareness on the need for accessible and inclusive services. Create focal points to collaborate between ministries and establish interministerial coordination for reporting mechanisms. Opening the door to interministerial working enables resources and expertise to be pooled. It enables you to prioritize gaps and plan for integrated services and integrated referral mechanisms. Frequently, as some of my colleagues have highlighted, data on disability is missing. The data associated with victim assistance can offer a unique opening with a database that feeds into prioritizing infrastructure, services, education, health and safety that meet the needs of survivors and all other persons with disability. Additionally, last year, the World Health Assembly approved a landmark resolution on strengthening rehabilitation in health systems. This resolution asks for a commitment to ensure physical rehabilitation is part of universal health coverage. It has commitments to prioritize rehabilitation services as part of primary care and as part of emergency response. And monitoring mechanisms are currently being established to ensure that these commitments are realized. There's opportunity to harness this, build them into your victim assistance indicators, build them into your action planning, and build them into your policies and response. Finally, I want to draw your attention to your biggest resource. This again has already been highlighted by one of my colleagues. Engage with those most affected. Engage with survivors, their families, and other people with disabilities. Don't just tick the box, meaningfully engage. Invite them to participate in planning, design, and monitoring. Bring civil society together to create a united voice that contributes towards setting priorities. They can offer ideas for change. They can support you to reach achievements to creating wider awareness on rights, challenging stigma on disability, and identifying successes that can be replicated. I'm here today as a victim assistance expert, but none of us alone can really be an expert in victim assistance. The expertise only exists when we collaborate and we work together. Later this year, you are set to revisit the Oslo Action Plan. It's an opportunity for you to work collaboratively, to raise awareness, and to design a better future. You will be able to contribute to a framework and indicators that will hold not only yourselves, but other ministries to account. You want to look at ensuring that systems and services include victims and all other persons with disabilities. By working together, we are facing a unique opportunity to create a more systematically inclusive world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sophie. We thank HI for all. Thank you once more. Thank you, Sophie, and we thank HI for all the support to the convention's implementation. I would like to thank you also for your recommendations that you have shared and reiterating the need to collaborate effectively. Now, Excellencies, dear colleagues, we have come to an important section of this panel discussion where we would like to hear from you. If you have any questions for the panelists, or you would like to share with us your experiences, or even recommendations for the future in terms of sustainability of victim assistance. The floor is now yours. Wish to remind that this is an informal meeting, and so do not hesitate to tell us and share what's on your mind. And so without further ado, I'd like to open the floor for the interventions, questions, and comments. Please raise your nameplate if you would like to take the floor. I see Tajikistan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear Chair, distinguished delegates, panelists, dear panelists, thank you so much for organizing this thematic session, and I would like to express our gratitude to Implementation Support Unit. This year, topic for Victim Assistance Expert Meeting is very important topic, this sustainability, long-term sustainability. And today's topic is part of this sustainability, this ensuring synergies. And I would like to share briefly our Tajikistan experience in this question. It's well known that the sustainability is not possible without national ownership. And Tajikistan, based on the decree of the government of the Republic of Tajikistan, the governmental institution Tajikistan National Mine Action Center was established in 2014. And according to this decree, our National Mine Action Center was given authority for coordination, for management of all mine action activities, including victim assistance, and also oversee the integration of victim assistance into broader context of disability and in the disability plans and legal frameworks. In order to ensure sustainability, also we should have policy and legal framework on place. That's why TMAC National Mine Action Center establishment was followed by adoption of mine action law, national humanitarian mine action standards, and national humanitarian mine action strategy in Tajikistan until 2030. And also, when we are discussing about sustainability, long-term sustainability, we shouldn't forget about adequate infrastructure, human, technical, and financial resources, which are essential for long-term sustainability. And I agree with our presenters that one of the challenges is lack of resources for all this. Landmine trauma is most difficult trauma, polytrauma, and survivors, as it was mentioned by Teddy, need many different support and different assistance during their life. That's why in many countries, Ministry of Health and Social Protection, as our presenters presented us, is responsible for medical assistance. For example, in our country, Ministry of Health and Social Protection also responsible for physical rehabilitation. We need Ministry of Education and Science for children who become children with disability in order they continue their education, and for adults for professional education and further reintegration. So different ministries should be involved in victim assistance. Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Finance, and Tajikistan also established Victim Assistance Technical Working Group, and in order to ensure that rights and needs of persons with disabilities and landmine survivors are taken into account in Tajikistan and effectively addressed. And our technical working group includes different ministries, so its composition is different. It's governmental ministries, also UN agencies, including WHO, which has a huge project on assistive products, and also FSD, NPA, this is mine action agencies, and also organization of persons with disabilities and landmine survivors themselves. Always we invited them. We already heard from South Sudan that they have the same working group. But our working group also, we organize meetings in the regional and district levels, not just in the capital in Dushanbe. And we invite local government, local hukumats, social protection departments. Also, Marcus, we are remembering that we should use synergies between all conventions. For example, our country is a state party to the Anti-Personal Mine Ban Convention, also CCW Protocol 5, and Tajikistan is signatory to UNCRPD. And using synergies is important for both for sustainability and for productivity. More can be done when we use synergies between victim assistance efforts and broader frameworks, disability, disarmament, development, and other weapon instruments. So in the framework of UNCRPD in my country, was organized another group, working group. This interagency working group was created by the order of presidential office in 2021 in order to measure the progress towards implementation of the National Action Plan to prepare Tajikistan for ratification of the CRPD. And what good that me as TMAC VA officer was included. I am a part of this working group. So we can, and finally, what we can recommend from Tajikistan. National ownership is important. Adopting or harmonization of legislation, national legislation to the instrument of humanitarian international law. Use and enhance synergies with other relevant instruments of international humanitarian law and human rights. And we need to coordinate our efforts. Use inclusive development. Develop at the country level necessary technical, human, and financial resources. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Tajikistan. I have Colombia next on my list. Colombia, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias. Escuchando las experiencias del sur de Sudán y de Jordania, pues es muy interesante ver cómo enfrentamos retos muy similares relacionados con la financiación y con la dificultad de la coordinación sectorial. Para poner un poco de contexto, Colombia es un país que tiene una guerra que no ha parado, un conflicto armado interno por 60 años. Entonces, hemos producido a lo largo de los últimos 60 años casi 9 millones de víctimas. De esos 9 millones de víctimas, llevamos 34 años produciendo víctimas de minas antipersonal. 34 años en los que no hemos parado por un solo año de producir víctimas de minas. Eso ha obligado al Estado colombiano a desarrollar una institucionalidad muy grande para la asistencia a las víctimas. Y ahora el reto que tenemos es cómo esa institucionalidad, que es una unidad de víctimas, un ministerio de salud, un instituto de protección de niños, de cuidado infantil, cómo hacer para que efectivamente podamos visibilizar las víctimas de minas antipersonal en ese universo tan grande de víctimas de conflicto armado en general. Colombia adoptó una ruta de asistencia a las víctimas de minas antipersonal y ahora legalmente todos los ministerios tienen que seguirla e implementarla, y el rol de la autoridad nacional que tratamos de mejorar es hacer incidencia en esas otras instituciones para que sigan lo que la ley les obliga a seguir. Hemos logrado que la visibilización del problema de víctimas de minas antipersonal quede en instrumentos de política nacionales, pero seguimos teniendo el reto de esas reuniones, por ejemplo, que decían ustedes mensuales. Esa no es una práctica que podamos mantener y sostener en el país. a pesar de que tenemos subcomités y que tenemos como espacios formales, lograr que efectivamente las entidades puedan llegar a estas reuniones y puedan como mostrarnos cuáles son esos planes de trabajo todavía es uno de los grandes retos. La capacidad que tenemos en las regiones para esta apropiación es muy baja y entonces el problema de que las minas, de las víctimas de minas se producen en los lugares más remotos del país, donde la prestación de los servicios de emergencias, la reacción inmediata cuando se presentan los accidentes, es muy difícil hacerla bajo la apropiación del Estado porque el Estado no tiene presencia en algunas de esas zonas justamente por lo remoto. Y allí hemos tenido que garantizar mecanismos de coordinación con cooperación con nuestros socios implementadores, el CICR, que nos presta un apoyo incondicional y otras organizaciones. Y allí es donde Colombia encuentra el mayor bloqueo de apropiación del Estado, donde sabemos que nuestra política de la asistencia a las víctimas sigue teniendo grandes bloqueos. En lo que más avanzamos ahora, en los años recientes es en cambiar el enfoque o tratar de llevar esa ruta de víctimas no solamente a la discusión de los servicios médicos, sino al concepto de la inclusión. En realidad, esa transición de víctima a sobreviviente que termina cerrándose cuando logramos impulsar proyectos de generación de ingresos de los sobrevivientes y la posibilidad que tienen ellos como de reincorporarse económicamente, socialmente y casi que garantizar la sostenibilidad de los servicios, del acceso a los servicios médicos de formas más independientes que necesariamente el acompañamiento de las rutas del Estado. Y finalmente, pues como el esfuerzo definitivo en términos de detener la producción de víctimas en Colombia, pues esto es un tema que se ha llevado a todas las mesas de diálogos que el presidente tiene abierto en este momento con los grupos armados ilegales en Colombia, pensando en que pues esta es la única solución definitiva a que se detenga la producción de víctimas de minas antipersonal en Colombia. Muchas gracias.
I thank the distinguished representative of Colombia. Thank you very much for sharing your experiences. I now give the floor to Ghana. Ghana, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to join my fellow delegates in thanking the organizers and the ISU for their support and also for organizing this important meeting. On the issue of victim assistance, I want to say that it's very crucial and, of course, never exhaustive. And since we are talking about sustainability, I will want to say that the involvement of private sector should be considered very seriously, since states cannot do it alone. Last year, Ghana experienced an accidental explosion of commercial explosives in one community where there were casualties, lives were lost, a whole community was destroyed. And so there was a need to set up a new community for them. And the involvement of the private sector was so significant. The private sector contributed significantly to reinstating or bringing life to normal for the survivors. And so I would want to suggest that we take the involvement of the private sector so far as victim assistance is concerned, very, very important. I thank you.
I thank the delegate from Ghana. We thank you for your suggestion. I would like to invite all the panelists to reflect on the interventions made and questions raised, and also to conclude with your takeaway words on making synergies work in a manner to improve and sustain assistance to mine victims. I start with you, Sophie.
Thank you. I mean, I think I can repeat the message that I raised earlier. Victim assistance itself is a process. It's about the systems and services coming together. to create a response that responds to the variety of needs that people who have been injured through explosive ordnance require. And that requires collaboration. It requires trust. It requires interministerial voices, and it requires you to come together with the different ministries within your government to form those systems and services that that respond to the specific and diverse needs that people will have. And moving forward, you are to look at to revisit the action plan, really think about the indicators that you set, align them with other indicators that exist within other frameworks and policies, because by doing that, you are harmonizing the response, you are saving resources, and you are pooling expertise.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Sereni for your takeaway words or comments that you would like to have. Thank you.
Voilà, donc je voudrais également vous remercier et dire que c'est une grande satisfaction, en tout cas pour moi, de partager cette expérience, mais également d'entendre ce qui se fait dans les autres pays et dire effectivement que, comme nous l'avons toujours sollicité, il faut que l'on accorde beaucoup plus d'importance aussi à la base, parce que les situations de soutien sont un peu différentes. Ce qui se passe, par exemple, dans le monde urbain et ce qui existe dans le monde rural, ce n'est pas tout à fait le cas. Donc, souvent, partir du haut vers le bas peut ne pas être la meilleure approche pour pouvoir apporter la meilleure assistance idéale. Donc, je pense que comme nous, on l'a toujours dit, qu'il est rien pour nous sans nous, qu'il est important toujours de partir sur la base ou des projets exprimés par les victimes elles-mêmes pour pouvoir mettre en place quelque chose de durable. Et je pense que c'est ce que nous sommes en train de faire au Sénégal avec le Centre national d'action anti-mine, qui dans sa démarche a opté pour le faire, c'est-à-dire accorder beaucoup plus la mise en œuvre les organisations locales pour pouvoir mettre en place des initiatives propres en elles. Et je pense que ces expériences comme ça peuvent faire vraiment l'objet de résultats escomptés pour éviter de dire que ce qui existe peut-être au Cambodge peuvent réussir forcément en Casamance ou dans d'autres pays. Je pense que c'est important toujours de partager cela et de partir également dans cette synergie que nous appelons avec les initiatives développées par les gouvernements dans le cadre de leur politique d'ordre général. Donc aujourd'hui, comme je l'ai dit, au Sénégal, nous avons la carte d'égalité des chances, une politique initiée par le gouvernement du Sénégal pour pouvoir permettre aux survivants de mines de pouvoir accéder aux services de base. Mais également dans d'autres programmes de lutte contre la pauvreté, notamment agri-jeunes, où il y a la possibilité aujourd'hui d'offrir des jeunes survivants de mines de pouvoir bénéficier des programmes qu'elles développent elles-mêmes. Je pense que ces initiatives, pareilles, peuvent faire vraiment l'objet d'une réussite et qui s'inscrivent vraiment dans la durabilité pour que nous puissions à la base mettre en place des initiatives durables. Et pour terminer aussi, comme c'est quelque chose que nous renouvelons toujours davantage, de dire que ICBL également de continuer ces initiatives, d'accompagner les organisations à la base pour que vraiment les acquis que nous avons pu avoir jusque-là puissent être maintenus. Je pense que pour ne pas tarder, je vous remercie vraiment pour ça. Merci.
Thank you very much, Sarani. I now give the floor to Adnan.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a couple of words for the donors. I would like to encourage them the donor community to put more efforts to victim assistance activities, as we all realize that it is a long endeavor that has no deadline, not like other mine action pillar, and I feel this is more important but least fortunate amongst all mine action pillars. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And finally, to Teddy.
Well, I would conclude by saying we need inclusive reforms in all our laws, policies, strategies to ensure all aspects of the society work together to support persons with disability and enhance conducive environment without discrimination. And government should continue to look into the possibilities of shouldering the responsibility, because disability can be born, it can occur at any level in age, not forgetting old age. So government had to put more emphasis to see that persons with disability are supported at all levels. Thank you.
I thank you very much. I thank you, panelists, for finding time to join us and to share your experiences, best practices, and make some recommendations. The message has been clear, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that VA is a process and not a project, and that it's one that requires a multi-sectoral approach. So we've listened to the challenges, we've heard the best practices, and we have the recommendations. So let us work towards making the necessary recommendations that will, as we build up to the summit in Cambodia, the summit on the Mind-Free World. So thank you once more to all of you for joining us, and I'm sure that as we go on, we will build on our understanding and contribute to the next action plan. With these few words, I would like to thank you most sincerely for your attention, and thank you for your interventions. I now would like to ask the ISU if they have any announcements to make. I think we have none for now. I thank you, and we'll hope to see you in the afternoon for the afternoon session. Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, thank you very much for joining us for this panel discussion entitled Aspirational Deadlines for Completion, Looking Back at 2025. It's a pleasure for Colombia, as chair of the Committee on Article 5 Implementation, to co-chair this panel with my committee colleague, Temi Bailon of Sweden. We have with us today Mrs. Kimberly Federwert. She is the Halo Trust Senior Policy and Advocacy Manager. She has been working for Halo for 3 years, where she leads on the organization's UN and EU policy engagement. Prior to joining Halo, Kimberly worked in a UK civil service project in the United Kingdom and in the government affairs in Brussels. We also have Mr. Garbi Benouda, Consular Permanent Mission of Algeria to the United Nations at Geneva, and chair of the Committee on the Enhancement of Cooperation and Assistance. As well, Mr. Cami Quinn, Desk Officer for Landmines Policy for the UK's Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. He has 14 years of public service, including analytical work on weapons and improvised explosive devices. Finally, we will have soon Mr. Lee Panharit, Secretary General of the Cambodian Mine Action and Victim Assistance Authority, the CMAA. He has experience in the field of local and international NGOs in education and agriculture development projects. He is a specialist for ADV in water resources, agriculture, public work, and rural development projects. And he was the executive director of the Asian Regional Mine Action Center from 2017 to 2020, among other positions. These speakers will walk us through their experience with 2025, which I am certain will highlight the importance of cooperation and assistance to support any aspirational deadline. The objective of this panel, as laid out in the concept note, is to explore the national and international aspects of cooperation and assistance contained in the Oslo Action Plan and provide a basis for resource mobilizations to ensure the most effective implementation towards any aspirational deadline. Also, to explore the aspiration deadline of 2025, the benefits and challenges of including such a date, and to explore the possible inclusion of a new aspirational deadline in the political declaration that we are going to subscribe in the next review conference. Explore the challenges faced by mine-affected countries and donors in implementing these commitments. Consider what additional actions can be considered in the Siem Reap Action Plan to strengthen cooperation and assistance, and to hear the perspective of civil society. The key to our panel discussion is, of course, to look towards the 5th review conference, and in this regard, particularly to hear from all of you. So we encourage you, please contribute to the discussion so we can collectively find ways to strengthen our convention. Our panelists will have 8 to 10 minutes to make their presentations, and then you will have the opportunity to provide answers to the guiding questions that were provided in the concept note that were circulated previously. Our friends of the ISU will project those guiding questions on the screen. As you know, we must make the best possible use of time, and therefore your interventions should be limited to approximately 3 minutes. But we also invite you to submit your views in writing and at greater length and detail by sending them to the mailbox that has been provided by the ISU for these intersessional meetings. Perhaps we can also project them on the screen. Let me now turn it over to Demi to launch our panel discussion.
Thank you so much, Alejandro, and good afternoon, everyone. So in 2014, at the 3rd review conference in Maputo, Mozambique, the state parties adopted the Maputo +15 declaration, in which the state parties affirmed the commitment to intensify efforts to complete the respective time-bound obligations of the state parties with the urgency that the completion work requires. And we aspire to meet these goals at the fullest extent possible by 2025. So at the 5th review conference, we are once again reaffirmed our commitment to progressing towards 2025. 10 years have passed, and we have undoubtedly made progress in the implementation of the Convention's time-bound obligations. And this has come with advancements in our understanding of how to more effectively address the challenge through land release approaches that today are embedded in our day-to-day work. However, improvements in our approach can only go so far, given the importance of cooperation and assistance to get behind these approaches to foster real progress. In this regard, I would like to offer the floor to Mr. Larbi Benoda, who is the chair of the Committee on Enhancing Cooperation and Assistance, to speak about this important piece of the puzzle and how since Maputo we have worked to find a formula to make cooperation and assistance work for us. Mr. Larbi, please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to join the Committee on Article 5 implementation. In my capacity of Chair of the Committee on Enhancement and Cooperation, and this conversation can obviously not take place without considering matters related to cooperation and assistance. Cooperation and assistance have always been a landmark of this convention, and I understand that many state parties during the negotiation of the treaty stressed that cooperation and assistance would be an essential element to meeting the convention obligations. While Article 6 Convention is the primary legal obligation, the state parties have made several commitments in the Nairobi, Cartagena, Maputo, and most recently through the Oslo Action Plan. These commitments have provided a roadmap on how to deliver on the international cooperation and assistance mechanism on the convention. This is a recipe for success. However, as with all recipes, it depends how you cook it and if you use the right ingredients. The first important point is to recall, as highlighted in the Oslo Action Plan, that while each state party is responsible for implementing the provision of the convention in areas under its jurisdiction and control, enhanced cooperation can support implementation of convention obligation as soon as possible. In this regard, it is clear that cooperation and assistance is a two-way street, and the national and international efforts are increasingly becoming inevitable to transform words into actions. The Oslo Action Plan provided a roadmap to maximizing cooperation and assistance efforts. And here I want to highlight some of these commitments. At the national level, it is clear that the state parties need to contemplate the following: ensuring a high level of national ownership in the implementation of their obligation under the convention, and this includes, amongst others, ensuring a high level of interest through the integration of mine action in broader national framework, such as national development plans. Mine action simply needs to be placed on the high-level agendas of state parties. We need to ensure that national resources are put in place to implement our respective obligations under the convention. This can often be in-kind contributions and financial contributions, depending on the capacity of the states. We know that we need to look at the specific context in which each state operates. We need to ensure that we have the right capacity in place to carry out implementation activities and identify and address gaps in this capacity. In other words, we need to ensure that the organization mandated by the state to implement conventions obligations has the capacity to do so. We need to ensure that there is a roadmap, strategy, work plan to get the job done. We need to report clearly on progress and challenges to the convention and take advantage of all the available mechanisms to share our progress and challenges in implementation. Three of the approaches that the committee has been looking at is to provide a space for dialogue for state parties on their current situation and challenges through the individual approach, meetings on the margins of the convention meetings. And in this regard, we would like to urge state parties to approach the committee or the ISU to take advantage of this mechanism and platform. Another key element, and one which we believe will go a long way in supporting our efforts, is for the state parties to establish national mine action platforms. We truly believe that the establishment of serious national mine action platforms, which would bring together all partners on a regular basis, including implementers and donors, to discuss progress, challenges, and requirements for assistance, would be a game changer. We develop a short paper. A short paper on national mine action platform, and we encourage all state parties to contact the committee or the ISU if they wish to further discuss this matter. We offer our support to state parties in establishing these platforms to get the ball rolling on discussion in this regard with the relevant state party and perhaps national partners to support its establishment. We must deepen and widen the conversation and provide space to engage national authorities and international partners. From the perspective of international cooperation and assistance, the Oslo Action Plan is clear on what state in a position to provide assistance can do. To provide assistance to mine-affected state parties in their implementation efforts through mine action budget, as well as through development and humanitarian efforts, and to coordinate their support for the effective implementation of convention obligation by affected state parties. Unfortunately, too many state parties are being left behind, and there is a real lack of information being reported on this action to understand the actual coordination that is being carried out, and if this coordination is effective for the overall implementation of the convention. I think that together we must enter into partnership, not only for 1 year or two, but we must enter into serious partnership for completion. The Maputo Action Plan captured this well in what I believe was a sharp action that reads as well. The state parties in a position to provide assistance and those seeking to receive assistance were relevant and to the extent possible will enter into partnership for completion with partners specifying their responsibilities to each other, articulating agenda-sensitive, time-bound objective and targeted, making financial or other commitments if possible on a multi-year basis, and engaging regularly on a dialogue on progress and challenges in meeting goals. I believe this was an excellent action that should be explored for the next action plan. It speaks about partnership for completion, the shared responsibilities, the gender dimension, the multi-annual commitment, and the engagement in regular dialogue. Other element that can support our effort is more engagement with South-South cooperation, which we firmly believe can be accomplished through a robust cooperation and assistance fund. We will be supporting the first study visit through this fund, and we are hopeful that this will demonstrate the importance of the state parties sharing lessons learned and best practices in implementation. This sense is the recipe of our success. While we look for other solution, the solution is in front of us in black and white. The question is how we implement what we have already decided on long ago, and how we address the challenges in putting all this into practice to ensure that they do not remain nice words on paper. For that, we need genuine commitment from all parties. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larbi. Before continuing, I would like to tell you that we had a mistake in the name of one of our panelists. So I would like to welcome His Excellency Plum Soprak Mokul from the Cambodian Mine Action Authority. So welcome, sir, and our apologies for this involuntary mistake in your name. So thanks again, Larbi, for this overview. As you mentioned, we seem to have a very valuable structure for fostering cooperation and assistance. And as you also mentioned, it takes real commitments for everyone to make this effort pay off. One issue that you also mention is the importance of donor coordination in this regard. It is important to hear the perspective of donors in their experience with the 2025 aspirational deadline and donor coordination. It's a pleasure to offer the floor to Mr. Kami Quinn of the United Kingdom to provide us with his perspective in this regard. Kami, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to both the panel moderators for inviting me to speak today. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, it's an absolute pleasure and honour to be able to speak today on the perspective from a donor on enhancing coordination to ensure states are not left behind, something I think is a highly important issue. In order to present my comments today, I spoke at length with my UK programmatic colleagues to better understand their feelings on the 2025 aspiration, and I'll present some of those feelings now. So firstly, reflecting on the introduction in 2014 of the aspirational date of 2025, I'll start with the benefits. Initially, the 2025 aspiration reinforced focus on key areas: stockpile and contamination obligations, compliance, universalisation, mine victims, national ownership, and full conventional realisation. A time-bound aspiration served to prioritise and galvanise the work on mine action through a tangible objective. It motivated us all to achieve something positive as a collective society, working towards a measured goal. The vision of a world free of landmine-induced human suffering helped the convention to rally together and sent a clear message about the importance of our shared values and direction, and that's how my colleagues felt as a donor. Some of the challenges then. As the years progressed from 2014, the notion of 2025 became less aspirational and increasingly problematic from a donor perspective. 2025 became a default deadline for many states with valid and serious mine-related issues, despite having complex requirements with very different time considerations. Despite states doing their best, as 2025 approached, there may have been a reluctance to report new contamination. The offer of treaty membership may have become less appealing to states not party to the convention, as they wish to avoid difficult time constraints on completion. Active conflict and instability have altered the challenges faced by the convention since 2014, damaging the chances of success and threatening the norms that we value so highly. As 2025 nears, mine action has become heavily focused on land cleared, mines cleared, rather than clearance impact. Unachievable targets do not help mine action programme professionals when they advocate internally for funding, and rather they will be overlooked in favour of other intra-governmental priorities. As donors, this is something we need to consider and get right. There was a case that 2025 held back mine action as a form of development work, encouraging the sector to focus on outputs at all costs rather than outcomes. Next then, we considered the inclusion of a new date following the next action plan, and I'll talk about some of the arguments for yes. It could uphold focus on convention objectives and install a sense of urgency. Targets and objectives are important. This is something that my programmatic colleagues stressed to me. We must remain alert to the overwhelming need to help people and be focused on those who are adversely affected by mine contamination. As donors, does a time-bound aspiration help us to achieve our objectives? This is a question we asked ourselves in the build-up to this discussion, and it's something I ask of you, my colleagues, today. Could we maintain a time-bound aspiration with a different focus, which encourages states party and not party to participate in convention-related activity? And also, a new date could help us to avoid slipping timelines and the constant cycle of extension requests. Some of the arguments for no then, regarding the inclusion of a new date. The absence of rigid time-bound aspirations allows for more appropriate extension requests and could prevent them from bottlenecking as we're seeing today. It encourages states to report earlier and without the fear they're going to be the problem for our collective strategy. It allows states to make the correct decisions considering conflict and developing issues such as improvised mine contamination. It could drive universalisation ambitions. Another question asked of UK mine action professionals: how do we feel about abolishing the concept of a new 2025 as donors? Would this be useful? And again, I ask my colleagues in the room the same question. It is important to note that 2025 did not get a fair trial. With the COVID-19 pandemic, invasion of Ukraine, regime change and sustained levels of conflict around the world. UK development programme experts fear a new aspirational timeframe on a mine-free world could either be unrealistically short and detrimental or honest and uninspiringly distant. And again, as donors, that's something that we need to get right. So then moving on to some of the challenges that prevented states from implementing their time-bound obligation. Capacity development is key to the realisation of states parties' clearance obligations. Ensuring that mine-affected states have strong national authorities creates sustainable ownership of demining, allowing for informed work plans. Strong national ownership is not only vital for mine-free status, but also necessary to ensure the management of residual contamination. This partly depends on what message we want to be sending. Do we want to increase donor cooperation, i.e. through a completion fund? There was a very real argument that crises will always divert attention away from completion activities with the relationship between donors in its current format. It's important to note the effect that the COVID-19 pandemic had too. It diverted attention and resources on both a donor and affected state level. It came very soon after the Oslo Action Plan, making the agenda of that review conference more difficult to implement and limiting any hopes for an acceleration or big push for 2025 for all donors involved. What other actions and indicators apart from completion could be included to indicate progress towards completion or success? The treaty's Article 6 lists one of the objectives of mine action programmes as reducing mine-related injuries and deaths. Inevitably, this is a huge aim of the treaty and can be achieved through education, advocacy and inclusion. As well as mine clearance, this metric must be viewed as success in the same way as other actions are measured. Between reports produced in 2019 and 2023, fatalities from anti-personnel mines reduced from just over 3,000 to just over 1,600. Whilst any number is too high, surely this shows a key metric of success. We must consider if our 2025 aspirations have assisted in reducing this figure. And again, I ask this of donors and colleagues alike. From a donor and or programmatic perspective, clearly we have humanitarian ambitions. How would we prefer to see these portrayed within progress indicators? Enablement of broader humanitarian objectives, development and sustainable development goals can measure mine action success. This should not occur to the detriment of the arms control aspect of our treaty. What new approaches to cooperation and assistance could accelerate progress in implementation? This is a difficult question to answer, and there's no quick fix for the levels of contamination witnessed in certain geographical areas that could imminently result in a mine-free world to the fullest extent possible. Perhaps an aspirational deadline further into the future could allow for a measured approach between international cooperation and treaty obligations. An increased movement towards localisation is another approach. This would help ensure national ownership and perhaps ensure local funding more robust to the ever-changing nature of geopolitics. Another possibility is to explore how mine action can ensure greater integration with other development work, potentially harnessing the potential of innovative finance, such as the UK's Development Impact Bond in Cambodia. By linking mine action to development and specifically to stabilisation and resilience, we can decrease the likelihood of future contamination caused by conflict. Increased collaboration with affected states. Specifically, how can we encourage states who are fortunate enough to be able to contribute more? Quiet. Oh, really? Okay. Sorry. I didn't want to go over the time. Apologies. I'm getting nervous. Scotland are playing Switzerland in about 5 hours, so I'm starting to speak a bit faster. Increased collaboration with affected states. Specifically, how can we encourage states who are fortunate enough to be able to contribute more to their own mine clearance to do so? Perhaps this could happen through the creation of a multi-donor fund, something for further consideration. The Oslo Action Plan highlighted the importance of the individualised approach and the establishment of national mine action platforms as high-level forums to support implementation efforts at both national and international levels. What are the challenges in establishing such platforms? National ownership is key to sustainability and accountability. Individualised approach events often take place too late when funding is already allocated. This leaves both the affected state and donors frustrated and sees efforts not leading to success. The UK's experience working with national mine action authorities has been overwhelmingly positive, particularly where these organisations possess the willingness and knowledge to enact the necessary mine action activities. Difficulty lies with funding and better understanding individual state capacity development requirements. This is a key objective of a future with enhanced donor coordination. Often, the support sought by an affected state is not as daunting or draining as donors may think. When mine action is established at the national level, this allows for small-scale assistance to have greater effect. And a couple of final points. What were the main impediments in your efforts to mobilise resources? And these were the reflections of my colleagues. According to actions 42 to 47 of the Oslo Action Plan, the UK contributes highly to the indicators. These indicators are not exhaustive when it comes to coordination of donor activities, and that is the area where progress can be made. And finally, some UK considerations looking forward. So the UK will host an APMBC 5th RevCon focused Wilton Park event in June 2024. We're looking forward to the opportunity to focus on the issues already mentioned and to sharing our findings with partners across the mine action community. The UK's Global Mines Action Programme continues through its third iteration, with its fourth expected to begin in 2025. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Quinn, for sharing your perspectives on this matter, and good luck as well in the championships later tonight. No, but there have certainly been a number of benefits that we can point to in having an aspiration. However, critical to our work is to hear from mine affected states on their experience. We know that when an aspirational deadline meets the reality on the ground, it may be too aspirational. However, it is important to remember that state parties' ambition of implementation to the furthest extent possible. And I think both of our panelists have exemplified different needs, and also as Mr. Larby as well so eloquently said, that assistance and cooperation needs to be a two-way street. And I think that is very important in a sense of our ambition to improve donor coordination and to make sure that we leave no one left behind. But with this said, let's learn from the experience of Cambodia, a country that is not only leading us towards a successful fifth review conference, but unfortunately knows too well about the importance of the convention's implementation as soon as possible. So it's an honor to have to welcome and offer the floor to the Excellency Mr. Prom Sopak Monakol. And please, Mr. Monakol, you have the floor. Thank you.
First of all, allow me to apologize that my colleague, Excellency Lee Panyarat, have another commitment and cannot come on time. So I take his floor. Mr. Chair, dear panelists and colleagues, I would like to begin by commending the work of the Committee on Article 5 implementation with Colombia as a chair and Sweden, Thailand, and United Kingdom as members. Congratulations on your achievement for the first part of this year. Assisting the state parties with extension requests and update work plan, I trust that you will ensure the success for the second part of the year as well. Today, I will contribute on this panel by speaking out about Cambodia's experience of the aspirational deadline 2025 and our thought on the new deadline. Following the fourth conference in Maputo, Cambodia started developing our new national mine action strategy. Through a series of comprehensive stakeholder consultation and data analysis, we decided that our new deadline would be 2025. This aligned with the Maputo Declaration, and as we believe at that time, the plan was ambitious but achievable if we could address some critical challenges. Here comes the benefit of setting the 2025 deadline. First, for Cambodian government, including mine clearance in its strategic plan, namely the Sustainable Development Goal, the National Strategic Development Plan, Rectangular Strategy, and Pentagonal Strategy. The government also increased its funding support to mine clearance and allowed the deminers from the army to participate in humanitarian demining. Second, the demining operators strive to develop resources, to mobilize resources from their donor and step up the effort in innovative technology and methodology to enhance operational efficiency so that we can finish the job by 2025. Third, the donor, both state party and state not party, which believe in norm and principle of the convention, continue funding mine clearance in Cambodia, although they could not increase their fund, but they maintain their funding level while facing the economic difficulty and other priority. Fourth, and last, the private sector and philanthropists who are touched by our dedication to end the suffering and casualty by 2025. The contribution amounted to about 18 million US dollar in 2022. Now you see that the 2025 deadline has uplifted the political commitment from all stakeholders. Again, this benefit, there are pitfalls. The flip side is that for the case of Cambodia, as we aim for mine-free Cambodia 2025, many people think that if we can't clear all mine area by 2025, it will be a failure. These indicators undermine the achievement that Cambodia and all our donors have made over the last 30 years. We have raised awareness on this, clarifying that 2025 is not the only indicators. It's not a guarantee that all of them understand, but we are fortunate that our donors understand this well. In fact, some of them even approaching us earlier, several years ago, sharing their perspective that Cambodia might not be mine-free by 2025 and should retire this 2025 goal and come up with a new realistic work plan. Now I finish sharing the pro and con of the 2025 deadline. What Cambodia think about the new aspirational deadline for the convention? Please don't expect an answer from us. We only have question 2 at this stage, but let me share some thoughts. For an affected state like Cambodia, we regularly prepare the National Mine Action Strategy with specific time frame and the cost multi-year work plan. We always set our own timeline to reassure our commitment to the mine-free goal. There are other affected state parties who can do the same, so I don't speak on their behalf, but I think the benefit of setting a new deadline outweighs the disadvantage. As we know that there are some affected state parties who cannot develop this cost multi-year work plan for some reason. For example, the state which has ongoing armed conflict or war, they cannot define the scope of contaminated land. They cannot access to some area for clearance. Setting a deadline is a big challenge for them. We need to work out together to address such challenges if we are to set a new deadline. It comes to the end of my presentation, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your intervention. The progress made by Cambodia over the course of 2025 is impressive and something that your country should be extremely proud of. As someone who comes from a mine-affected country, I understand quite well the situation faced by Cambodia. However, one could say that we are in a better position than other states in light of the many partners and the backing of all our governments and other stakeholders. Also, as you rightfully mentioned, completion should not be the only indicator of success. In Colombia, we have many stakeholders, including the Halo Trust. I know the Halo Trust has a story of working in Cambodia as well. It is important to learn from the experience of civil society, and who better to kick it off than an important promoter of the 2025 landmine-free campaign. In this regard, it is a pleasure to offer the floor to Mrs. Kimberly Featherworth of the Halo Trust to share with us their experience. Kimberly, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and colleagues. Thank you for inviting Halo to be part of this discussion and to outline how civil society representatives experience the 2025 aspiration. As we have heard, the starting point was at the third review conference in Maputo in 2014, where states parties committed to intensify efforts to complete the respective time-bound obligations with the urgency that the completion work requires, and aspired to meet these goals to the fullest extent possible by 2025. From this, we can already see that this was always an ambitious plan and a political commitment. And the international community had good reason to be ambitious at that time. Clearance outputs were high and operational efficiency improved. During the fourth review conference in Oslo in 2019, states parties recommitted. At the time, very few states had Article 5 deadlines extending beyond 2025, and the goal was still achievable in many places. However, it also meant that states parties aligned their work plans and Article 5 extension requests to that date or before, which means that in 2024 and 2025 alone, over 20 extension requests were or are becoming due. The 2025 aspiration was intended to focus attention, and that was achieved. Looking at Zimbabwe and Cambodia, as we have just heard, huge advances have been made. Civil society organizations played a very active role in that. Both the work of the ICBL-CMC and the Landmine-Free 2025 campaign galvanized awareness and support. The 2025 aspiration emphasized that states must have completion plans, which should be ambitious. However, they also require funding. And this brings me to the challenges. Along the way, looking back 10 years, there were many obstacles. The increased use of improvised mines, a global pandemic, new use in various places, and a shortfall in traditional donor funding to address all of these. Since 2014, it has become clear that the extent of contamination from anti-personnel mines of an improvised nature in Iraq was on a scale not seen since the early 1990s. We have also seen use of improvised mines by non-state armed groups in an increasing number of countries, including the Sahel and West Africa. Recent new use has added substantially to the global contamination. The COVID-19 pandemic slowed down clearance and land release, but the sector recovered quicker than anticipated, which demonstrates the resilience of the entire sector. And on funding, there is a clear shortfall to advance Article 5 obligations. New mechanisms supporting completion, as well as innovative finance options, need to be explored in parallel. I will expand on funding a little later as well. During the 21 MSP, Mine Action Review outlined, whilst looking ahead to 2025, that experience has shown us that generalized aspirational targets do not speed up Article 5 fulfillment. Only ambitious Article 5 deadlines based on accurate understanding of the problem in each case and implemented through good work plans with sufficient funding can do that. So when over 20 affected states parties with Article 5 deadlines in 2024 and 25 submit their extension requests, they must do so based on detailed annual costed work plans based on their country-specific context. It needs to be an inclusive and sustainable approach. It is important that national authorities are prepared and able to address previously unknown contamination if and when it arises after major clearance operations have ended. Looking ahead to the 5th review conference, we should be cautious about setting a replacement universal deadline. Instead, we should encourage context-specific, ambitious yet realistic extensions, which are funded. We need to balance the international community's attention on current crisis, as well as on legacy contamination, and states parties so close to completion, if they had the required funding available to them. Instead of setting a new deadline, we should work together towards the 6th review conference in 2029 and the 2030 Sustainable Development Goal agenda, as many SDGs are relevant to mine action. It should be our shared goal to get as many countries across the finishing line by the 6th review conference as possible. According to Mine Action Review, 26 states parties have light or medium contamination, so completion by 2029 should be possible in many cases. Where conflict, security concerns, and access issues impact operations, we should instead focus on what is possible in these contexts. To expand on the funding element, as outlined by the Landmine Monitor in 2022, global funding for mine action totaled over $900 million, representing an increase of over 52% from 2021. International donor funding increased, addressing a decline against inflation, and over $160 million went to activities in Ukraine. This shows that current crises have brought in new funding, but we continue to see neglect of forgotten crises. And countries with a little additional funding could reach the finishing line in a relatively short period of time. Therefore, a combination of traditional funding and new partnerships and innovative finance solutions, including the private sector, should be explored in parallel to support affected countries and territories. In order to enable progress on Article 5 obligations, especially for states parties which do not receive sufficient funding to do so, we would welcome a states party-led initiative to earmark funding for that. Looking at the Arms Trade Treaty, for example, there's a voluntary trust fund administered by state parties, which allows for projects to be funded. Such a completion fund mechanism would allow to increase national capacity, promote international cooperation and assistance amongst affected and non-affected states parties, and could, in the long term, become a universalization tool. Such a funding mechanism could provide sustainable and predictable funding, benefiting states parties with a clear political commitment to mine action and to this convention. The fund could support a range of activities, including capacity building, gap analysis, legislative assistance, and provision of necessary equipment, including a clear action in the CM REAP Anchor Action Plan for states parties to explore and establish such a mechanism, which would be specific to this convention, would be a great success of the review conference and allows all to jointly work towards more progress with regards to Article 5 obligations by the next review conference in 2029. This panel is a great example of two key committees on Article 5 and the enhancement of cooperation and assistance working together. The Oslo Action Plan is a strong basis for the CM REAP Anchor Action Plan, and as the whole sector, we have the opportunity to renew enthusiasm for and the visibility of this crucial treaty, to encourage states parties to progress with the obligations and to encourage others to join. To achieve all of this, new funding allocations need to be explored, the mine action review and monitor data need to be taken into consideration even further, and we need to see collaboration across committees and, importantly, a strong action plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Veldeberth, for sharing the experience of the Halo Trust. Thank you as well for the work that the Halo Trust in support of state parties implementation efforts carries out. And we look forward to continuing our engagement with you and other humanitarian demining operators. Thank you to all the speakers as well for setting the scene for all of us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come to hear from all of you. We would like to hear from mine-affected countries, from donor countries, and from organizations. These are informal meetings and our opportunity to have an inclusive conversation. So please do not hesitate to raise your nameplate to give your views or pose questions to the panelists. As you may have appreciated by the concept note for this panel, we have included a number of questions, which you so kindly have projected onto the screen here. And I will now hand over to Alejandro to walk us through the questions. Alejandro.
Thank you, Demi. As you mentioned, now is the time for all of us to share our thoughts. We can focus in your experience with the 2025 date, your thoughts on the inclusion of a new aspirational date. What are the main obstacles to progressing as quickly as we would like in implementation? What does success look like short of completion? How can we do better with cooperation and assistance? Now, who would like to be the first one to take the floor and share your thoughts? Please don't hesitate to raise your nameplates. Colombia.
Buenas tardes para todos y para todas. De manera general, la reflexión de Colombia frente a las metas aspiracionales basados en nuestro propio contexto es qué ocurre en esos contextos en los que el conflicto está activo, cómo funciona una meta de desminar o de descontaminar un territorio. Para nosotros que ahora tenemos que presentar la solicitud de extensión del 2025 al 2030, ¿cuál es el marco de lo que esperamos lograr al 2030? Claramente no la descontaminación del territorio. Mientras nos estamos aquí reunidos en Ginebra, en Colombia se están usando minas hoy, as we speak. Entonces, la foto, el mapa, la cantidad de metros cuadrados que puede tener contaminación que tomáramos hoy es una foto que ya no es vigente en una semana. El Estado colombiano llegó a ocupar y llegó al 90% de intervención en el territorio y ese 10% que hace falta está enteramente en zonas de conflicto. Entonces, la aspiración del 2030 para Colombia solamente podría ser una aspiración relacionada con mantener el compromiso del Estado colombiano, no parar ni un día de seguir haciendo la descontaminación del territorio, pero esta meta aspiracional del 2025 ya nos puso a nosotros en un problema interno para explicar a nuestra sociedad civil, a nuestros operadores, a la gente que está en el territorio, que cruzar la línea del 2025 no es un fracaso para la política del Estado, que tiene un programa de acción contra minas continuado hace 20 años que viene desarrollando esa capacidad. Entonces, la pregunta a la convención sería cómo se matiza la meta aspiracional para países en los que no solamente es difícil lograr la descontaminación, sino hay nueva contaminación en tiempo moderno y en tiempo reciente. Finalmente, frente al tema de los indicadores, hablando de cómo hacemos para promover otros indicadores de éxito, lo discutíamos en el panel ahora, ¿qué significa impacto, por ejemplo? ¿Cómo se mide el impacto del trabajo que hacen los estados que no necesariamente están relacionados con ver decrecer de manera lineal la extensión de la contaminación? Entonces, nos sumamos sobre todo a esa pregunta y a esa reflexión de cómo medimos el progreso de la implementación de la convención en términos del mantenimiento del compromiso del Estado, más allá de las metas de descontaminación. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Colombia.
So I think we have Mag for requesting the floor. So Mag, please go ahead.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Merci également aux panélistes pour leur présentation de haut niveau. Les observations de MAG s'appuient sur notre expérience de travail au niveau opérationnel et institutionnel avec de nombreux États dans toutes les régions affectées par les mines antipersonnelles, dans un large éventail de contextes, de conflits actifs et de post-conflits. De manière générale, nous pensons que les efforts en direction de l'atteinte des objectifs fixés dans l'article 5 à l'horizon 2025 ont été une évolution positive. Cependant, notre expérience nous a appris qu'une échéance commune ne laissait pas suffisamment de place pour refléter les nuances et la complexité des différents contextes opérationnels. Afin de maintenir la dynamique engagée, tout en s'assurant que nous tirions les leçons de nos expériences, nous suggérons que dans le plan d'action de Siem Reap encore, les États prennent l'engagement commun de réduire de manière significative le nombre de pays affectés par les mines antipersonnelles d'ici à la prochaine conférence d'examen. Le plan d'action devrait également tenir compte de deux réalités fondamentales. Tout d'abord, remplir ces obligations ne peut être durable que si cela est considéré comme un processus et non comme un simple objectif. Enfin, les États touchés par un conflit en cours qui ne sont pas en mesure de s'engager à remplir l'ensemble de leurs obligations en vertu de l'article 5 dans un délai clairement défini doivent néanmoins être soutenus dans la mise en œuvre d'activités de déminage humanitaire essentielles dans le cadre de la Convention. En outre, la question des capacités nationales pérennes doit davantage être prise en compte dans le plan d'action de Siem Reap encore. Nous pensons qu'il devrait s'agir d'un domaine prioritaire en termes de bonnes pratiques, à la fois pour les États qui visent à remplir leurs obligations et pour ceux qui mettent en place des programmes nationaux d'action contre les mines pour la première fois en réponse à une nouvelle contamination. Les intervenants ont clairement souligné les principaux défis en termes de coopération et d'aide internationale. Je voudrais souligner le cas de la Guinée-Bissau, où des zones dangereuses auparavant inconnues ont été découvertes quelques années après l'achèvement des opérations de déminage. Les autorités nationales ont respecté l'ensemble des procédures sous la forme de 3 demandes de prolongation au titre de l'article 5 et se sont appuyées sur le soutien de MAG pour mettre en œuvre des enquêtes non techniques et techniques visant à confirmer l'étendue et la nature de la contamination qui était jusque-là inconnue. Malgré un engagement actif et transparent à l'égard des obligations nées de la Convention, les financements sont actuellement insuffisants pour maintenir les capacités opérationnelles et de coordination et continuer à mettre en œuvre les activités requises pour respecter les engagements pris dans les différentes demandes de prolongation. Une action concertée est nécessaire pour éviter ce type de situation et faire en sorte que les engagements pris par les États affectés soient assortis d'engagements forts de la part de la communauté des bailleurs. La mise en place d'un mécanisme de financement destiné à remplir durablement les obligations des États parties constituerait une étape importante dans ce sens, en complément des engagements des bailleurs bilatéraux qui sont plus que toujours nécessaires. Enfin, l'impératif humanitaire énoncé dans le préambule du traité doit être au centre de nos préoccupations lorsque nous nous rencontrerons à Siem Reap. Concrètement, cela signifie qu'il faut reconnaître et soutenir les actions d'appui dont ont besoin les États affectés par les mines antipersonnelles et en proie à un conflit actif à travers, entre autres, l'éducation au risque et l'assistance aux victimes. Nous devons également rappeler que les programmes nationaux de lutte contre les mines répondent à toute une série de contaminations autres que les mines terrestres, y compris les restes explosifs de guerre. Afin de s'assurer que les besoins des personnes et des communautés restent au centre des préoccupations, donner la priorité au déminage qui a l'impact humanitaire le plus élevé est un aspect essentiel de la planification et de la réalisation des objectifs qui ont été fixés par la Convention. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Muchas gracias por su intervención. ¿Quién desea compartir sus opiniones? ICBL. ICBL tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very glad we've had the opportunity to have this panel. I remember quite well when the 2025 concept was developed in the third review conference, as ICBL was working very hard with partners at that review conference to develop the idea and to have it included as a final outcome of the meeting. And the idea came about at the time because even then, we were concerned that progress on Article 5 was flagging and that the need for extensions, even back in 2014, which was meant to be the exception, was already becoming the rule. So the idea was that by setting a new common target, we would prompt renewed energy and inject urgency into states' work after the original common 10-year deadline had passed. A goal with a deadline can focus our attention, help us set priorities, and motivate us to work more efficiently to ensure that goal can be met. And a common goal, as Cami mentioned earlier, can help us move together as a community. We were not naive. We realized even back then that not all affected states would be able to be mine-free by 2025, especially in those states with heavy contamination, ongoing conflict, or areas out of of those countries' control. But we believe the aspirational goal would lead to reinvigoration of efforts, development of new approaches, and boosting of resources in a similar way to the SDG 2030 agenda, not to be overly ambitious. And as we heard from a number of countries, including Cambodia today, the 2025 aspirational goal has indeed inspired some states and some donors to really generate truly impressive outputs and progress since then. Yet something clearly didn't work. Despite the 2025 target, completion rates have significantly dropped in the past 10 years. Whereas in the 10 years between the first and third review conference, 22 countries completed clearance. In the following 10 years, since the goal was established, only 4 states parties were able to do so. No country, apart from Oman, which we were very happy to hear about today, is on track to meet their deadline by 2025, and very few are on track to meet the current post-2025 deadlines, despite many having quite small amounts left to clear. But we shouldn't declare defeat, nor consider this shortcoming a failure. Instead, we need to think about what went wrong and what to do better in the future, as many have already described today. We adopted our aspirational goal, but have largely continued doing business as usual, with continued, sometimes decreased levels of attention, engagement, and resources. So the goal was not necessarily matched with new ways of working, new partnerships, sound completion plans, and securing new and increased resources. Looking ahead, the 2025 aspirational goal offers us a good opportunity to draw lessons and to apply them in a pragmatic way to decisions to be adopted at the 5th Review Conference. We believe some of the essential elements that have been lacking in the past, and of course it depends on each country, but just to generalize a little bit of those touch points where we think some extra effort could really make a difference and deserve some more reflection from this group are the following: genuine national ownership and inclusion of all relevant stakeholders in mine action prioritization, planning, and implementation, clear national plans and budgets for completion, adoption of the latest land release methodologies, high-level political attention to complex issues like Cambodia and Thailand mentioned today that they are doing to address clearance of their common border, and ensuring resources are available to all affected countries, including those with small amounts of contamination. We believe it is time for new approaches, which this community is very good at putting together, to address these old challenges that seem to be getting bigger as the convention gets older. The ICBL has several concrete proposals that we believe could help remedy the present situation, and we're pleased to hear that many of them have already been suggested by other states and civil society, including HALO, but not all of them. So if you will bear with me for the time to just lay a few of them out briefly. First, we need to reinforce the Oslo Action Plan requirements 23 and 24 for clear national completion strategies and work plans for survey and clearance as indispensable elements for successful and timely completion. We need to break away through these action points from the practice of extending clearance deadlines without these plans, these costed plans in place for clearance and risk education. The plans must become indispensable, not optional. Second, better funding allocation and donor coordination is urgently needed to ensure that available funds are channeled to all affected states parties with quality plans and requests, including those with smaller amounts of contamination. We stand behind the idea of consideration of a completion fund or other such mechanism that can provide perhaps short-term funding for often neglected countries to help achieve completion in a short period of time. Country coalitions have also been mentioned as a way to provide useful opportunities for the affected country, its donors, and other in-country partners to speak honestly to each other about challenges and face them head-on. Overall, greater engagement of donors in the field would help complete advance completion. So again, we ask donors, don't fund and forget, but rather fund, engage, and follow up. Another mechanism along those lines would be the completion partnerships that Algeria mentioned on the panel. That worked well in Mozambique. Third, we would have been proposing appointment of a high-level envoy on Article 5, like we have for universalization, to engage states at the highest levels to try to increase prioritization of clearance within national budgets and structures. And lastly, we agree with the idea of an informal Article 5 support group of interested donors and experts and all other parties that would support the Article 5 committee, both to examine extension requests, but also just more generally to support better implementation of Article 5. So these are some of our concrete proposals on how to bring Article 5 implementation back on track. As to the question of a new aspirational deadline, we agree with others that it's not necessary given the lessons learned. We could just use the next review conference as well as each state's individual deadline as those goalposts. But we do need to find other ways to inject urgency into the work under Article 5. For example, we would like to see more time-bound commitments in the action plan matched with a solid accountability framework. In closing, we would just like to urge everyone, again, here to think creatively, to act boldly, and to keep the word urgent in the back of your minds as we consider the various documents to be agreed upon in CMREP. We are saying this because we care deeply about the convention itself and the integrity of the convention and upholding the commitments under Article 5, but most importantly, for the safety and the well-being of those populations that remain at risk 25 years after the convention entered into force. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the ICBL. And now I will give the floor to Mine Action Review. Go ahead.
Thank you. We also thank panelists for their presentation and would like to offer some reflections ourselves. It is of concern that only 4 state parties have achieved their Article 5 obligations in the last decade, since the 2025 aspiration was first committed to. A review conference year offers us an excellent opportunity to reflect what has worked, what hasn't, and importantly, to explore how to better facilitate treaty implementation. With respect to supporting affected states in articulating their plans and needs for Article 5 implementation as clearly as possible, we reiterate our recommendation to the Committee on Article 5 implementation to produce a template or multiple template options for annual and multi-year work plans for survey and clearance. Additionally, we recommend that the Committee on Cooperation and Assistance produce a template or multiple template options for annual and multi-year budgets. Such templates could help some affected state parties and their implementing partners more clearly communicate their needs, thereby increasing their chances of securing national and international funding. Mine Action Review continues to advocate for the establishment of national mine action platforms, which bring together all stakeholders at least twice a year. These platforms are crucial for coordination of national mine action programs and for effective implementation. We recognise that many national mine action programs are already stretched and that establishing such platforms requires effort and commitment. However, once established, the benefits are manifold. Mine Action Review is ready to provide support to any affected state interested in exploring the establishment of a national mine action platform, or to any donor state interested in partnering with an affected state to establish one. We are happy to share experience from affected states such as Lebanon, where such platforms have been successfully established. Lastly, we must strive to avoid situations where affected state parties require but are not receiving support for Article 5 implementation, resulting in little or no progress in the survey or clearance of mined areas from one treaty meeting to the next. It is essential to better coordinate efforts to ensure that each affected state party requiring assistance receives support according to its specific needs and context. The possibility of establishing a completion fund, which unlike the UN Voluntary Trust Fund, could be focused solely on supporting Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention implementation for state parties, merits exploration. Such a fund could assist those affected state parties that don't typically appear on the donor lists of priority countries in obtaining this support for treaty implementation. Additionally, it could potentially attract contributions from state parties in a position to provide funding, but who are not currently funding mine action. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por su intervención. Yo en este momento también quiero invitarlos a reflexionar sobre que nuestra convención no es una moneda que tiene dos caras. Creo que tenemos muchas caras, tenemos muchos aspectos, diferentes circunstancias, diferentes puntos de vista. Por ejemplo, tenemos el caso de estados que tienen conflictos armados. Tenemos factores como los artefactos explosivos improvisados que de alguna forma también han impactado en el cumplimiento de las obligaciones en el artículo 5º. Tenemos el valioso aporte de las organizaciones de la sociedad civil y sus perspectivas también. Todos nosotros, cada uno con sus particularidades, hacemos parte de esta convención. Por eso sus opiniones son muy importantes. Por eso los invitamos a contribuir con ellas, a compartir sus opiniones. Próximo en nuestra lista es Suiza. Por favor, tiene Suiza la palabra.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vous remercie pour avoir organisé ce panel thématique et aux panélistes pour ces apports importants. Conscient du temps, je me limiterai à quelques remarques en lien avec un éventuel nouvel objectif en matière de finalisation des obligations de déminage. Il est important d'être ambitieux et de continuer à être guidé par la vision et l'objectif que nous partageons toutes et tous dans cette salle, à savoir parvenir à un monde libre de mines. Cependant, nous devons également veiller à rester réalistes compte tenu des nombreux défis multidimensionnels auxquels les États touchés sont confrontés. Tout objectif ambitieux doit apporter une réelle valeur ajoutée. Un défi lié à la définition d'un objectif ambitieux limité dans le temps est que les États parties qui rejoignent la Convention après son établissement bénéficient de délais qui peuvent aller au-delà de cet objectif. Et en plus, nous sommes malheureusement également confrontés à la réalité que plusieurs États parties sont affectés et continuent d'être affectés par de nouvelles contaminations, ce qui entrave également la réalisation d'un objectif limité dans le temps fixé pour tous les États parties. Plutôt qu'un objectif temporel s'appliquant à tous et afin de maintenir un certain niveau d'ambition, nous pourrions envisager de fixer des objectifs plus différenciés. Par exemple, nous pourrions exprimer l'aspiration à réduire jusqu'à la prochaine conférence d'examen le nombre total d'États parties devant présenter des demandes de prolongation au titre de l'article 5 en déterminant un certain pourcentage à atteindre. L'avantage d'un tel objectif est qu'il est mesurable tout en préservant un degré de flexibilité. Nous sommes convaincus qu'un nombre important des États parties est relativement proche de l'achèvement et pourrait contribuer à la réalisation d'un tel objectif. Cela est toutefois conditionné à une coopération et une assistance appropriée. Nous restons ouverts à la possibilité de nouveaux mécanismes pour aider spécifiquement les États parties dans une telle situation, y compris l'idée d'un fonds d'achèvement comme cela a été évoqué précédemment. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Switzerland, and I believe that we have heard many very innovative proposals on how to effectively reach our joint objective to accelerate reaching a mind-free world. And I want to take up on a point made by on panelists previously. There's been a lot of discussion on innovative ways of funding, and we heard from Kimberly earlier when she spoke about how important it is for funding from donor states, find new partnerships, collaborate with the private sector. There was also mentioned the idea to establish a fund, a completion fund. And I wanted to ask you, Kimberly, if you perhaps could elaborate further on how some of these funding challenges that we are facing can be overcome, and how we can advance the progress under the Article 5 obligations. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And also thank you for all the interventions we've just heard. And I think the funding element in that was probably the common denominator between those as well. I think going back to my initial remarks, there's obviously different levels of different sources of funding available. And it's important that we make sure that these are not mutually exclusive. So there is the traditional donor funding where we could, with an increase in that and greater coordination among donors, see a better share and more progress on Article 5 obligations. There is a huge amount of work going on, and Cami, you mentioned that from the FCDO side as well, in terms of innovative finance solutions and working with the private sector. Obviously, Cambodia also has mobilized a huge amount of private funding in order to advance clearance operations, and the idea of the completion fund, which many of the statements we've just heard are open to exploring, is obviously an option as well. And I think it's really important that we don't focus on one single source of funding, but that we, in order to address the challenges, which we've also heard a lot about today, explore all these options in parallel. And I think on the traditional donor side, that's obviously the most established mechanism. And if we can see greater coordination there, that's great. The innovative funding element has increased massively since the Oslo Action Plan. We've got a dedicated action in there. So in order to also explore that third option of a potential completion or sustainable completion fund, potentially tailored to the ATT and voluntary trust fund, I think in order to really take that forward, we would need to see an action in the Oslo action, in the Siem Reap Anchor Action Plan included, to give states parties an opportunity to discuss in the coming year how such a mechanism could be created, how it would be meaningful, and which guiding principles would be used for that, in order to really reach the aim of providing more funding to these states parties who currently do not receive the necessary funding. So I think these are my two key messages. They're not mutually exclusive. And if there's the appetite for such a completion fund, which should be states party owned, it needs to be embedded in the new action plan in order to make sure there's progress on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kimberly, for elaborating on this. And I believe we actually have some comments as well from our dear colleague, Larby here as well. So please.
Thank you for giving me the floor. I would like just to emphasize the importance of the proposal that was made by some speakers regarding the establishment of a fund on Article 5. Honestly, it could be very, useful, very helpful mechanism to help the state parties implementing their obligations. Because as you know, some states that they have some kind of feeling that they have been left behind. They are working very, they are engaging very constructively in order to implement the implementations. But unfortunately, they are facing very serious challenges. So I think that this kind of fund will be a kind of message of solidarity with this and support for these states, and it will help even. It will be a very important tool in terms of universalization of our convention, because many states that are not in with the family of man actions, they have some fears to be facing this kind of responsibilities, and at the same time facing the lack of resources, financial and material resources. So establishing this fund could, as I have said, ensure some encourage other states to be within the framework of the convention, to get some, let's say, some oversight regarding the cooperation and assistance, because we believe that in many cases this cooperation and assistance is not well balanced, and because some state parties are getting a lot of support and funds, and others are suffering from unfortunately the lack of this necessary support. So I think that we could think deeply about this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the encouragement here in the late afternoon. We like to see you engaged here. And just to continue our discussions up here at the podium, we also have the UK here represented as a donor state, and we heard sort of different views and reflections on setting an aspirational date. And I want to pose a question then to you, Cami. How does a fixed aspirational timeline help state parties to appeal for funding?
Thanks. And I express my my sympathies to my colleagues interpreting, and I'll try and slow down this part of my response. But thank you for the question, Demi. So I think to reflect on that question and some of the comments from the floor, where we're discussing deadlines and what it is we want to achieve as a convention, we've discussed the humanitarian focus of the convention, which is firmly at the heart. We've discussed flexibility and the requirements to change week to week or month to month, depending on the situation on the ground. And we've also discussed the ongoing work that comes with residual contamination. So when we're discussing the effects on us as states parties, I think when we look at what we want to achieve, and where we previously discussed a mine-free world to the fullest possible extent, I think when we are trying to pitch for funding and we're trying to support mine-affected states, it's really the wording that we need to look at. So where we talked about a mine-free world to the fullest possible extent, perhaps it's a world that is capable of reacting or dealing with any mine-induced problems or landmines, and just perhaps it's a case of changing the wording, not necessarily the time. But I think that's probably how I'd sum that one up. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Cami, for providing your insights on that. And of course, we're all here because we are preparing and want to indulge in our discussions leading up to the review conference in Siem Reap in November. So in that regard, I also want to let in our panelists representing Cambodia to react so far to what has been said by the participants here in the room, but also the panelists. You have a big task ahead of you to prepare the different documents, and also, of course, to prepare the review conference that we very much look forward to. So please, if you want to share with us your reactions. Thank you.
I thank you again for the floor. As a host country for the Fifth Review Conference in the coming months, Cambodia would like to receive all the comment or feedback from the speakers, and we will, of course, sit together to put into our Siem Reap Uncle work plan in the future. And we also appeal all to the state party or state not party that have the right to do so. Please continue their contribution so that we can have a mind-free world together in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think this is the last call. If anyone in the room would like to make final remarks, please indicate that now. If not, I will leave the word over to my dear colleague Alejandro to close our panel.
Thank you very much, Demi. Thank you very much for our panelists, interpreters, and thank you for all of you. It's been a very, very interested activity. We have took note of. We have taken note of all your interventions. I am sure this is not the. This is just the beginning of a discussion that we need to take in consideration for the fifth review conference. Thank you very much. We want to invite you for the next thematic panel, which is strengthening the norm of the convention, a responsibility of all states. To finish, I want you to give an applause for our panelists and for you. Thank you. Excellent, Debbie. Great.
I just winked it. But
It's not noticed.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know this is the last point on the program for today, but I urge you to stay alert and stay active and participate in the discussion, because now in this panel discussion, we approach in a way the biggest question, the most fundamental question of them all. The title of this panel is Strengthening the Norm of the Convention, the responsibility of all states parties. So I hope I have now kept you interested, kept you alert, and that we will have a good discussion. My name is Hanna Sarvenka. I'm the Deputy Director of the Section for Humanitarian Affairs in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Norway. And with me, I have a very interesting panel to reflect on the big question of the norm that this convention has established. How is it doing? And what more can we do to strengthen it? And these questions could hardly be more important. We are now looking forward to the next review conference. We only have review conferences every 5 years. That's where we make our action plans. So we really need to take this time to have a good and thorough discussion on how we move forward on this important question. So we need to take stock of how we're doing in promoting the norm. And then based on that stock taking, consider what more we as states parties can do to ensure that the ban against anti-personnel landmines remains even stronger in the future. And I said state parties just now, but civil society too, of course, plays a very important role, and defining how we can work together will be important. Before introducing the panel, a few words about the backdrop against which we meet currently. So we've said before that the Mine Ban Convention has been a resounding success. It has created a norm that goes far beyond the 164 state parties. And there can be no doubt that much humanitarian suffering, much harm has been prevented and many lives saved. That's the success part. But we can never rest and we can never take success for granted. Promoting and protecting and strengthening the norm that prohibits any use, stockpiling, production, or transfer of anti-personnel mines requires efforts by all state parties and by civil society. And the efforts must be continuous. We cannot rest. The job is not done. So we all know that in international politics, these are challenging times. And I would therefore really like to stress what I think is a very important point, and that is the Mine Ban Convention, international humanitarian law, this convention, it was not just made for the good times. This convention was made precisely to be relevant in times of geopolitical tension and in times of conflict. That is what it is all about. So let us keep that in mind, that difficult times are no excuse. We must uphold the norm even in difficult times. But of course, our convention was also made to be implemented in good times. We must not forget that either. Every mine cleared, every stockpiled mine destructed. These are all also important parts of bringing the norm to life and preventing humanitarian harm. So with this in mind, let me now turn to the panel that I'm surrounded by, and I'll introduce all of them, and then we will kick off our discussion. So we have Steve Goose, who many of you know. He's the co-founder of the International Campaign to Ban Landmines, and he serves on the ICBL Governance Board. He's worked on arms issues at Human Rights Watch for more than 30 years, so he brings a lot of experience. To my left, Ambassador Thomas Goebel. He is the permanent representative of Germany to the Conference on Disarmament and has been since 2021. He was the president of the 21st meeting of state parties, and I understand that universalization was part of what you were focusing on, so we look forward to hear more about that and other things later. To my far left, we have Sahar Harun from the ICRC. She's been with the ICRC since 2016 in various roles with the legal division in Islamabad, Jakarta, Kuala Lumpur. And currently she is a legal advisor covering conventional arms here in Geneva. And finally, representing the current presidency of the convention, we have His Excellency Prum Sopham-Mongkol, and I hope I pronounced that correctly. He is the Vice President of the Cambodian Mine Action and Victim Assistance Authority. With those introductions, I turn now to you, Steve. Having worked on this convention for so long, what are your thoughts? And maybe if I may challenge you also on how can we leverage partnerships between states and civil society in moving forward? Please.
Thank you very much. Indeed, thank you very much. I'm going to start with a few words on the global context for this discussion. I mean, without question, there are many attacks on global norms and potential weakening of global norms, particularly those related to warfare, the laws of war, the international humanitarian law. We've seen this, I think, primarily in the context of Ukraine, due to the many atrocities being carried out by Russian forces, and the situation in Gaza and the many atrocities being carried out by Israeli forces. But of course, they're not the only ones. The list is not very short. Just to name a few, Sudan and Yemen and Myanmar, atrocities everywhere you look. I hope, and I even believe, that this is more of a snapshot than it is an irreversible trend. Indeed, if you step back a little bit, there's been tremendous success in norm building, primarily through the humanitarian disarmament approach, where you put the protection of civilians first and foremost. And here's another list, but it's a good list: the Mine Ban Treaty, the Convention on Cluster Munitions, the Blinding Lasers Protocol, the Arms Trade Treaty, the Treaty on the Prevention of Nuclear War, the Political Declaration on Explosive Weapons in Populated Areas, the now 10 years of work toward a legally binding instrument on autonomous weapons, killer robots. That's a lot to happen in two and a half decades. And if we are able to carry all of this forward and add to it, we're going to have a better world. The Mine Ban Treaty in particular remains strikingly strong. There are challenges, both big and small, but as you mentioned, there are a lot of successes to point to. Just the number of states parties, the 55 million stockpiled mines that have been destroyed. But even outside of what's happening with the states parties to the convention, the norm is still quite startling. There have been no confirmed instances of trade of anti-personnel mines since the 1990s. There is very little production happening around the world. The Landmine Monitor estimates there are probably only 5 countries who are actively producing, a handful more who say that they reserve the right, but only about 5 who are actively producing. So you have no trade, very little production. Everybody wants to know about use, of course. And even there aren't that many countries. A relatively small number of non-states parties are using anti-personnel mines. Currently, the monitor cites, first and foremost, Russia, and also Myanmar, and more recently, North Korea. Reports have been coming in of ongoing use by North Korea. Within that, there are 2 really extreme situations in terms of the attacks on the norm, the upsetting of the norm, and that's by Russia in Ukraine, but also use by Ukraine in 2022. Topic which has been discussed at some length, but not at great length within this body. The Russians Russian use is notable primarily because of its scope, the number of types of mines that they're using. Clearly, just thumbing their noses at the notion of a norm against use. Some of the use in the past, they have denied it. They've gotten to the point now where they won't really even deny it. And in Ukraine's case, the use in 2022 has been noted by some as the gravest violation of the convention in the convention's 25 years. We look forward to Ukraine's update for us on their dealing with this issue. So how do we strengthen the norm? One way is to make sure that you don't let the argument that you have no choice prevail. That yes, landmines are bad, but we have to use them because we're in a full-scale war. That doesn't hold. A weapon is banned, it's banned. It's banned because it has horrible humanitarian effects. Just because you have them and can use them doesn't mean you should be using them. I have a colleague who talks about thinking about landmines as weapons of mass destruction with the same kind of revulsion of use that you would for nuclear weapons or for biological weapons or chemical weapons. He calls them weapons of mass destruction in slow motion. Broadly speaking, I like to talk about 5 different ways that you can strengthen the norm. First is a better job of state party compliance with all articles of the treaty and full and timely implementation. Hopefully, we'll have time tomorrow to discuss compliance in some more detail. Secondly, strong condemnation by any use by any party of anti-personnel mines. Third, universalization. We'll hear more about that in just a moment. Fourth, engagement of non-state armed groups. I should have said when I was mentioning use by states not party that there are also a handful of non-state armed groups that are continuing to use anti-personnel mines. So we need to engage both those who are using and those who don't to get them to make the commitment, not by signing the treaty, which they can't, but by some other method of agreeing. And then the fifth is the partnership. The partnership between the ICBL and other civil society members, the ICRC, UN agencies, and states parties. The partnership that led to this treaty, made it a possibility, and has kept it successful over these many years. That has to stay together. It has to continue to work in the most effective way possible, and in perhaps some new ways as well. There are some sort of more specific things we could talk about. I've been going on a little bit, maybe too long. You take interim steps, coordinated steps, make better use of the early warning mechanism that was agreed to in the Oslo Action Plan, trying to engage on a higher level than we have been able to up till now. And then lastly, it's important to both recognize and be vocal about just what's banned, because the convention bans devices based on their effect, not on their name. Anything that explodes from the presence, proximity, or contact of a person is an anti-personnel mine, no matter what it's called, and is banned. That means that victim-activated IEDs are illegal and come under the bailiwick of this convention. Explosive booby traps are banned and are covered by this convention. So all of these things should not be used by anyone, anywhere, at any point in time. And you can't let the fact they're called something else make them somehow safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. As always, I think you challenge us to do better. And I think there are a lot of elements there that we can discuss later on. So thanks for kicking us off. Turning now to Ambassador Goebel. You worked particularly on universalization, and for a norm to be effective, it needs to be adhered to by as many states as possible. So what steps can we take to make sure that we remain strong in numbers and strong in principle? Moving ahead, please.
Thank you, Hannah. And thank you to Steve, especially for being, to be honest, I would have thought you are more pessimistic and painting even a darker picture. But I think it's very good that you reminded us to the successes of our convention. However, I think, and you mentioned that it's undeniable that we are in a period where we have a certain renaissance when it comes to the use of APMs, especially in the war, in the Russian war in Ukraine, where Russia is making ample use of anti-personnel mines, and the numbers of victims are rising. So in a situation like this, it seems even a little bit unrealistic to speak about universalization of the convention. But however, I'm convinced, and the German presidency was convinced, that it is certainly not, because as you said, I think the best way to strengthen the convention in the end is to make it universal. Universality of the convention remains the key to fulfill the aspiration of a world without anti-personnel mines. So we already heard we have still a long way to go. There are 33 states outside, and we have certainly not the same dynamics as in the early years. However, and this is the reason I'm grateful to Steve. I think it is very clear, and he made it very clear, the convention is certainly and remains the groundbreaking disarmament treaty, as well as a cornerstone of international humanitarian law. And through the convention, we express our shared goal of a world free of anti-personnel mines. And what is important is that this norm is shared well beyond the 164 states party of this convention, with the exception of the unfortunate but not surprising decision by the Russian Federation last year. For several years, the resolution on the Ottawa Convention was voted without any objections in the past years, and so that's indeed shows that the number of states sharing the objectives and the values of the convention without being a state party is certainly much higher of the number of the member states. And I think intersessional meetings like today, or meeting of states parties, hopefully the review conference as well, they show that there is a lot of engagement. Many states attend these meetings as an observer states, and this is something which we should highly value. And I think what we have to do is really to make full use of this engagement of the states, and try to bring them even closer and closer to the fundamental norms and objectives, and to our shared goal of a world free of mines. So I see two main issues we have to address to bring states closer to the norms and objectives of the convention. So the first is, and that's a little bit in line with already we've heard from Steve, is I think we have to show to these states, to the outside world of the Ottawa Convention, that our convention is working. And how can we do this? I think this means that we have, first of all, we have to give the example that a world free of anti-personnel mine is possible and realistic. And this means that we as member states, we have to observe an effective implementation of the convention and their norms enshrined in it. For example, we have to be compliant with the commitments given and thus reconfirming and strengthening the norm not to use, stockpile, produce, or transfer APMs. Because Steve touched upon it, perhaps just one thought on compliance. I think, in my view, compliance means before all compliance not to use, stockpile, produce, or transfer APM. So compliance is before all compliance with Article 1. I think it's clear that there might be difficulties in implementing certain obligations of the convention, but in my view, that's of different nature. While this is certainly important to guarantee the well-functioning and the effective implementation of our convention, difficulties in doing so do not challenge our objectives and values we are all committed to. So therefore, I think renewing the political commitment to the convention as foreseen for the first day of the review conference in Siem Reap is very important. The review conference we are heading to is an excellent opportunity to show to the 33 states outside that we are committed to the goal of a mine-free world and that we have the instrument to make it happen. And this instrument is the Ottawa Convention. So what we have to do is we have to unfold the rich toolbox we have at hand to assist states who are willing to join us. We have to explain the cooperative approach we are taking with regard to states in difficulties with an effective implementation. We have to convince that we will not stop working once the world is mine-free, but only when we have made sure that the victims of anti-personnel mines are taken fully care of. With one word, we have to become more attractive in a certain way. This includes certainly, and Steve already referred to it, this includes also to speak out clearly against any use of anti-personnel mines worldwide. A second point I want to make is we have to enhance the coordination and continuity of our outreach efforts. I think being attractive alone is not sufficient. We have to make sure that we are seen, that our message is listened to. And I think in this regard, we have made an important first step under the Colombian presidency in establishing the Universalization Coordination Group, which is now in place for almost 2 years, and this is helping to reinvigorate our efforts and better coordinate our common approach to universalization. Germany has been engaging in the group from the very beginning, and I can only encourage further states to join these efforts. Since the last meeting of states parties, Belgium is coordinating the work of this important group, which helps to bundle the efforts that state parties undertake in Geneva, in New York, and also other places in the world with demarches and capitals to promote the universalization of the convention. And it's certainly as important that these efforts are at the same time coordinated closely with those of interested partners such as the International Committee of the Red Cross or the International Campaign to Ban Landmines and other organizations with far reach such as the United Nations, and they are all represented in this group. As I said in the beginning, full universalization would represent the ultimate strengthening of the convention. However, this is a long-term goal, and the 33 states are states that are not yet party all have their own shares, their own reasons for not joining the convention in the short or medium term. So therefore, it is important to acquire greater clarity on the reasons and target our efforts to address them. Since the German presidency, we are focusing on the Pacific Island states and other Asian countries not yet member, because it has become very clear that they share the goals and objectives of the convention. And so we are discussing the obstacles hindering them to join. But even more important, we have to show the ways to come closer to the convention, even without becoming immediately a new member. And I think in this regard, Action 11 and 12 of the Oslo Action Plan list very clearly the different approaches we have at hand, the approaches falling short of a full membership, and that and they are still valid, that it's to increase the number of observers to our meetings, to increase the number of supporters for the resolution, to increase the number of states parties submitting a voluntary Article 7 report, or to encourage states to put in place a moratorium on activities prohibited by the convention. In my view, we could even consider institutionalizing this group further, an issue which we might perhaps discuss at the review conference. So one last point, I think we have also to show to the world that anti-personnel mines are not only horrible weapons, but at the same time that they are outdated weapons. So I admit this is perhaps a challenge in times when a great nuclear power like the Russian Federation with a lot of sophisticated weaponry at their disposal is still so heavily relying on anti-personnel mines. So being not a military expert, just looking around and seeing what we are discussing, actually artificial intelligence in weaponry, lethal autonomous weapons, cyber warfare, all this gives me the impression that anti-personnel mines are much a weapon of the 19th century and quite old-fashioned. I don't want to speak about the so-called effectiveness, but perhaps it would be worthwhile to study really the value of anti-personnel mines in modern military operations. I doubt if there is any, and even in the past. So to finish, I think states who still think that anti-personnel mines can make a difference when it comes to guarantee their security or even to helping to invade innocent neighbors will hardly be the first we might convince to join us. And therefore, it is so important to raise the numbers of supporters of our resolution, the number of observer states in our meetings, and yes, certainly in the end of the day, the member states of the convention. And this is a task which is not only given to the president, it's not a task which is given to the Universalization Coordination Group, and not a task given to the coordinator of this group. It's really something which we all have to do. We all have to reach out and make sure that we make this commitment to our norm greater and stronger in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. A lot of points that we can pick up on in our discussion and concrete proposals. Turning now to Sahar. ICRC, of course, plays a very special role in promoting international law. So I'm very interested to hear your perspectives on national implementation of the convention and the general development of the norm. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Let me start by saying that it is really my distinct honor to be a part of these discussions alongside experts and practitioners, but also to be presenting to this group. I have to admit that I am very new to the disarmament community, but over the last couple of months that I've been around, already faces are very familiar, and I am happy to be a part of all of this. So like Steve and the ambassador said, I too would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the achievements of the convention since its adoption,
where we know that remarkable progress has been made in protecting lives and livelihoods from the devastating effects of anti-personnel mines. We know that millions of stockpiled mines have been destroyed and vast areas of land have been returned to productive uses. And the rights and needs of the victims are recognized internationally, and that there is increasingly, that these are increasingly realized in practice, thanks to, of course, the significant efforts to offer assistance to survivors and affected communities. And this is really a convention that continues to inspire other disarmament initiatives as well. Yet, unfortunately, today, what these hard-earned and hard-won achievements are at risk is of being undone when they're faced with the both long-standing but also novel challenges. Many of these challenges we've heard over the last couple of days, but just to focus on a few things, number one on my list at least would be the continuing high numbers of casualties and an alarming spike in the recent years. The increased use of anti-personnel landmines, both manufactured and improvised. Progress towards universalization has stalled, and dozens of states, including anti-personnel mine users and possessors, have yet to join the convention, with the most recent accessions in 2017, so not that recent. And a number of state parties have yet to adopt appropriate legal, administrative, and other measures at the national level in order to implement the obligations that they've signed up to. So, but that is also, again, to say that despite all of these and numerous challenges that we've heard of since over the last 2 days, these are not things that cannot be addressed through faithful and robust implementation of the convention, which in and of itself also provides for measures to monitor compliance, for instance, through Article 7 annual reports, and that if there are concerns about a state's compliance with the treaty, Article 8, as we know, provides a range of possible measures for the purpose of facilitation and clarification of compliance. And it was against really this backdrop that commitments were introduced in the Oslo Action Plan under the last section on measures to ensure compliance. These actions, that is actions 48, 49, and 50, aimed to support full respect for the core obligations of the convention, notably the general obligations under Article 1, stockpile destruction obligations under Article 4, mine clearance obligations under Article 5, the strict exceptions to the prohibitions on retention and transfer under Article 3, obligations under Article 7 to ensure transparency, in particular by timely reporting on progress made in implementing the core obligations, and obligations under Article 9 to ensure national implementation. We are now in the final months of the validity of the Oslo Action Plan, and I think it is very timely to take stock of how far these actions have been implemented by state parties and how can these be further strengthened in the next 5 years under the proposed Siem Reap Anchor Action Plan. Action 48, as we know, addresses cases of alleged or known non-compliance with the general obligations enshrined in Article 1 of the Convention. And similarly, Action 49 provided a pathway to facilitate Article 7 progress reports through the President of the Convention if no information on implementing the obligations under the preceding articles of the Convention has been provided for 2 consecutive years. And then there is Action 50. The importance of which is not dependent and should not be judged with the placement of this action in the action plan. It pertains to Article 9 of the Convention, and it requires very clearly that state parties take national, legal, and administrative measures, and this involves the adoption of criminal legislation to ensure respect for its provisions within the jurisdiction of the state party, within their territory, and by persons under their jurisdictional control, and that it may also require issuing administrative instructions to the armed forces and introducing changes in military doctrine, policies, and training. As things stand, unfortunately, more than 25 years after the convention has come into force, there remain nearly 30% state parties that have yet to take the required domestic measures to fully implement the convention. We understand at the International Committee of the Red Cross that the adoption of domestic measures to implement the treaty can be a lengthy and complex process, because of course it first deals with translating the treaty into domestic legal legislation, including penal sanctions, then harmonizing military doctrines, policies, and regulations with those laws. But still, the law is the most effective and the most powerful way that we have to strengthen all these norms of a convention, of translating commitments into protections, and of fulfilling the promises that have been made to affected communities, survivors, and victims. This is a goal that cannot be achieved by universalization alone, which is, of course, a necessary step, but a first step. It needs to be followed up with national implementation. As is well known, the ICRC has developed various tools to assist states in developing their national implementing legislation, including a model law, fact sheets, and an updated and regularly actually updated national IHL implementation database. We also have a checklist which provides guidance to states on their legal, regulatory, administrative framework necessary to ensure implementation of the convention, and it also contains good practices that states can also learn from each other. This checklist is not meant to replace or replicate the model law that we have, but rather serves as a quick and user-friendly reference for state parties that have not yet reported on national implementation measures to assess if their existing domestic legislation and administrative measures are sufficient to comply with Article 9 of the treaty, and if not, what missing elements should be further addressed by adopting robust and tailor-made legal responsible that are suitable to each context, whether it be in the form of a standalone omnibus legislation or by amending existing legislation. And so let me conclude with saying that for us at the ICRC, we stand ready and continue to assist and advise states on implementing measures. And if possible, and we're invited to do so, we can provide hands-on technical and drafting expertise and advice to governments, including on legal drafting of these legislations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I very much like how you point out a challenge and then you point to support that is indeed available. And I think this is one of the strengths that this convention has, that there is this supportive, cooperative environment where we look for solutions to help one another. But before we open the floor to everyone, we have a final, very important speaker. Currently, all eyes are looking towards Cambodia and the review conference. And so we are very eager to hear your perspectives on the topics we're discussing today. Please.
Thank you, Ms. Chair, for the floor. Excellency, distinguished guests, dear colleagues. It is an honor to address you today on behalf of the Cambodian Mine Accident and Victim Assistance Authority and Cambodia on the importance of condemning the use of mine by state and armed non-state actors. Today, we gather to reaffirm our collective commitment to the Anti-Personal Mine Ban Convention. We will also discuss on the consideration of the Siem Reap Angkor Action Plan, ensuring it effectively addresses the ongoing challenges and reinforce the norm established by our convention. The Oslo Declaration in 2019 reiterated the commitment to promote, defend, and condemn the use of anti-personnel mine, aiming for universal adherence to the convention. Despite this effort, the use of mine persists in various conflict zones, posing significant humanitarian risk, devastating community, and hindering development. Instead of non-compliance by state parties, as the allegation of the use of mine by state not party to the convention and by non-state actors underscore the need for continued vigilance and action. The importance of the united condemnation. It is 2 points. In terms of moral and humanitarian imperative, It's again the landmine are clear. Due to their discriminate nature, cause long-term suffering and harm to innocent civilians, landmine make their use morally indefensible. The principle of justice, compassion, and respect for human dignity demand the condemnation of landmine. The humanitarian impact include maiming and killing civilians long after the conflict have ended, restricting access to land, impeding economic development, and causing psychological trauma. Therefore, preventing further suffering and supporting demining effort are essential. From the legal perspective point of view, the Ottawa Treaty presents a significant milestone in banning landmine, establishing clear legal norms against their use, production, and transfer. Country parties to the treaty are legally obligated. Other legal frameworks such as Geneva Convention and the Convention on the Certain Conventional Weapon support this effort by prohibiting indiscriminate attack and requiring measures to protect civilians. This law aims to mitigate the humanitarian impact of armed conflict and protect civilians from the harm caused by anti-personnel mine. Now I would like to present some experience of legislation in Cambodia. Cambodia's commitment to mine action is driven by its history of suffering from landmine. Due to the significant devastation from the mid-1960s to the late 1990s by both regional and internal conflicts, Cambodia has taken substantial steps to comply with the convention. The mine ban law enacted in 1999 prohibited the use, production, stockpiling, and transfer of anti-personnel mines. The legislation developed through a collaborative process involving government agencies, international partners, and civil society, including strict penalties for violation, and has led to the destruction of stockpile, reduction of mine-related incidents, and clearance of contaminated land. Key provisions of the law include prohibition on production, trade, and possession of mines, with penalty for violation. The implementation of this law has had a profound impact. Cambodia has destroyed its stockpiles of anti-personnel mines, significantly reduced the number of mine-related incidents, and cleared a vast area of contaminated land. This effort has enabled the safe return of land to community, promoting development and improving livelihood. The lesson learned. Our experience highlights the importance of political will, international cooperation, and community involvement. The effective legislation requires not only legal provision, but also enforcement mechanism, adequate funding, and continuous monitoring. The collaborative process in developing and implementing the mine ban law has been key to its success, demonstrating that a multi-faceted approach is essential for meaningful progress in mine action. Now I would like to talk a little bit about Siem Reap Angkor Action Plan. The Siem Reap Angkor Action Plan, building on the Oslo Action Plan, aims to address existing gaps and reinforce commitment, ensuring full compliance with the Article 9 across all state parties as well as armed non-state actors through dialogue, incentivizing compliance, and leveraging international coordination. We therefore propose several measures. 1. enhancing national legislation. Second, providing technical and financial support to state parties. Third, fostering regional cooperation. And fourth, regular reporting to ensure accountability and transparency. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the leadership. I think this convention would be nothing if affected states had not spoken up. And I think that leadership, that voice is still very key in promoting this norm. So thank you for that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for you to work. The panel has indeed given you many insights, shared some concrete ideas. The ISU is indeed putting some of the guiding questions that are all looking forward to the next review conference. And we just heard from the presidency some ideas for the action plan. Now I open the floor to hear from you. At this stage, we open for both questions that you may have for the panel or for your thoughts and ideas. And I do encourage you to be concrete because we only have a review conference every 5 years. So this really is our opportunity to ensure that the next action plan helps us strengthen this norm that we have now spoken about. So I'm looking at the room for anyone wishing to take the floor, and I can assure you that even though no one is taking the floor right now, I do have questions for the panelists, so we are not going home quite yet. So I'm looking around and seeing right now, no one. Okay, so this means we go to one of my many questions that I noted down during our discussions. So, speaking about universalization and strengthening the norm, we have a campaigner here. The campaign was, of course, very important in bringing about the convention. What could be the next campaign that helps us strengthen the norm? The ambassador also spoke about universalization, and you mentioned a lot of good ideas, and we have an affected state here. I'm thinking about, have we explored sufficiently the regional approach to universalization? Is there a benefit to ensuring that countries within the same region discuss among themselves and promote universalization that way? But maybe first to you, Steve, and just raise your flag. I will look for you as Steve speaks.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's been a while since a new state has joined the convention. So it's getting to be urgent that we have some success here. Regional approaches are good. We have been successful because we have such a broad membership at getting people inside of countries to, on a fairly constant basis, be pushing their governments to do the right thing. I think one of the things we used to do more in the past, and when I say we, I mean us collectively, we would have a number of states parties as well as the ICRC working in concert, talking about who was going to be targeted and then going after them. One letter 1 month, another letter another month, one visit 1 month. I think it's my hearing aid.
Oh.
It's making that weird noise. So more of a coordinated approach. I think we also have to be as targeted as we can. With some states, the more gentle, positive approach might be more effective. With others, the condemnation may be more effective at getting them to move in the right direction. So I think those are a couple of the things, you know, more of the partnership, more of the joint planning, and then more like the targeted approach on mine action. You need to do that with universalization as well.
Thank you. Ambassador, would you like to share some thoughts on the universalization regional approach and others too, if interested?
No, thank you. Yes, I think regional approach, that certainly is very important, and but even more important is to have a certain continuity in our efforts, and I think that's what also the USG is all about, and also in coordinating the efforts of the different stakeholders in the process. But there's another thing I would like to mention in this regard. When we had the presidency, we were reaching out to the Pacific Islands, Marshall Islands, Fiji, Tonga, Laos, DPR, Mongolia, many states which I would call even virtual member states, because they share completely the objectives and the goals of our convention, and why they are still not a member. So the most important argument we were always hearing is that, oh yes, but the process is very heavy, and then we have a lot of obligations, and it's perhaps even not known what great support the ICRC can give to these exceeding states. And what we are discussing here, Article 7 obligations, Article 9 obligations, reporting, Article 5, deadline 25. That's things they scare possible member states. So therefore, I think we have to be. That's why I said we have to unfold the toolbox we have, this ICRC approach, which we just heard, but also that we are linking very much the work of the Article 5 committee and the Cooperation and Assistance Committee together to see how states who need support can be granted the necessary support from member states. So I think we have to develop more the machinery we have at hand, and I think it's quite impressive in order to get this, as I say, virtual member states on board, because many of them are just scared. And I think we have to, it's not that we have to start with implementation and then ratification and accession. I think it can be the other way around. You ratify, you accede to the convention, and then we will all work jointly to help all the member states to implement it properly. There are some virtual member states outside who think they have to be the perfect Ottawa member state before they will apply for membership. And I think we have to make clear that it's the other way around, and that we are here in a cooperative mood, and we will make all to support the states who share, at least who share, and that's the most important thing, who share the common goal of a mine-free world, and especially the obligations in Article 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I want to pick up on actually one point that you made earlier before I go to you, Sahar. You spoke about bringing states into the meetings to sort of see the work of the convention. And so I want to just highlight also the sponsorship program and the role that it can play in doing that. And I know Australia is hosting a meeting afterwards, and Australia is asking for the floor. It's like we're telepathic. So maybe I let Australia speak, and then we go to you, Sahar, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor, and also for highlighting the sponsorship program in this context. I appreciate that. That's one of the things I wanted to pick up on. And in addition to that, I wanted to pick up on the point about regional approaches, and to ask whether the panel had thoughts on regionalism in that context. And I say that to mean, by way of example, in the Pacific Islands Forum that Australia is a member of, there's a Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat, and that provides regional services and potentially shared regional services where countries agree to that. And I wonder whether, particularly for Ambassador Goebel, you were pointing out these sort of virtual members who may have very small administrations, whether there's a role for regionalism that we could look into as a community, and to support ways of engaging and meeting convention obligations that are appropriate to the scale of some of the states that we're talking about. And just a final reaction I just wanted to make, and I was really cheered, thank you ICBL, for the positive zoomed out view of the impact that humanitarian disarmament is making. And it's quite reminiscent, I think, of part of the argument that Steven Pinker made in his book of about 8 or 10 years ago on the history of violence, where if we need to kind of look in the right timescales sometimes, particularly in challenging times like this. And it is sometimes there are these convulsions in that period, and it's those individually are difficult to understand. And I think Pinker wrestles with that in his book. But thank you for taking that sort of zoomed out view. It is encouraging at this time. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And we've noted the question on regionalism. So I feel like we may never get to you if I don't give the floor to you now, Zahan. So please.
No, thank you so much. I just wanted to say that when you're speaking of universalization or national implementation, one of the major challenges that we see on the ground, and this is not just relevant to this convention, but to a lot of conventions under IHL, but also other international law, is the interagency cooperation that's required. Because a lot of the issues that a convention addresses are dealt at the capital level by multiple agencies. And then everybody has challenges in terms of coordination and addressing those issues. And one forum that we've found very useful to engage with in a lot of contexts that I've personally worked in as well are the national IHL committees. This is really their mandate in terms of implementation and universalization, but of bringing all relevant stakeholders at the national level on the table, including observers, including civil society, including national societies, the Red Cross, Red Crescent societies as well, so that everybody brings in their expertise and really breaks down what the convention is asking for and makes it, I would say, a bit more interesting, but also relevant and something that everybody can digest, because like the ambassador was saying, otherwise it can feel like a very daunting and a huge task to get to. Thank you.
Excellent. I feel like we're piggybacking nicely between the different topics. Ambassador, I think Australia's question was mainly to you about any thoughts on regionalism and regional support, and I think IHL committees nationally, but could we look at something regionally?
Certainly, and I think the regions know best. And you mentioned one example of it. But for example, also what is important is to address. We just exchanged with Lau DPR, who is the chair of ASEAN at the moment. So this is also a forum where we could certainly engage with in order to make sure that there is a broader knowledge and consequence of a broader interest in the convention. With the Pacific Island states, there has been already a dialogue in this sense. I think when it comes to this region, we have to admit that, and this is very understandable, with limited also administrative resources, they have a lot of other priorities in a certain way. And I think which is important in this regard as well is that we make clear that the convention, or at least the goal of a mind-free world, is also a very, very important contribution to SDGs, for example, because that's very high on their agenda. And we have to make very, very clear that this is even a decisive step. And this is a contribution they can make in order to bring all of this perhaps goal, which is a little bit closer to their hearts, to move forward. Perhaps one idea, but that's really just out of the blue, because I was thinking when we were speaking about regional approach, we could even go a little bit. We could even have a more narrowed approach. So just reach out to your neighbors in a certain way. And I think that's what's happening now also with the Cambodian presidency, because I know Cambodia is heavily engaging with neighbor states to bring them closer. I think that's also a very, very convincing approach. And we could perhaps elaborate also about neighbor partnerships or something like that. But that's just a new idea. You don't have to put it into the action plan.
Thank you. I'm still looking at the room and I feel like there is room for more engagement from the floor. I will be this honest. This is your chance to challenge the panel, to present your ideas. And at this point, yes, excellent. Unmas, yes, please.
Thank you very much. Just a few thoughts. First, in the fall, the member states of the UN will probably adopt a pact of the future. So maybe this is a way to increase the attention to the ban or to the norm. I see in the draft there is a paragraph saying we express our grave concern at the continuous and progressive erosion of international norms in the field of arms regulation, non-proliferation, and disarmament. We commit to pursuing agreements on disarmament and the regulation of arms to benefit the well-being and security of humanity. And reduce unnecessary suffering caused by diversion of resource to armaments. So perhaps this language can be further developed and improved. I think Germany is one of the pen holder for this for this document. Secondly, I would like to hear the panel on the possibility of more countries adopting moratoriums. And then thirdly, I think that, the people who are in this convention, I see them as a coalition of the willing, and providing leadership is really important. So somehow something to be done to really make sure that all the victims receive assistance, because the norm is to protect people and also make sure that victims have access to multi-sectoral assistance and socio-economic inclusion. And I think the weakness and the gaps in this area are really something that the state parties need to address. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Germany took note of the point on the Pact of the Future, but I do think we are all member states of the UN. And so if we want a strong text, it is indeed up to us as member states to propose that and to take that up in New York. So that may be an action point and a challenge to all states in this room, really. Then there was a question on moratoriums, and Steve Sahar, Steve, yeah.
Yes, we have, I guess, for 25 years, pushed for interim steps that governments can take in order to move closer to the convention. Sometimes it's simply voting for the General Assembly resolution each year that expresses support for the at least eventual elimination of anti-personnel mines. We've talked to various states about moratoria. Of course, primarily it would be a moratorium on use you would want to see, but what's been successful is the moratorium on exports. There are, I think, now 6 different states not party who have a moratorium, a formal moratorium on the export, including China and the US and Israel and some others you might not think would fall into that category. So that's one of the things I tried to highlight in my remarks, was that there are other things you can do besides get them to go all the way at the beginning.
Excellent. Thank you for that. And I think we really stressed this point today, that universalization, it's not an all or nothing approach. It's a step by step approach. And it's one where regional organizations, countries in the region speaking to one another can play a role. It's one where universalization working groups within the machinery of the convention play a role, and it's also something that is supported by campaigns and the work that ICRC and others are doing. Are there any other requests for the floor at this point? There are not. If not, and now I'm looking at the ISU because you will have to tell me what to do in terms of time management. I think I would like to sort of give a final chance to the panel to say any final words, and of course our host country for the review conference in particular. After that, you need to tell me whether we go back to the program or if we go home. But I turn now to Cambodia for any final considerations.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, for the floor. On behalf of the host country, I would urge all state parties, state not parties, and non-state actors to reaffirm their commitment to the norm and principle of the convention, including international law. And by creating their own legislation and law enforcement with strong penalty to whom who violate the provision of the law. Let us work together to ensure the full implementation of the Siem Reap Angkor Action Plan, strengthening our collective effort to eliminate this deadly weapon. Envisioning a world free from the threat of anti-personnel mine is not merely aspirational, it is achievable. Through our united voice and concrete action, we can make this vision a reality, ensuring a safer and more prosperous future for all. Together, we can overcome the challenges and achieve our common goal of mine-free world. Thank you.
I suggest we give a round of applause for that. Absolutely. I think that's a clear marching order from our gracious host nation, and ISU is moving here to tell me what to do. Just one moment. Excellent. We have the translators for another few minutes, and they're a precious resource. So ISU tells me now to thank the panel profoundly. It's been a very interesting discussion. And I now would like to invite the Committee on Cooperation and Assistance to the stage. This means we go back to our regular agenda for the next 25 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for Algeria to chair the Committee on Enhancement of Cooperation and Assistance, in which we have the pleasure to work closely with Denmark, Japan, and Turkey. The committee was established with the purpose of assisting the state parties in the full implementation of Article 6 of the Convention on Cooperation and Assistance, in line with the reaffirmation that ending the suffering and casualties caused by anti-personnel mines is a shared commitment. Since the 21st meeting of the state parties, we have sought to implement our mandate by supporting state parties in taking advantage of the individualist approach, promoting the establishment of national mine action platform through bilateral meetings, encouraging increased transparency through the submission of detailed information on Article 7 reports, the Convention website's country pages, and encourage use of the online tools, and finally encouraging the sharing of best practices, including through the Cooperation and Assistance Fund. As you can also appreciate from our observations, we welcome the information submitted by states in implementation of the Oslo Action Plan commitment concerning cooperation and assistance. It is hard to overestimate the importance of information sharing. In our review of the information submitted by the state parties, we were glad to learn about the financial contribution of mine-affected state parties to their national implementation efforts, as well as from states in a position to provide assistance on their contributions. In some cases, this contribution increased, and in others, they decreased. These fluctuations have had an obvious impact on implementation. Nevertheless, the lack of national and international financial resources continues to be reported as the key challenge in implementation reported by state parties. Other challenges included capacity, technical expertise, amongst others. We must work together to ensure implementation of the Convention. While national ownership is the cornerstone for cooperation and assistance, we also believe that there is room for greater partnership between affected states and states in position to provide assistance to see how to best overcome barriers to implementation. This partnership is, of course, a unique part of our Convention. In this regard, we welcome Peru's interest in taking advantage of the individual's approach, which took place at lunch today. We urge all those that have been invited. We also welcome others to approach the committee or the ISU, should you want to take advantage of the individual's approach, meeting on the margins of the 5th Review Conference. We are happy to collaborate with you. We are hopeful that this would build on your efforts to ensure a mine-free states. We are also launching the first pilot study exchange visit through the Cooperation and Assistance Fund established by the Netherlands at the 19th meeting of the state parties. Our aim is to facilitate a visit by the newly formed Nigerian Mine Action Center to Turkey in the lead-up to the 5th Review Conference. The committee looks forward to joining Nigeria and Turkey. We will be reporting back on this effort at the 5th Review Conference. Dear participant, with the 5th Review Conference only months away, we need to start thinking how we can best ensure that cooperation and assistance within the framework of the Convention is effective and supports all state parties in their implementation efforts. It seems that we have a lot of work to do. We look forward to your intervention during this session, as well as your participation on this matter. I want to recall to all of you that these are informal meetings, and we want to hear and learn from both mine-affected states and states in position to provide assistance and other on your cooperation and assistance efforts. We also want to hear from you on how we could potentially strengthen our cooperation and assistance efforts. Before to give the floor, I want to offer the floor for some brief remarks from our gender focal points, Ms. Nana Nagai, First Secretary at the delegation of Japan to the Conference on Disarmament. Nana, thank you so much for taking on the role of gender focal points, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Japan serves as a gender focal point for Committee on Enhancement of the Cooperation and Assistance, and it is my pleasure to speak from the point of the gender and diversity on behalf of the committee. The gender and diversity lens is a cornerstone of sustainable development, yet it is often overlooked in the context of the mine-affected communities. We understand that the needs and experience of the girls, women, boys, and men differ significantly in these circumstances, and our resource must reflect this reality. Therefore, it is crucial to incorporate gender and diversity perspectives within the framework of international cooperation and assistance. Donors play a significant role in providing necessary financial resources, and by prioritizing gender equality in mine action programs, we can achieve sustainable development, empower marginalized groups, including women and girls, and build stronger, more resilient communities. Investing in gender-responsive approaches can also ensure that resources are used efficiently, maximizing the positive impact on the affected communities. Unfortunately, reporting on gender and cooperation and assistance remains limited. While we believe that more countries are integrating gender and diversity perspectives into their efforts, only 3 donor states reported on gender matters in their report. We welcome reporting in this regard. This is an area that we require improvement in the lead up to the 5th Review Conference and beyond. The Cooperation and Assistance Committee, in its development of the voluntary online reporting format, create a space for state parties to report on efforts in this regard. I'm hopeful that we will see further progress. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Japan, for your remarks regarding the gender aspects in the Committee on Enhancement of Cooperation and Assistance. And before giving the floor to different delegations, maybe I could suggest for all delegations to deliver some kind of abridged version and during the plenary, and to submit the full text of your statements to the website of the convention. And this will help us to make it short, to make sure short statement during the plenary. And with that, I will start now with the speakers, and I have the first on the list, and the first one, the first delegation will be Cambodia, to be followed by Colombia. You have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, after 32 years of dedicated action, Cambodia finds itself at a pivotal juncture marked by both significant achievements and daunting challenges. Since 1992, the international community has contributed over $600 million to Cambodia mine action sectors, complemented by more than $250 million from the royal government of Cambodia. This collective investment has yielded remarkable results. By December 2023, Cambodia successfully cleared 3,024 square kilometers of land contaminated by diverse forms of explosive remnant of none. This monumental endeavor involved the detection and disposal of over 1 million anti-personnel mine, more than 26,000 anti-tank mine, over 69,000 submunition, and more than 3 million items of other explosive random offers. The Cambodian mine action community has been actively engaged in sharing best practices with numerous state parties and state not parties. In 2023, Cambodia facilitated humanitarian demining training sessions for experts from Ukraine and Colombia. Additionally, we hosted a study visit for delegates from Armenia, China, and Laos PDO, providing them invaluable insight into our mine action initiative and fostering collaborative learning opportunities. Furthermore, in collaboration with the ISU, funded by the European Union, CMAA organized the third Global Conference on Victim Assistance in October last year in Phnom Penh. The conference brought together participants from over 40 countries to discuss and exchange insights on enhancing victim assistance programs worldwide. This event served as a testament to Cambodia's leadership and commitment to advancing victim assistance on the global scale. Moreover, earlier this year, through the South-South Cooperation Project and in collaboration between the CMAA and the CMAC with support from Japan, Cambodia hosted a delegation from Ukraine to learn about our mine action program. The initiative underscore our dedication to knowledge exchange and capacity building on a global scale. In May this year, CMA co-hosted the technology requirement workshop organized by the Humanitarian Demining Research and Development Program with support from the U.S. Embassy in Cambodia. The workshop was attended by over 100 participants representing major international operators in mine action such as Heliotrust, MEG, NPA, and Apopo, as well as national operator CIMAC, representative from the U.S. Navy, Army, Marine, the Cambodian NPMEC, Navy, and AFCAF were also in attendance along with the TMAC. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, since 2006, Cambodia has demonstrated its commitment to global peace and security by deploying more than 9,500 Cambodian peacekeepers to various UN peacekeeping missions in 10 countries. This mission includes Sudan, South Sudan, Chad, the Central African Republic, Lebanon, Cyprus, Syria, Mali, Yemen, and Democratic Republic of the Congo. Cambodia's active participation in UN peacekeeping efforts has been recognized globally, with the UN ranking Cambodia 28 among the 193 countries for its contribution to peacekeeping mission. The country was ranked 12 globally for its commendable efforts in deploying female peacekeepers abroad. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, from one angle as a country receiving assistance, I extend my deepest gratitude to the ISU and all development partners who have steadfastly supported my action initiative in Cambodia. Your unwavering commitment and assistance have been instrumental in our progress thus far, and we eagerly anticipate their continued collaboration as we work toward the shared goal of Cambodia, free from the threat of landmine and explosive remnant over. From another angle, as a country giving assistance, Cambodia remains steadfast in sharing knowledge with other countries and dispatching our deminer under the UN peacekeeping mission in countries in need. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Cambodia. And now I give the floor to Colombia, to the distinguished delegate of Colombia. Please, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Colombia cuenta con una política de acción integral contra minas liderada directamente bajo la oficina del presidente de la República. Esto habla de los esfuerzos que se hacen desde el gobierno a nivel nacional para desarrollar una política de paz total con los actores armados no estatales que están presentes en el territorio. En el marco de este liderazgo, se ha establecido una estrategia para el periodo 2024-2026, alineado con otras políticas nacionales de cooperación internacional. Especialmente se ha buscado articular la acción contra minas con los esfuerzos y los lineamientos de cooperación en materia de construcción de paz en el país. Es por ello que la acción contra minas tiene un papel fundamental dentro de la Estrategia Nacional de Cooperación, que busca avanzar también en la implementación del acuerdo de paz firmado con las extintas FARC-EP en el año 2016 y fortalecer la paz en el territorio y la presencia del Estado con un enfoque de transformación territorial que atienda la baja presencia institucional y la discriminación histórica que han sufrido las regiones más apartadas de los centros económicos de desarrollo económico del país. La acción contra minas como elemento de construcción de paz busca atender las necesidades humanitarias de las poblaciones ubicadas en las zonas de riesgo al tiempo que brinda alternativas de desarrollo para comunidades ubicadas en zonas con mayor estabilidad. Durante el actual gobierno, la acción contra minas también ha sido entendida como un elemento catalizador de la transformación del territorio desde un enfoque de afianzamiento del enlace con las comunidades. De otra parte, estamos trabajando este año para ampliar la capacidad técnica y operativa de la Autoridad Nacional, que tiene a su cargo la coordinación para la implementación de los compromisos de la Convención a nivel nacional y territorial. Actualmente, Colombia, de su presupuesto público, ha asignado un total de $34 millones para el trabajo de 2 operadores de desminado humanitario pertenecientes a las fuerzas militares, Ejército y Armada Nacional. Además de estos 2 operadores, hay otras 5 organizaciones civiles de desminado humanitario nacionales e internacionales, una de ellas formada por excombatientes como resultado del acuerdo de paz del año 2016 y que adelantan las labores de limpieza y descontaminación y apoyan a través de la cooperación internacional los esfuerzos del Estado de Colombia. Para finalizar, me gustaría hacer énfasis en la necesidad de mantener e incrementar los flujos de cooperación, incluido el acceso a nuevas tecnologías que permitan una implementación más efectiva y eficiente de los 3 pilares de la Convención. Este es un tema que, a consideración de la Delegación de Colombia, debe incluirse con especial énfasis en la formulación del nuevo Plan de Acción de Siem Reap and Core, que se adaptará en el marco de la 5ª revisión. Acciones como fomentar la cooperación sur-sur y el apoyo entre pares pueden estar en la lista de las acciones. No toda la cooperación involucra recursos financieros. Hay esfuerzos de cooperación y asistencia que se pueden hacer en la línea de gestión del conocimiento, intercambio de normatividad, intercambio de lecciones aprendidas. Pueden ser fomentadas desde el comité que usted preside. Finalmente, ayudar a los estados parte a que entre ellos puedan dialogar para encontrar alternativas y formas eficientes de avanzar en la implementación de las obligaciones. Muchas gracias.
Thank you to the distinguished delegate of Colombia, and now I give the floor to the delegation of Ecuador.
Señor presidente, excelencias, distinguidos delegados. Ecuador reconoce las gestiones efectuadas para ampliar los esfuerzos conducentes a la plena implementación de esta convención, por lo que expresamos nuestro firme apoyo al Plan de Acción de Oslo, el cual deberá continuar sirviendo de guía hasta el año 2024, hacia el objetivo de un mundo libre de minas antipersonales, el fortalecimiento del derecho internacional humanitario y la preparación de la 5ª Conferencia de Revisión de Estados Partes. Ecuador, como nación comprometida con la erradicación de las minas terrestres, está demostrando su decisión de construir un futuro prometedor para su población, promoviendo la seguridad de las comunidades locales y su desarrollo, así como con la conservación del medio ambiente. A medida que avanzamos en la exploración de este tema, se evidencian los beneficios del desminado humanitario en el Ecuador y su impacto positivo para la paz e integración binacionales y de la región. Hoy, el proceso de desminado en Ecuador presenta los siguientes desafíos. Acceso limitado. En algunas áreas afectadas por minas, el acceso es limitado debido a factores geográficos, climáticos o de seguridad, que dificultan la ejecución efectiva del desminado. Las áreas peligrosas se encuentran en la selva amazónica de la provincia de Zamora Chinchipe, que se caracterizan por una extensa y tupida vegetación con despeñaderos y quebradas de difícil acceso, en donde se puede alcanzar alturas de hasta 2.400 metros sobre el nivel del mar, siendo la única vía de ingreso la aérea, lo que incrementa el costo. Las condiciones meteorológicas también limitan el cumplimiento de las operaciones con temperaturas que oscilan entre los 12 grados centígrados y los 35 grados centígrados, con humedad permanente y precipitaciones durante casi la totalidad del año. Controles de calidad. Ecuador tiene pendiente por ejecutar los controles de calidad en las provincias de Zamora Chinchipe, Morona Santiago y Pastaza, ya que en las dos últimas provincias las operaciones de desminado se realizaron hace más de 12 años, por lo que la vegetación y modificaciones naturales del terreno propios de la selva tropical amazónica dificultarán de manera considerable la ejecución de este proceso, incrementando considerablemente el tiempo y los recursos a emplearse. El proceso de desminado en Ecuador ha sido fundamental para eliminar el riesgo de las minas terrestres y garantizar la seguridad de las comunidades afectadas, con un impacto significativo en el desarrollo de las zonas localizadas en la frontera con el Perú. Este proceso ha permitido el acceso seguro a tierras y recursos naturales, así como la agricultura, la ganadería y otras actividades sostenibles. Ha fomentado la conservación del medio ambiente, la biodiversidad y el patrimonio cultural. Ha estimulado el crecimiento económico de las poblaciones de frontera al atraer inversiones, fomentar el desarrollo de negocios locales y la creación de empleos. Y ha permitido el desarrollo de infraestructura como la construcción de carreteras y puentes para mejorar la conectividad entre dichas zonas y los centros urbanos. La cooperación internacional es un elemento de especial trascendencia para que el Ecuador pueda concluir con el proceso de desminado humanitario hasta diciembre de 2025 y convertirse en un país libre de minas, cumpliendo así con sus obligaciones ante la Convención de Ottawa, pasar a constituirse en un país cooperante. En tal sentido, la delegación del Ecuador desea posicionar la importancia del fortalecimiento de la cooperación y la asistencia para el proceso de desminado humanitario del Ecuador, especialmente la necesidad de recibir cooperación para la realización del proceso de control de calidad y entrega de tierras liberadas. Y quisiera conocer más información respecto a la identificación de posibles donantes que estén dispuestos a brindar cooperación bilateral y multilateral en esta materia. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Ecuador for your remarks. والآن أعطي الكلمة لممثل دولة العراق فليتفضل مشكورا.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. نود أن نتقدم لكم وإلى أعضاء اللجنة الموقرين وإلى وحدة دعم التنفيذ بالشكر والتقدير على الجهود المبذولة في تنفيذ المهمة المنوطة بكم. سيد الرئيس، خلال عام 2023 ومطلع هذا العام تم تحقيق العديد من الأمور التي من شأنها أن تساعد برنامج العراق على المضي قدما في تحقيق التزاماته وكما يلي. أولاً، تنفيذ الإجراء 43 من خطة عمل أوسلو. تم تنفيذ لقاءات وحوارات مباشرة مع سفارات الدول المانحة لعرض الأولويات الحكومية واستعراض إنجازات برنامجنا الوطني والتحديات التي تواجه أعمال شؤون الألغام وأهم الاحتياجات التي من شأنها تطوير سير البرنامج. ثانياً، تنفيذاً للإجراء 45 وبدعم من مركز جنيف الدولي لإزالة الألغام للأغراض الإنسانية GICHD، تم إطلاق الخطة الاستراتيجية الوطنية لشؤون الألغام بين عامي 2023 و 2028 وبمشاركة الشركاء الوطنيين والدوليين، وتم إعمامها على كافة الشركاء. ثالثاً، تم توقيع وثيقة تعاون مع جمهورية كوريا الجنوبية تتضمن تأمين احتياجات العراق وتجهيزه بأحدث معدات إزالة الألغام. رابعاً، تم توقيع مذكرة تفاهم مع المملكة العربية السعودية مركز الملك سلمان للإغاثة والأعمال الإنسانية لدعم جهود مسح وتطهير الأراضي من المخلفات الحربية في بادية محافظة المثنى، والتي تعتبر إحدى المحافظات الملوثة في جنوب العراق. خامساً، التوقيع على مذكرة تفاهم بشأن التعاون في مجال التوعية بمخاطر الذخائر المتفجرة بين كل من وكالة كردستان العراق لمكافحة الألغام واللجنة الدولية للصليب الأحمر في أربيل لدعم أنشطة مديرية التوعية بمخاطر الذخائر المتفجرة في إقليم كردستان العراق. سادساً، قدمت الحكومة السلوفينية وكالة ITF الدعم إلى المؤسسة العامة لشؤون الألغام في إقليم كردستان، وقد أدى هذا الجهد المتضافر إلى تطهير العديد من المناطق وتسليمها إلى الجهات المستفيدة. سيد الرئيس، تنفيذاً للإجراء 44 من خطة عمل أوسلو، تستمر أعمال فريق المنبر الوطني لتعزيز التنسيق وضمان إجراء حوار منتظم مع أصحاب المصلحة المحليين والدوليين بشأن التقدم المحرز والتحديات ودعم تنفيذ التزامات الاتفاقية. ونطلب من لجنة تعزيز التعاون والمساعدة في وحدة دعم التنفيذ للاتفاقية دعم أعمال فريق المنبر الوطني وتطوير آليات ومنهجيات أعماله من خلال تطوير المنصة الوطنية. سيد الرئيس، إن العراق لا يزال بحاجة ماسة إلى الدعم الدولي من خلال زيادة تمويل عدد الفرق المنظمات الوطنية والأجنبية المفوضة للعمل بالبرنامج الوطني لإجراء أعمال المسح والإزالة لحقول الألغام المضادة للأفراد، إضافة إلى الألغام ذات الطبيعة المرتجلة من مخلفات عصابات داعش الإرهابية. وكذلك ضرورة بناء القدرات الوطنية ومساعدة ضحايا الألغام وإعادة تأهيلهم ودمجهم وبالتنسيق المباشر مع السلطة الوطنية العراقية لضمان التنفيذ الأمثل لبنود الاتفاقية. وأخيرا نتقدم بالشكر والتقدير إلى كافة الدول المانحة وبرامج الأمم المتحدة ذات الصلة والاتحاد الأوروبي ومركز جنيف الدولي لإزالة الألغام للأغراض الإنسانية والمنظمات الأجنبية العاملة في برنامجنا الوطني على دعمهم المتواصل للأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام في العراق. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا للسيد ممثل دولة العراق الموقع على مداخلته. And now I am pleased to give the floor to His Excellency the Ambassador of Brazil to the Conference on Disarmament. And okay, sorry. And I am pleased to give the floor to the delegation of special delegation of Brazil to the Conference on Disarmament. So you have and to be followed by Her Excellency the Ambassador of Thailand. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Anti-Personal Mine Ban Convention is a hallmark in the international efforts to mitigate humanitarian suffering, save lives, and preserve human dignity. Brazil has supported the convention since its inception and was one of the first states to sign and ratify it. Indeed, Brazil has been engaged in promoting capacity building initiatives for decontamination and demining abroad years before the convention entered into force. Brazil has no minefields or contaminated areas and has never deployed mines. Moreover, although Brazil has not held any stockpile of landmines since 2019, we remain constructively engaged in the convention. Our participation adds up to our disarmament credentials as a peaceful country with a stern belief in the value of international cooperation. Mr. Chair, Brazil keeps a permanent capacity for humanitarian demining as means to maintain preparedness, participate in UN-mandated peace missions, and provide international cooperation. The Brazilian Armed Forces support permanent teams for destruction, recovery, and neutralization of explosives and unexploded ordnance. Demining training is essential to maintain existing capacities in humanitarian demining. The training allows for the Brazilian assistance to other countries and will remain a necessity as long as there are minefields in the world. International cooperation is one of the pillars of the convention, and Brazil attaches particular importance to it. Since 1994, over 370 officers from the Brazilian Army and Navy have participated in demining operations, most notably in South and Central America, as well as in Africa. The South-South cooperation that our distinguished delegate of Colombia has mentioned, under the edges of the UN and of the OAS. One particular priority of Brazil in this field is the training of national experts, both civilian and military, in humanitarian demining techniques. By increasing national capacity to conduct demining operations, these initiatives strengthen national institutions and promote ownership of the clearing process. Mr. Chair, Brazil congratulates all parties involved in the discussions to sort out the obstacles presented and highlights that cooperation and dialogue are the most effective tools to resolve controversies in the implementation of the convention. We look forward to engaging in the first preparatory meeting of the RevCon tomorrow afternoon as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the distinguished delegate of Brazil. And now I would like to give the floor to Her Excellency, the Ambassador of Thailand. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished participants, international cooperation and assistance is critical to achieving our goal of a world free of anti-personal mines. As we look forward to the upcoming review conference, we stress the importance of the next action plan and wish to see it foster more meaningful cooperation and assistance and enhance our efforts to fulfill all obligations under the convention. Thailand wishes to offer the following views. First, cooperation and assistance must enhance strong national ownership, evidence-based national strategies, and integration of issues of high importance, including gender mainstreaming, diversity consideration, and sustainable development in the mine action policy and strategies. Second, cooperation and assistance must take into account the need for regular dialogue between states and other players, such as UNMAS, ICRC, ICBL, GICHD, NPA, and other stakeholders. In this regard, Thailand welcomes the meaningful participation of our partners in my activities, especially for those who have supported and pushed forward the works along the border between Thailand and Cambodia. Third, cooperation and assistance must take into account all related local, national, regional, and global circumstances. While paying particular attention to the most vulnerable, we must not forget this nearing completion. In this connection, Thailand is committed to exploring opportunities for cooperation, including at regional and bilateral levels, to speed up and achieve a mine-free ASEAN. We have voluntarily pledged to provide $10,000 financial assistance to the ASEAN Mine Action Center since 2019, and we will continue to do so. Lastly, we hope that this review conference will help address the lack of progress in mine clearance and consecutive extension requests. Through this discussion, we hope to align and foster better synergy between the affected states, donors, and operators in the fields, as well as synergy between the Cooperation and Assistance Committee and the Article 5 Committee I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your remarks. Et maintenant, je voudrais donner la parole au représentant de la Suisse qui devra être le dernier intervenant sur la liste d'aujourd'hui. Je vous donne la parole. La parole est à vous.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Et nous remercions le comité pour le renforcement de la coopération et de l'existence pour son travail. La Suisse aspire à long terme à un monde dans lequel les êtres humains pourront vivre à l'abri des risques liés aux mines et autres engins explosifs et où un développement économique et social durable sera donc possible. C'est l'objectif prioritaire du plan d'action de lutte anti-mine de la Suisse pour la période 2023-2026. En 2023, la Suisse a consacré quelques 35 millions de francs suisses pour le déminage humanitaire. Dans ce contexte et en me référant aux questions directrices, je tiens à soulever 3 points en particulier. Premièrement, pour la Suisse, le développement des capacités nationales des pays affectés est un élément stratégique de son engagement depuis longtemps. Les prestations d'assistance doivent toujours associer les personnes affectées sur place dans la définition des actions à entreprendre et permettre aux responsables locaux de fixer eux-mêmes les priorités s'appuyant pour se faire autour des mots-clés responsabilisation, appropriation nationale et localisation. Mon pays continue cet engagement en faveur du développement des capacités des pays affectés, y inclus dans son partenariat stratégique avec le Centre international de déminage humanitaire de Genève, ou CIDHG, qui soutient lui-même une 50aine d'États chaque année. Deuxièmement, l'assistance de la Suisse s'appuie sur de multiples instruments ou voies et peut ainsi répondre à des besoins variés. La lutte contre les mines fait partie des programmes de coopération de la Suisse, en Colombie, en Cambodge, en Croatie ou au Zimbabwe, pour ne citer que quelques exemples. La mise en œuvre de ces projets se fait en collaboration étroite avec des organisations partenaires et les États affectés. En outre, la Suisse met à disposition des experts en déminage humanitaire des forces armées suisses en les déployant dans les programmes de déminage de l'ONU. Elle promeut également des cours de formation avec des partenariats tels que le CIDHC et des organisations de l'ONU. Finalement, une bonne coordination des activités nationales et du soutien international est important pour des résultats rapides et efficaces. Dans ce contexte, nous restons convaincus des possibilités offertes par l'approche individualisée et nous nous félicitons qu'un certain nombre d'États parties ont déjà mis ce mécanisme à profit et nous encourageons d'autres à suivre cet exemple. Cet outil permet de mieux identifier les besoins sur le terrain et d'allouer des ressources de manière plus efficace. Par ailleurs, la Suisse continue de soutenir la coordination des donateurs et des partenaires dans des contextes où la contamination par des engins explosifs est particulièrement sévère, comme en Ukraine. Les 17 et 18 avril 2024, quelques 50 États et organisations se sont penchés lors d'une réunion technique internationale organisée à Kiev sur des mesures d'identification et de déminage des mines et des munitions non explosées. La réunion a été organisée conjointement par l'Ukraine et le CIDHC et sert également de préparation pour la Ukraine Mine Action Conference qui se tiendra les 17 et 18 octobre 2024 à Lausanne. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Switzerland. With that, and before joining the meeting, I would like to thank the interpreters for their support. And of course, we could not do our work without your support. Tomorrow, we will continue this agenda item. The meeting is adjourned.
They're changing and they've been a great group, you know, they give it